Your own way, and I've never been very good at that. When I yelled out, my father found me in seconds, although I'm sure I waited through several lives. He crawled into the pit, torn between my hard work and my stupidity. This could have collapsed on you, he said, and lifted me onto solid ground. From that point of view, I realized that my hole was not miles deep after all. My father, in fact, could stand on the bottom and it only reached up to his chest. Darkness, you know, is relative. Brian it takes Anna less than 10 minutes to enter my room at the station. While puts her clothes into a drawer and sets her hairbrush next to mine on the dresser, I go out to the kitchen where Paulie is chefing up dinner. The guys are all waiting for an explanation. She's going to stay with me here for a while, I say. We're working some things out. Caesar looks up from a magazine. Is she gonna ride with us? I haven't thought of this. Maybe it will take her mind off things, to feel like she's an apprentice or sorts. You know, she just might. Paulie turns around. He's making fajitas tonight, beef. Everything okay, Cap? My sister's keeper, yeah, Paulie, thanks for asking if there's anyone upsetting her. Red says, they'll have to go through all four of us now. The others nod. I wonder what they would think if I told them that the people upsetting Anna are Sarah and I leave the guys finishing up dinner preparations and go back to my room where Anna sits on the second twin bed with her feet pretzeled beneath her. Hey, I say, but she doesn't respond. It takes me a moment to see that she's wearing headphones, blasting God knows what into her ears. She sees me and shuts off music, pulling the phones to rest on her neck like a choker. Hey. I sit down on the edge of bed and look at her. So. You, ideal, want to do something? Like what? I shrug. I don't know. Play cards, like poker. Poker, go fish, whatever. She looks at me carefully. Go fish. Want to braid your hair? Dad, Anna asks, are you feeling all right? I am more comfortable rushing into a building that is going to pieces around me than I am trying to make her feel at ease. I want you to know you can do anything you want here. Is it okay to leave a box of tampons in the bathroom? Immediately, my face goes red, and as if it's catching, so does Anna's. There is only one female firefighter, a part-timer, and the women's room is on the lower level off station. But still. Anna's hair swings over her face. I didn't. I can just keep them, you can put them in the bathroom, I announce. Then I add with authority, if anyone complains, we'll say they are mine. I'm not sure they'll believe you, Dad. I wrap an arm around her. I may not do this right at first. I've never bunked with a 13-year-old girl. I don't shack up with 42-year-old guys too often, either. Good, because I'd have to kill them. Her smile is a stamp against my neck. Maybe this will not be as hard as I think. Maybe I can't convince myself that this move will ultimately keep my family together, even though the first step involves breaking it apart. Dad. Just so you know, no one plays Go Fish after they are potty trained. She hugs me extra tight, THK way she used to when she was small. I remember, in that instant, the last time I carried Anna. We were hiking across a field, the five of us, and the cattails and wild daisies were taller than her head. I swung her up into my arms, and together we parted a sea of reeds. But for the first time we both noticed how far down her legs dangled, how she was too big to sit on my hip, and before long she was struggling to get down and walk on her own. Goldfish get big enough only for the bowl you put them in. Bonsai trees twist in miniature. I would have given anything to keep her little. They outgrow us so much faster than we outgrow them. It seems remarkable that while one of our daughters is leading us into a legal crisis, the other is in the throes of a medical one. But then again, We have known for quite some time that Kate's at the end stages of renal failure. It is Anna, this time, who's thrown us for a loop. And yet, like always, you figure it out, you manage to deal with both. The human capacity for burden is like bamboo, far more flexible than you'd ever believe at first glance. While Anna was packing up her things that afternoon, I went to the hospital. Kate was having her dialysis done when I came into the room. She was asleep with her CD headphones on. Sarah rose from a chair with one finger pressed to her lips, a wart. She led me into the hallway. "How's Kate?" I asked. "About the same," she answered. "How plus or minus Anna?" We traded the status of our children like baseball cards that we'd flash for a peek, but didn't want to give up just yet. I looked at Sarah, wondering how I was supposed to tell her what I'd done. "Where did you two run off to while I was fending off the Udge?" she said. "Well, if you sit around and think about how hot the fire's going to be, you'll never get into the thick of it. I took Anna to the station, something going on at work. I took a deep breath and leaped off the cliff that my marriage had become. No. Anna's going to stay with me there for a few days. I think maybe she needs a little time by herself." Sarah stared at me. "But Anna's not going to be by herself. She's going to be with you." The hallway seemed too bright and too wide all of a sudden. "Is that a bad thing?" "Yes," she said. "Do you really think that buying into Anna's tantrum is going to help her any in the long run?" "I'm not buying into her tantrum, I'm giving her space to come to the right conclusions by herself. You're not the one who's been sitting outside with her while you're in the judge's chambers. I'm worried about her." "Well, that's where we're different," Sarah argued. "I'm worried about both our daughters." I looked at her, and for just a splinter of a minute saw the woman she used to be, one who knew where to find her smile, instead of having to rummage for it, one who always messed up punchlines and still got a laugh, one who could reel me in without even trying. I put my hands on her cheeks. "Oh, there you are," I thought, and I leaned down to kiss her on the forehead. "You know where to find us," I said, and walked away. Shortly after midnight we get an ambulance call. Anna blinks from her bed as the bells go off and light automatically floods the room. "You can stay," I tell her, but she's already up and putting on her shoes. I've given her old turnout gear from our part-time female, a pair of boots, a hard hat. She shrugs into the coat and climbs into the rear of the ambulance, strapping herself to the rear-facing seat behind Red, who's driving. We scream down the streets of Upper Darby to the Sunshine Gates nursing home, an anteroon for meeting St. Peter. Red grabs the stretcher from the ambulance while I carry in the paramedic's bag. A nurse meets us at the front doors. She fell down and lost consciousness for a while. And she's got an altered mental state. We are led to one of the rooms. Inside, an elderly woman lies on the floor, tiny and fine-boned as a bird, blood oozing from the top of her head. It smells like she's lost control of her bowels. "Hi, hun," I say, leaning down immediately. I reach for her hand, the skin thin as crepe. "Can you squeeze my fingers?" And to the nurse, "What's her LD, Briggs?" "She's 87. LD, we are going to help you," I say, continuing to assess her. "She's got a lack on the occipital area. I'm going to need the backboard." While Red runs out to the ambulance to get it, I take LD plus or minus blood pressure and pulse, irregular. "Do you have any pain in your chest?" The woman moans, but shakes her head and then winces. "I'm going to have to put you in a collar, hun, all right? It looks like you hit your head pretty hard." Red returns, bearing the board. Lifting my head, I look at the nurse again. "Do we know if her change in consciousness was the result of fall, or did it cause the fall?" She shakes her head. "No one saw it happen." "Of course," I mutter under my breath. "I need a blanket." The hand that offers it is tiny and shaking. Until that moment, I've completely forgotten Anna is with us. Thanks, baby, I say, taking the time to smile at her. You want to help here? Can you get down to Mrs. Briggs's feet? She nods, white-faced, and crouches down. Red aligns the backboard. We're going to roll you, LD, on 3. We count, shift, strap her on. The motion makes her scalp wound gush again. We load her into the ambulance. Red hauls off to the hospital as I move around the cramped quarters of the cabin, hooking up the oxygen tank, ministering. Anna, gab me in full start kit. I begin to cut LD's clothes off her. You still with us, Nereus? Brius. Little needle stick coming, I say. Position her arm and fry to get a vein, but they are like the faintest tracings of pencil, blueprint shadings. Sweat beads on my forehead. I can't get in with a 20. Anna, can you find a 20? It doesn't help that the patient is moaning, crying. That the ambulance is swaying back and forth, tuning corners, braking, as I fry to insert the smaller needle. Damn it, I say, throwing the second line on the floor. I do a quick cardiac strip and then pick up the radio and dial into the hospital to tell them we're incoming. 87-year-old patient, had a fall. She's alert and answering questions, BP 136/83, pulse 130 and irregular. I tried to get 4 access for you but haven't had a lot of luck with that. She does have a lac on the back of her head but it's pretty well controlled by now. I've got her on oxygen. Any questions? In the beam of an approaching truck, I see Anna's face. The truck earns, the light MLLS, and I realize that my daughter is holding this stranger's hand at the emergency entrance of the hospital. We pull the stretcher out of cabin and wheel into the automatic doors. A team of doctors and nurses is already waiting. She's still talking to us, I say. A male nurse taps her thin wrists. Jesus. Yeah, that's why I couldn't get a line. I needed PD cuffs to get her pressure. Suddenly I remember Anna, who's standing wide-eyed in the doorway. Daddy? Is that lady going to die? I think she might have had a stroke, but she's going to make it. Listen, why don't you just go wait over there, in a chair? I'll be out in 5 minutes, tops. Dad, she says, and I pause at the threshold. Wouldn't it be cool if they were all that way? She doesn't see it the way I do, that LD Briggs is a paramedic's nightmare, that her veins are shot and her conditions waffling and that this has not been a good call at all. What Anna means is that whatever is wrong with LD Briggs can be fixed. I go inside and continue to feed information to the staff as needed. About 10 minutes later, I finish up my run form and look for my daughter in the waiting area, but she's gone missing. I find Red smoothing fresh sheets onto the stretcher, strapping a pillow under its belt. Where's Anna? One figured she was with you. Glancing down one hallway and then the other, all I see are weary physicians, other paramedics, small scatterings of dazed people sipping coffee and hoping for the best. I'll be right back. Compared to the frenzy of the 8th floor is all tucked tight. The nurses all greet me by name as I head for Kate's room and gently push open the door. Anna is too big for Sarah's lap, but that's where she's sitting. She and Kate are both asleep. Over the crown of Anna's head, Sarah watches me approach. I kneel in front of my wife and brush Anna's hair off her temples. Baby, I whisper, it's time to go home. Anna sits up slowly. She lets me take her hand and draw her upright, Sarah's palm trailing down her spine. It's not home, Anna says, but she follows me out of room all the same. Past midnight, I lean down beside Anna and balance my words on the edge of her ear. Come see this, I coax. She sits up, gabs a sweatshirt, stuffs her feet into her sneakers. Together, We climb to the station's roof. The night is falling down around us. Meteors rain like fireworks, quick rips in the seam of the dark. Oh! Anna exclaims, and she lies down so that she can see better. It's the Perseids, I tell her. A meteor shower. It's incredible. Shooting stars are not stars at all. They are just rocks that enter the atmosphere and catch fire under friction. What we wish on, when we see one, is only a trail of debris. In the upper left quadrant of the sky, a radiant bursts in a new stream of sparks. Is it like this every night, while we're asleep? Anna asks. It is a remarkable question. Do all the wonderful things happen when we are not aware of them? I shake my head. Technically, the Earth's path crosses this comet's gritty tail once a year. But a show as dynamic as this one might be once in a lifetime. Wouldn't it be cool if a star landed in the backyard? If we could find it when the sun came up and put it into a fishbowl and use it as a night light or a camping lantern? I can almost see her doing it, combing the lawn for the mark off burned grass. Do you think Kate can see these, out her window? I'm not sure. I come up on an elbow and look at her carefully. But Anna keeps her eyes glued to the upended bowl of the heavens. I know you want to ask me why I'm doing all this. You don't have to say anything if I don't want to. Anna lies down, her head pillowed against my shoulder. Every second, another streak of silver glows, parentheses, exclamation points, commas, a whole grammar made of light, for words too hard to speak. Friday. I thou that the stars are fire, I thou that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt that I love. William Shakespeare, Hamlet. Campbell. The minute one walk into the hospital with Judge at my side, one know I'm in trouble. Security officer, think Hitler in drag with a very bad perm, crosses her arms and blocks my entry at the elevator bank. No dogs, she orders. This is a service dog. You're not blind. I have an irregular heartbeat and he's CPR certified. I head to the office of Dr. Peter Bergen, a psychiatrist who happens to be the chairman of the Medical Ethics Board at Providence Hospital. I'm here by default. I can't seem to find my client. WHC may or may not still be pursuing her lawsuit. Frankly, after the hearing yesterday I was pissed off. I wanted her to me. When she didn't, I went so far as to sit on her doorstep last night for an hour, but no one showed up at her home. This morning, assuming Anna was with her sister, I came to the hospital, only to be told I couldn't go in to see Kate. I can't find Julia, either, although I expected to see her still waiting yesterday on the other side of the door when Judge and I left after the incident at the courthouse. I asked her sister for a cell number, at least, but something tells me that 401G02 hell is out of service. So, because I have nothing better to do, I'm going to work on my case on the off chance that it still exists. Bergen's secretary looks like the kind of woman whose bra size ranks higher than her IQ. Ooh, puppy, she squeals. She reaches out to pat Judge. Please. Don't. I start to come up with one of my ready replies, but why waste it on her? Then head for the door. In the back there I find a small, squat man with a stars and stripes bandana over his graying curls, wearing yoga gear and doing Tai Chi. Busy. Bergen grunts. Something we have in common, Doctor. I'm Campbell Alexander, the attorney who asked for the charts on the Fitzgerald girl. Arms extended forward, the psychiatrist exhales. I sent them over. You sent Kate Fitzgerald's records. I need Anna Fitzgerald's. You know, he replies, now is not a very good time for. Don't let me interrupt your workout. I sit down, and Judge lies at my feet. As I was saying, Anna Fitzgerald? Do you have any notes from the ethics committee about her? The ethics committee has never convened on Anna Fitzgerald's behalf. It's her sister who's the patient. I watch him arch his back, then hunch forward. Do you have any idea how many times Anna's been both an outpatient and an inpatient in this hospital? No, Bergen says. I'm counting 8. But those procedures wouldn't necessarily come before the ethics committee. When the physicians agree with what the patients want, and vice versa, there's no conflict. No reason for us to even hear about it. Dr. Bergen lowers the foot he has raised in the air and reaches for a towel to mop under his arms. We all have all-time jobs, Mr. Alexander. We're psychiatrists and nurses and doctors and scientists and chaplains. We don't go looking for problems. Julia and I leaned against my locker, having an argument about the Virgin Mary. I had been fingering her miraculous medal. Well, actually, it was her collarbone I was after, and the medal had gotten in the way. That if I said, she was just some kid who got herself in trouble, and came up with an ingenious way out of it. Julia nearly choked. I think they can even throw you out of Episcopal Church for that one, can't Bill? Think about it, you're 13, or however old they were back then when they were shacking up, and you have a nice little roll in the hay with Joseph, and before you know it your EPT is coming up positive. You can either face your father's wrath, or you can spin a good story going to contradict you if you say God's the one who knocked you up. Don't you fluent Mary's dad ways thinking, I could gown her, but what if that causes a plague? Just then I jacked open my locker and 100 condoms spilled out. A bunch of guys from the sailing team morphed out of their hiding spots, laughing like hyenas. Figured you could use a new supply, one oft-hem said. Well, what was I supposed to do? I smiled. Before I knew it Julia had taken off for a girl. She ran goddamn fast. I didn't catch up to her until the school was a distant smudge behind us. Jewel, I said, although I didn't know what should come after that. It was not the first time I had made a girl cry, but it was the first time it hurt me to do it. Should I have decked them all? Is that what you want? She rounded on. What do you tell them about us when you're in the locker room? I don't tell them anything. What do you tell your parents about us? I don't, I admitted. Fuck you, she said, and she started running again. The elevator doors open on the 3rd floor, and there's Julia Romano. We stare at each other for a moment, and then Judge gets up and starts wagging his tail. Going down. She steps inside and pushes the button for the lobby, already lit. But it makes her lean across me, so that I can smell her hair, vanilla and cinnamon. What are you doing here? She asks. Becoming supremely disappointed in the state of American health care. How about you? Meeting with Kate's oncologist, Dr. Chance. That means we still have a lawsuit. Julia shakes her head. I don't know. No one in that family's returning my calls, except for Jessie. And that's strictly hormonal. Did you go up to Kate's room? Yeah, they wouldn't let me in. Something about dialysis. They said the same thing to me, I tell her. Well, if you talk to her, look, I interrupt. I have to. We still have a hearing in 3 days until Anna tells me otherwise. If that's the case, you and I really need to sit down and figure out what the hell is going on in this kid's life. Do you want to grab a cup of coffee? No, Julia says, and she starts to leave. Stop. When I grasp her arm, she freezes. I know this is uncomfortable for you. Uncomfortable for me, too. But just because you and I can't seem to grow up doesn't mean Anna shouldn't have a chance to. This is accompanied by a particularly hangdog look. Julia folds her arms. Did you want to write that one down, so you can use it again? I burst out laughing. Jesus, you're tough. Oh, stuff it, Campbell. You're so glib you probably oil your lips every morning. That could use all sorts of images for me, but they involve her body parts. You're right, she says then. Now that I want to write down. When she starts walking away this time, Judge and I follow. She heads out of the hospital and down a side street, an alley, and past a tenement before we break into the sunshine again on Mineral Spring Avenue in North Providence. By that time, I'll gratial that my left hand is wrapped tight to the leash of a dog with an excessive amount of teeth. Chance told me that there's nothing left to do for Kate. Julia tells me. You other than the kidney transplant? No. Here's the incredible fluing. She stops walking, plants herself in front of me. Dr. Chunk Euro doesn't think Kate's strong enough. And Sarah Fitzgerald's pushing for it, I say. When you think about it, Campbell, you can't blame her logic. If Kate's going to die without the transplant anyway, why not go for it? We step delicately around a homeless man and his collection of bottles. Because the transplant involves major surgery for her other daughter, I point out. And putting Anna's health at risk for a procedure that's not necessary for her seems a little cavalier. Suddenly Julia comes to a halt in front of a small shack with a hand-painted sign, Luigi Ravioli. It looks like the sort of place they keep dark, so that you don't notice the rats. Isn't there a Starbucks nearby? I ask, just as an enormous bald man in a white apron opens the door and nearly knocks Julia over. Isabella, he cries, kissing her on both cheeks. No, Uncle Luigi, if's Julia. Julia. He pulls back and frowns. You sure? You ought to cut your hair or something, give us a break. You used to get on my case about my hair when it was short. We got on your case about your hair because it was pink. He looks at me. You hungry? We were hoping for some coffee, and a quiet table. He grins. A quiet table. Julia sighs. Not that kind of quiet table. Right, everything's a big secret. I'll give you the room in the back. He glances down at Judge. Dog stays here. Dog comes, I respond. Not in my restaurant, Luigi insists. He's a service dog, he can't stay outside. Luigi leans close, a couple of inches away from my face. You're blind? Colorblind, I reply. He tells me when the traffic lights change. Julia's uncle's mouth turns down at the corners. Everyone's a whizzes today, he says, and then he leads the way. For weeks, my mother tried to guess the identity of my girlfriend. It's Bitsy, right, the one we met on the vineyard? Or no, wait, it's not Sheila's daughter, the redhead, is it? I told her over and over it was no one she knew, when what I really meant was that Julia was no one she would recognize. I know what's right for Anna, Julia tells me, but I'm not sure she's mature enough to make her own decisions. I pick up another piece of antipasto. If you think she's justified in filing the petition, then what's the conflict? Julia says dryly. Would you like me to define that for you? You know, it's impolite to unsheathe your claws at the dinner table. Right now, every time Anna's mom confronts her, she backs off. Every time something happens with Kate, she backs off, and in spite of what she thinks she's capable of, she hasn't made a decision of this magnitude before, considering what the consequences are going to be to her sister. What if I told you that by the time we have our hearing, she'll be able to make that decision? Julia glances up. Why are you so sure that'll happen? I'm always sure of myself. She plucks an olive out of tray between us. Yeah, she says quietly. I remember that. Although Julia must have had her suspicions, I didn't tell her about my parents, my house. As we drove into Newport in my Jeep, I pulled into the driveway of a huge brick mansion. Campbell, Julia said. You're kidding? I circled the loop-off driveway and turned out the other side. Yeah, I am that way. When I pulled into the house 2 driveways down, the sprawling Georgian with its rows of beech trees and its slope to the bay, it wasn't quite as imposing. At the very least, it was smaller than the first place. Julia shook her head. Your parents are going to take one look at me and pull us apart with a crowbar. They are gonna love you, I told her, the first time I lied to Julia, but not the last. Julia ducks beneath the table with a platter of pasta. Here you go, Judge, she says. So what's with the dog? He translates for my Spanish-speaking clients. Really? I grin at her. Really? She leans forward, narrowing her eyes. UK 10W, I have 6 brothers. I know how you guys work, do tell. And give away my frayed secrets? I don't think so. She shakes her head. Maybe Anna hired because you're just as evasive as she is. She hired me because she saw my name in the paper, I say. Nothing more to it than that. But why'd you take her on? This isn't your usual case. How would you know what my usual case is? It is said iwitly, a joke, but Julia goes mute, and there's my answer. All these years, she's been following my career. Sort of like I've been following hers. I clear my throat, uncomfortable, and point to her face. You've got sauce. Over there. She lifts her napkin and wipes the side of her mouth, but misses completely. Did I get it off? She asks. Leaning forward with my own napkin, I clean the small spot, but then I don't move away. My hand rests on her cheek, our eyes lock, and in that instance, we are young again and learning the shape of each other. Campbell, Julia says, don't do this to 11K. Do what? Push off the same cliff twice. When the cell phone in my coat pocket rings, we both jump. Julia inadvertently knocks over her glass of Chianti while I answer. No, calm down. Calm down, where are you? Okay, I'm on way. Julia stops mopping the table as I hang up. I have to go. Is everything all right? That was Anna, I say. She's at the Upper Darby police station. On the way back to Providence, I tried to come up with at least one awful death per mile for my parents. Bludgeoning, scalping, skinning alive and sprinkling with salt. Pickling in gin, although, don't know whether that would be considered torture or simply nirvana. It was possible they saw me sneaking into the guest room, bringing Julia down the servants' stairs to the rear door of the house. It is possible they could make out our silhouettes as we stripped off our clothes and waded into the bay. Maybe they watched her legs wrap around me, watched me lay her down on a bed made of sweatshirts and flannel. Their excuse, given the next morning over Eggs Benedict, was an invitation to a party at the club that night, black tie, family only. An invitation that, of course, didn't include Julia. It was so hot out by the time we pulled up to her house that some enterprising boy had pried open the fire hydrant, and kids bounced like popcorn. The stream, Julia, I never should have dragged you home to meet my parents. There's a lot of stuff you shouldn't do, she admitted. And most of it involves me. I'll call you before graduation, I said, as she kissed me and got out of the Jeep. But I didn't call. And I didn't meet up with her at graduation, and she thinks she knows why, but she doesn't. The curious thing about Rhode Island is that it has absolutely no feng shui. By this I mean there's a little Compton, but no big Compton. There's an Upper Darby but no Lower Darby. There are all sorts of places denned in terms of something else that doesn't actually exist. Julia follows me in her own car. Judge and I must break a land speed record, because it seems less than 5 minutes have passed since the phone call and the moment we walk into the station to find Anna hysterical beside the desk sergeant. She flies toward me, frantic. You've got to help, she cries. Jesse got arrested. What? I stare at Anna, who tore me away from a very good meal, not to mention a conversation I really would rather have followed to its conclusion. Why is this my problem? Because I need you to get him out, Anna explains slowly, as if I am a moron. You're a lawyer. I'm not his lawyer. But can't you be? Why don't you call your RM there, I suggest? I hear she's taking new clients. Julia whacks me on the arm. Shut up. She turns to Anna. What happened? Jesse stole a car and he got nailed. Give me more details, I say, already regretting this. It was a Humvee, I think. A big, yellow one. There's one big yellow Humvee in this entire state, and it belongs to Judge Newell. A headache begins between my eyes. Your brother stole a judge's car, and you want me to get him out. Anna blinks at me. Well, yeah, Jesus. Let me go talk to the officer. Leaving Anna in Julia's care, I walk to the desk sergeant who, I swear it, is already laughing at me. I'm representing Jesse Fitzgerald is at L. Sorry hear that. It was Judge Newell's, wasn't it? The officer smiles. Yup. I take a deep breath. The kid doesn't have a record. That's because he just turned 18. He's got a juvie record a mile long. Look, I say. His family's going through a lot right now. One sister's dying, the other one is suing her parents. Can you cut a break here? The officer looks over at Anna. I'll talk to the AG for you, but you'd better plead the kid, because I'm quite sure Judge Newell doesn't want to testify. After a little more negotiation, I walk back toward Anna, who leaps up the minute she sees me. Did you fix it? Yeah, but I'm never doing this again, and I'm not done with you. I stalk toward the rear of the station, where the holding cells are. Jesse Fitzgerald lies on his back on the metal bunk, one arm thrown over his eyes. For a moment. Stand outside his cell. You know, you are the best argument I've ever seen for natural selection. He sits up. Who the hell are you? Your fairy godmother. You dumb little shit, do you realize you stole a judge's Humvee? Well, how was I supposed to know whose car it was? Maybe because of judicial vanity plate that says all rise. I say. I'm a lawyer. Your sister asked me to represent you. Against my better judgment, I've agreed. No kidding? So can you get out? They are going to let you go on PR bail. You need to give them your license and agree to live at home, which you already do, so that shouldn't be a problem. Jesse considers this. Do I have to give them my car? No. You can actually see the gears churning. AHD like Jesse couldn't care less about a piece of paper that permits him to drive, just so long as he has wheels. That's cool, then he says. I motion to an officer waiting nearby, who unlocks the cell so that Jesse can leave. We walk side by side to the waiting area. He is as tall as I am but unfinished around the edges. His face lights up as we turn the corner, and for a moment I think he is capable of redemption, that maybe he feels enough for Anna to be an ally for her. But he ignores his sister, and instead approaches Julia. Hey, he says. Were you worried about me? I want, in that moment, to lock him back up. After I kill him. Get away, Julia sighs. Come on, Anna. Let's go find something to eat. Jesse looks up. Excellent. I'm starving, not you, I say. We're going to court. On the day I graduated from Wheeler, the locusts came. They arrived like a thick summer storm, tangling in the branches of trees and thudding hard on the ground. The meteorologists had a field day, trying to explain the phenomenon. They mentioned biblical plagues and El Niño and our prolonged drought. They recommended umbrellas, broad-brimmed hats, staying indoors. The graduation ceremony, however, was held outside under a large white canvas tent. As the salutatorian spoke, his message was punctuated by the suicide leap of bugs. Locusts rolled off the sloped roof, falling into the laps of spectators. I hadn't wanted to come, but my parents forced me to go. Julia found me while I was putting on my cap. She wrapped her arms around my waist. She tried to kiss me. Hey, she said. Which side, oh, the earth, did you drop off? I remember thinking that in our white gowns, we looked like ghosts. I pushed her away from me. Don't. Okay P, just don't. In every graduation photo my parents took, I was smiling as if this new world were a place I actually wanted to live in, while all around me insects fell, big as fists. What is ethical to a lawyer differs from what's ethical to the rest of the world. In fact, we have a written code, the rules of professional responsibility, which we have to read, be tested on, and follow in order to maintain a practice. But these very standards require us to do things that most people consider immoral. For example, if you walk into my office and say, "I killed the Lindbergh baby," I ask you where the body is. Under my bedroom floor, you tell me, 3 feet down below the foundation of the house. If I am to do my job correctly, I can't tell a soul where that baby is. I could be disbarred. In fact, if I do all this, is that I'm actually educated to think that morals and ethics do not necessarily go hand in hand. Bruce, I say to the prosecutor, my client will waive information, and if you get rid of some of these trunk, I swear he'll never come within 50 feet of the judge or his car again. I wonder how much the general population of this country knows that the legal system has far more to do with playing a good hand of poker than it does with justice. Bruce is an all-right guy. Plus, I happen to know he's just been assigned to a double murder. He doesn't want to waste his time with Jesse Fitzgerald's conviction. You know, we're talking about Judge Newbell's Humvee, Campbell, he says. Yes. I am aware of that, I answer gravely, when what I'm thinking is that anyone vain enough to drive a Humvee is practically asking to have it ripped off. Let me talk to the judge, Bruce sighs. I'm probably going to get eviscerated for suggesting it, but I'll tell him that the cops don't mind if we give the kid a break. 20 minutes later, we have signed all the forms, and Jesse stands beside me in the front of the court. 25 minutes later he is on probation, officially, and we walk out onto the courthouse steps. It is one of those summer days that feel like a memory welling up in your throat. On days like this, I would have been sailing with my father. Jesse tips his head back. We used to fish for tadpoles, he says out of nowhere. Catch them up in a bucket, and then watch their tails turn into legs. Not a single one, I swear it, ever made it to frog. He turns to and pulls a pack of cigarettes out of his shirt pocket. Want one? I haven't smoked since I was in law school. But I find myself taking a cigarette and lighting up. Judge watches life happen, lolling his tongue. Beside me, Jesse strikes a match. Thanks, he says, for what you're doing for Anna. Or a car passes by, its radio playing one of those songs that stations never play in winter. A blue stream of smoke flares out from Jesse's mouth. I wonder if has ever been sailing. If there's a memory he's held on to all these years, sitting on the front lawn and feeling the grass cool down after sunset, holding a sparkler on the 4th of July until it burned his fingers. We all have something. She left the note underneath the windshield wiper of my Jeep 17 days after graduation. Before I even opened it, I wondered how she got to Newport, how she made her way back. I carried it out to the bay to read on the rocks, and after I was done I held it up and miffed at it, in case it smelled like her. I was not technically allowed to drive, but that hardly mattered. We met, as per that note, at the cemetery. Julia sat in front of the headstone, her arms clasped around her knees. She looked up when she saw I wanted you to be different. Julia, it's not you, no. She got to her feet. I don't have a thrust ankle, Campbell. My father doesn't own a yacht. You were crossing your fingers, expecting me to turn into Cinderella one of these days. You got it all wrong. I don't care about any of that. Bullshit, you don't. Her eyes narrowed. What did you think, that it would be to GC slumming? Did you do it to piss off all our parents? And now you can scrape me off your shoe like I'm something you stepped in by accident. She struck out at me, clipping me across the chest. I don't need you. I never needed you. Well, I freaking needed you. I shouted back at her. When she turned, I grabbed her shoulders and I kissed her. I took the things I couldn't bring myself to say, and poured them into her. There are some things we do because we convince ourselves it would be better for everyone involved. We tell ourselves that it's the right thing to do, the altruistic thing to do. It's far easier than telling ourselves the truth. I pushed Julia away from me. Walked down that cemetery hill. Didn't look back. Anna sits in the passenger seat, which doesn't go over well with Judge. He hangs his sorry face into the front, right between us, panting up a storm today wasn't a very good harbinger of what's to come, I tell her. What are you talking about? If you want the right to make major decisions, Anna, then you need to start making them now. Not relying on the rest of the world to clean up the messes. She scowls at me. This is all because I called you to help my brother? I thought you were friend. I already told you once I'm not your friend, I'm your attorney. There's a seminal difference. Fine. She fumbles with the lock. I'll go back to the police and tell them to arrest Jesse. SHK nearly succeeds in pushing the passenger door open, although we are traveling on a highway. I grab the handle and slam it shut. Are you crazy? I don't know, she answers. I'd ask you what you think, but it's probably not in the job description. With a yank of the wheel, I pull the car to the shoulder of the road. You know what I think? The reason no one ever asks you for your opinion about anything important is because you change your mind so often they don't know what to believe. Take me, for example. I don't even know if we're still petitioning a judge for medical emancipation. Why wouldn't we be? Ask your mother. Ask Julia. Every time I turn around, someone informs me that you don't want to go with this. I look down at the armrest, where her hand sits, purple sparkle polish, nails bitten to the quick. If you want to be treated like an adult by the court, you need to start acting like one. The only way I can fight for you, Anna, is if you can prove to everyone that you can fight for yourself. When I walk away, I pull the car back onto the road, and glance at her sidelong, but Anna sits with her hands wedged between her thighs, her face set mutinously ahead. We're almost at your house, I say dryly. Then you can get out and give the door a good slam in my face. We're not going to my house. I need to go to the fire station. My dad and I are staying there for a while. Is it my imagination, or did I not spend a couple of hours at the family court yesterday arguing this very point? And I thought you told Julia that you didn't want to be separated from your mother? This is exactly what I'm talking about, Anna, I say, banging my hand on the steering wheel. That the hell do you really want? When she blows, it is remarkable. You want to know what I want? I'm sick of being a gimme pig. I'm sick of nobody asking me how I feel about all this. I'm sick, but I'm never fucking sick enough for this family. She opens the car door while it is still moving, and takes off at a dead run to the firehouse, a few hundred feet in the distance. Well, deep in the recesses of my little client is the potential to make other people listen. It means that on the stand, she'll hold up better than I imagined. And on the heels of that thought, Anna might be able to testify, but what she's said makes her seem unsympathetic. Immature, even. Or in other words, highly unlikely to convince the judge to rule in her favor. Brian, fire and hope are connected, just so you know. The way the Greeks told Zeus, Prometheus and Epimetheus in charge of creating life on Earth. Epimetheus made the animals, giving out bonuses like swiftness and strength and wings. By the time Prometheus made man, all the best qualities had been given out. He settled for making them walk upright, and he gave them fire. Zeus, pissed off, took it away. But Prometheus saw his pride and joy shivering, and unable to cook, he lit a torch from the sun and brought it to man again. To punish Prometheus, Zeus had him chained to a rock, where an eagle fed on his liver. To punish man, Zeus created the first woman Pandora and gave her a gift, a box she was forbidden to open. Pandora's curiosity got the best of her, and one day she opened that box. Out came plagues and misery and mischief. She managed to shut the lid tight before hope escaped. It's the only weapon we have left to fight the others. Ask any fireman, he'll tell you it's true. Hell! Ask any father. On up I say to Campbell Alexander, when he arrives with Anna. There's fresh coffee. He follows me up the stairs, his German shepherd trailing. I pour 2 cups. What's the dog for? He's a chick magnet, the lawyer says. Got any milk? I pass him the carton from the fridge, then sit down with my own mug. It's quiet up here, the boys are downstairs washing the engines and doing their daily maintenance. So. Alexander takes a sip of his coffee. Anna tells me that you've both moved out. Yeah, I sort of figured you might want to ask me about that. You do realize that your wife is opposing counsel, he says carelessly. I meet his eye. I suppose by that you do. I realize that I shouldn't be sitting here talking TCU. That only becomes an issue if your wife is still representing you. I never asked Sarah to represent Alexander. Frowns. I'm not sure she's aware of that. Look, with all due respect, this may seem like an incredibly big deal, and it is, but we have another incredibly big deal going on at the same time. Our older daughter's been hospitalized and, well, Sarah's fighting on 2 fronts. I know. And I'm sorry about Kate, Mr. Fitzgerald, he says, call Brian. I cup my hands around my mug. And I would like to speak to you, with our Sarah around. He leans back in the folding chair. How about right now? It's not a good time, but it will never be a good time for Fluis. Okay. I take a deep breath. I think Anna's right. At first I'm not sure Campbell Alexander's even heard me. Then he asks, are you willing to tell that to the judge at a hearing? I look down at my coffee. I think I have to. By the time Paulie and I responded to this morning's ambulance call, the boyfriend already had the girl in a shower. She sat on the bottom, her legs splayed around the drain, fully dressed. Her hair was matted to the front of her face, but even if it wasn't, I'd have known that she was unconscious. Paulie got right inside and started to drag her out. Her nanis Magda, the boyfriend said. She gonna be okay, right? Is she diabetic? What does that matter? For Christ's sake. Tell me what you were using, I demanded. We were just getting drunk, the boyfriend said. Tequila. He was no more than 17. Old enough to have heard the myth that a shower will bring someone out of a heroin overdose. Let me explain this to you. My buddy and I want to help Magda to save her life. But if you tell that she's got alcohol in her system and it turns out that it's a drug instead, whatever we give her could backfire and make her even worse. You get that? By then, just outside the shower stall, Paulie had wrestled Magda out of her shirt. There were Euro tracks up and down her arms. If it's tequila, then they've been shooting it up. Coma cocktail. I took the Narcan out of the paramedic bag and handed Paulie the equipment for a microdrip. So the boy said, you're not going to tell the cops, are you? In one quick move, I grabbed him by the neck of his shirt and pushed him up against the wall. Are you that alking stupid? It's just that my parents will kill you. Didn't seem to care much if I killed yourself. Or her. I jerked his head toward the girl, who by then was vomiting all over the floor. You think life is something you can throw out like a piece of trash? You think you OD, and get a second chance? I was yelling hard into his face. I felt a hand on my shoulder. Paulie. Step down, Cap, he sighed under his breath. Slowly I realized that the kid was trembling in front of me, that he really had nothing to do with the reason I was yelling. I walked away to clear my head. Paulie finished up with the patient and the came back to me. You know, if it's too much, we can cover for you, he offered. The chief 11 give you as much time off as you want. I need to work. Over his shoulder I could see the girl pinking up, the boy sobbing into his hands beside her. I looked Paulie in the eye. When I'm not here, I explained, I have to be there. The lawyer and I finish up our coffee. Second cup. I offer. I'd better not. I have to get back to the office. We nod at each other, but there is really nothing left to say. Don't worry about Anna, I add. I'll make sure she gets whatever she needs. You RN at LT want to check in at home, too, Alexander says. I just got your son released on PR bail for stealing a judge's Humvee. He puts his coffee cup in the sink and leaves me holding this information, knowing sooner or later, it will force to my knees. Sarah, no matter how many times you drive to the emergency room, it never becomes routine. Brian carries our daughter in his arms, blood running down her face. The triage nurse waves us inside, shepherds the other kids to the bank of plastic chairs where they can wait. A resident comes into the cubicle, all business. What happened? She went over the handlebars off her bike, I said. She landed on concrete. There doesn't seem to be any evidence of concussion, but there's a scalp lack at the hairline of about 1.5 inches. The doctor lays her down gently on the table, snaps on gloves, and peers at her forehead. Ah. You a doctor or a nurse? I try to smile. Just used to this. It takes 82 stitches to sew up the gash. Afterward, with a bright white patch of gauze taped to her head, and a hefty dose of pediatric Tylenol swimming through her veins, we walk out to the waiting area, hand in hand. Jessie asks her how many stitches she needed. Brian tells her she was just as brave as a firefighter. Kate glances at Anna's fresh bandage. I like it better when I get to sit out here, she says. It starts when Kate screams in the bathroom. I race upstairs and jimmy the lock to find my 9-year-old standing in front of a toilet spattered with blood. Blood runs down her legs, too, and has soaked through her underpants. This is the calling card for APL, hemorrhage in all sorts of masks and disguises. Kate's had rectal bleeding before, but she was a toddler, she would not remember. If's all right, I say calmly. I get a warm washcloth to clean her up, and find a sanitary napkin for her underwear. I watch her fry to position the bulk of the pad between her legs. This is the moment I would have had with her when she got her period. Will she live long enough for that? Monu, Kate says. It's back, clinical relapse. Dr. Chance takes off his glasses and presses his thumbs to the corners of his eyes. I think a bone marrow transplant's the way to go. My mind jumps to a memory of an inflatable bozo punching bag I had when I was Anna's age, filled with sand at the bottom. Knew I'd whack it only to have it pop back up. But a few months ago, Brian says, you told us they were dangerous. They are. 50% of patients who receive BMTs are cured. The other half don't survive THK chemo and the radiation leading up to the transplant. Some are killed by the complications they develop after the transplant's done. Brian looks at me, and then speaks the fear that ripples between us. Then would we even put Kate at risk? Because if you don't, Dr. Chance explains, she will die. The first time I call the insurance company, they hang up on me by mistake. The second time, wait through Muzak for 22 minutes before reaching a customer service representative. Can have your policy number. I give her the one all municipal employees get, and Brian's social security number. How can help you? I spoke to someone there a week ago, Evelyn. My Anne has leukemia, and needs a bone marrow transplant. The hospital explained that our insurance company needs to sign off on coverage. A bone marrow transplant costs from $100,000 upward. Needless to say, we don't have that kind of cash lying around. But just because a doctor has recommended the transplant doesn't mean that our insurance company will agree. That sort of procedure needs a special review. Yes, I know. That's where we were a week ago. I'm calling because I haven't heard back from you yet. She puts me on hold, so that she can look up my file. I hear a subtle click, and then the tinny voice of a recorded operator. If you'd like to make a call. Shit. I slam down the phone. Anna, vigilant, pokes her head around the doorway. You said a bad word. I know. I pick up the receiver and hit the redial button. I wind my way through the touch tone menu. Finally, I reach a living person. I was just disconnected. Again. It takes this rep 5 more minutes to take down all the same numbers and names and history I have already given her predecessors. We actually have reviewed your daughter's case, the woman says. Unfortunately, at this time, we don't think that procedure is in her best interests. I feel heat rush to my face. Is dying? In preparation for the bone marrow harvest, I have to give Anna ongoing growth factor shots, just like I once gave Kate after her initial cord blood transplant. The intent is to hyperpack Anna's marrow, so that when it is time to withdraw the cells, there will be plenty for Kate. Anna has been told this, too, but all she knows is that twice a day, her mother has to give her a shot. We use Imla cream, a topical anesthetic. The cream is supposed to keep her from feeling the prick of the needle, but she still yells. I wonder if it hurts as much as having your 6-year-old stare you in the eye and say she hates you. Mrs. Fitzgerald, the insurance company's customer service supervisor, says, "We appreciate where you're coming from truly. I find that very hard to believe," I say. Somehow I doubt that you have a daughter in a life or death situation, and that your advisory board isn't looking solely at the bottom line cost of a transplant. I have told myself that I will not lose my temper, and already 30 seconds into this phone call with the insurance company, I have ceded the battle. AmeriLife will pay 90% of what's considered reasonable and customary for a donor lymphocyte ill fission. However, should you still choose to do a bone marrow transplant, we are willing to cover 10% off costs. I take a deep breath. The doctors on your board who recommended this, what's their specialty? I don't. It's not acute promyelocytic leukemia, thou et al., is it? Because even an oncologist who graduated last in his class from some hack medical school in Guam could probably tell you that a DLI isn't going to work as a cure. That 3 months from now, we'll be having this same discussion again. Plus, if you'd asked a doctor who had any familiarity with my daughter's particular disease burden, he'd tell you that repeating a treatment that's already been tried is highly unlikely to produce results in an APL patient, because they develop a resistance. Which means that AmeriLife is basically agreeing to throw money down a toilet, but not to spend it on the one thing that might actually have a chance of saving my child's life. There is a pregnant bubble of silence on the other end of the phone. Mrs. Fitzgerald, the supervisor, suggests, "It is my understanding that if I follow this protocol, the insurance company would have no problems then paying for the transplant. My sister's keeper, except that my daughter might not be alive by then to get it. We aren't talking about a car, where we can fry a used part first and if it doesn't work, get a new one shipped in. We're talking about a human being. A human being? Do you automatons there even know what the hell that is?" This time, I'm expecting the click when I am disconnected. Zan shows up the night before we are due to go to the hospital to begin Kate's preparatory transplant regimen. She lets Jessie help her set up her portable OMS, takes a phone call from Australia, and then comes into the kitchen so that Brian and I can catch her up on daily routines. "Anna's got gymnastics on Tuesday," I tell her. TLNE o'clock. "And I expect the oil truck to come sometime this week. The trash goes out on Wednesday." Brian adds, "Don't walk Jessie into school. Apparently, that's anathema for 6th graders." She nods and listens and even takes notes, and then says she has a couple of questions. Fish. Gets fed twice a day. Jesse can do it, if you remind him. Is there an off-seal bedtime? Zan asks the year. I reply. Do you want me to give you the real one, or the one you can use if you're going to tack on an extra hour as a special treat? Anna's 8 o'clock, Brian says. Jesse's 10. Anything else? Yes. Zan reaches into her pocket and takes out a check made out to us, for $100,000. Suzanne, I say, stunned. We can't take that. I know how much it costs. You can't cover it. I can. Let Brian picks up the check and hands it back to her. Thank you, he says. But actually, we've got the transplant covered. This is news to we do. The guys at the station sent out a call to arms, nationwide, and got a bunch of donations from other firefighters. Brian looks at I just found out today. Really? Inside me a weight lifts. He shrugs. They are my brothers, he explains. I turn to Zan and hug her. Thank you. For even offering. It's here if you need it, she answers. But we don't. We are able to do this, at least. Kate. I call the next morning. It's time to go. Anna is curled on Zan's lap on the couch. She pulls her thumb out of her mouth, but she doesn't say goodbye. Kate. I yell again. We're leaving. Jesse smirks over his Nintendo controls. Like you'd really take off without her. She doesn't know that. Kate. Sighing, I swing up the stairs toward her bedroom. The door is closed. With a soft knock, I push it open, and find Kate in the final of making her bed. The quilt is pulled tight enough to bounce a dime fits middle, the pillows have been fluffed and scented. Her stuffed animals, relics at this point, sit on the window seat in gradated succession, tallest to smallest. Even her shoes have been neatly arranged in her closet, and the mess on her desk has vanished. Okay. I haven't even asked her to clean up. Clearly, I'm in the wrong bedroom. She turns. It's in case I don't come back, she says. When I first became a parent, I used to lie in bed at night and imagine the most horrible succession of maladies, the bite of a jellyfish, the taste of a poisonous berry, the smile of a dangerous stranger, the dive into a shallow pool. There are so many ways a child can be harmed that it seems nearly impossible one person alone could succeed at keeping him safe. As my children got older, the hazards only changed: inhaling glue, playing with matches, small pink pills sold behind the bleachers of the middle school. You can stay up all night and still not count all the ways to lose the people you love. It seems to me, now that this is more than just a hypothetical, that a parent falls one of two ways when told a child has a fatal disease. Either you dissolve into a puddle, or you take the blow on the cheek and force yourself to lift your face again for more. In this, we probably look a lot like the patients. Kate is semi-conscious on her bed, her central line tubes blooming like a fountain from her chest. The chemo has made her throw up 32 and has given her mouth sores and such bad mucositis that she sounds like a cystic fibrosis patient. She turns to me and tries to speak, but coughs up phlegm instead. Drown, she chokes out. Raising the suction tube she's clutching in her hands, I clear out her mouth and throat. I'll do ill while you rest, I promise, and that is how I come to breathe for her. An oncology ward is a battlefield, and there are definite hierarchies of command. The patients, they are the ones doing the tour of duty. The doctors breeze in and out like conquering heroes, but they need to read your child's chart to remember where they've left off from the previous visit. It is the nurses who are the seasoned sergeants, the ones who are there when your baby is shaking with such a high fever she needs to be bathed in ice, the ones who can teach you how to flush a central venous catheter, or suggest which patient fortunes might still have popsicles left to be stolen, or tell you which dry cleaners know how to remove the stains of blood and chemotherapies from clothing. The nurses know the name of your daughter's stuffed walrus and show her how to make tissue paper flowers to twine around her fall stand. The doctors may be mapping out the war games, but it is the nurses who make the conflict bearable. You get to emo them as they know you, because they take the place of friends you once had in a previous life, the one before diagnosis. Donna's daughter, for example, is studying to be a vet. Ludmilla, on the graveyard shift, wears laminated pictures of Sanibel Island clipped like charms to her stethoscope, because it's where she wants to retire. Willie, the male nurse, has a weakness for chocolate and a wife expecting triplets 1N at LT during Kate's induction, which I have been awake for so long that my body has forgotten how to segue into sleep. I turn on the TV while she sleeps. I mute it, so that the volume won't disturb her. Robin Leach is walking through the palatial home of someone rich and famous. There are gold-plated beadets and hand-carved teak beds, a pool in the shape of a butterfly. There are 10 car garages and red clay tennis courts and 11 roaming peacocks. It's a world I can't even wrap my head around, a life I would never imagine for myself. Sort of like this one used to be. I can't even really remember what it was like to hear a story about a mother with breast cancer or a baby born with congenital heart problems or any other medical burden, and to feel myself crack down the middle, half stern pathetic, half grateful that my own family was safe. We have become that story, for everyone else. I don't realize I'm crying until Donna kneels down in front of me and takes the TV remote out of my hand. Sarah the nurse says, "Can I get you something?" I shake my head, embarrassed to have broken down, even more ashamed to be caught at LT. "I'm fine," I insist. "Yeah, and I'm Hillary Clinton," she says. She reaches for my hand and tugs me upright, drags me toward the door. Kate will not even miss you," Donna finishes. In the small kitchenette where there is coffee brewing 24 hours a day, she fixes a cup for each of us. "I'm sorry," I say. "For what?" "Not being made of gannet." I shake my head. "It just doesn't end." Donna nods, and because she completely understands, I find myself talking. And talking. And when I have spilled all my secrets, I take a deep breath and realize that I have been talking for an hour straight. "Oh my God," I say. "I can't believe I've wasted so much of your time." "It wasn't a waste," Donna replies. "And besides, my shift ended a half hour ago." My cheeks flatten. "You ought to go. I'm sure you have somewhere else you'd much rather be." But instead of leaving, Anna folds me into her ample arms. "Honey," she says, "don't we all?" The door to the ambulatory operating suite yawns open into a small room packed with gleaming silver instruments, a mouth gilded with braces. The doctors and nurses she has met are masked and gowned, only recognizable by their eyes. Anna tugs at me until I kneel down beside her. "What if I changed my mind?" she says. I put my hands on her shoulders. "You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but I know that Kate is counting on you. And Daddy," and she nods once, then slips her hand into mine. "Don't let go," she tells me. A nurse shepherds her in the right direction, onto the table. "Wait till you see what we've got for you, Anna." She draws a heated blanket over her. The anesthesiologist wipes a red-tinged gauze pad around an oxygen mask. "Have you ever gone to sleep in a strawberry field?" They work their way down Anna's body, applying gelled pads that will be hooked to monitors to track her heart and her breathing. They administer to her while she's lying on her back, although I know they will flip her over to draw marrow from her hip bones. The anesthesiologist shows Anna the accordion mechanism on his equipment. "Can you blow up that balloon?" he asks, and places the mask over Anna's face. All this she doesn't let go of my hand. Finally, her grip slackens. She fights at the last minute, her body already asleep but straining forward at the shoulders. One nurse holds Anna down, the other restrains me. It's just the way the medicine affects the body, she explains. You can give her a kiss, so I do. Through my mask I whisper thank you, too. I walk out of the swinging door and peel off my paper hat and booties. I watch the postage stamp window as Anna is rolled to her side and an impossibly long needle is lifted from a sterile tray. Then I go upstairs to wait with Kate. Brian sticks his head into Kate's room. Sarah, he says, exhausted, Anna's asking for you. But I cannot be in two places at one time. I hold the pink cis basin up to Kate's mouth as SHK vomits again beside me. Donna helps lower Kate back onto her pillow. I'm a little busy right now, I say. Anna's asking for you, Brian repeats, that's all. Donna looks from him to me. We'll be fine till you get back, she promises, and after I nod. Anna is on the pediatric floor, one that doesn't have the hermetically sealed rooms necessary for protective isolation. I hear her crying before I even enter the room. Mommy, she sobs. It hurts. Sit down on the side of bed and fold her into my arms. I know, sweetie. Can you stay here? I shake my head. Kate's sick, I'm going to have to go back. Anna pulls away. But I'm in the hospital, she says. I'm in the hospital. Over her head, I glance at Brian. What are they giving her for pain? Very little. The nurse said they don't like to over-medicate kids. That's ridiculous. When I stand, Anna whimpers and grabs for me. Be right back, honey. I accost the first nurse I can find. Unlike the staff in oncology, these RNs are unfamiliar. She was given Tylenol an hour ago, the woman explains. I know she's a little uncomfortable, rocks a seat. Tylenol with codeine? Naproxen, and if it's not on the doctor's orders, call and ask whether it can be put on there. The nurse bristles. With all due respect, Mrs. Fitzgerald, I do this every day, and so do I. When I go back to Anna's row, I am carrying a pediatric dose of Roxacet, which will either relieve her aches or knock her out so that she no longer feels them. I walk in to find Brian's big hands ambling a Lilliputian clasp on the back of a necklace, as he hangs a locket around Anna's neck. I thought you deserved your own gift, since you were giving one to your sister, he says. Of course Anna should be honored for donating her bone marrow. Of course she deserves recognition. But the thought of rewarding someone for their suffering, frankly, never entered my mind. We've all been doing it for so long. They both glance up when I come through the doorway. Look at what Daddy got me, Anna says. I hold out the plastic dosage cup, a poor second best. Shortly after 10 o'clock, Brian brings Anna to Kate's room. She REMs slowly, like an old woman, leaning on Brian for support. The nurses help her into a mask and gown and gloves and booties so that she can be allowed in, a compassionate breach of protocol, as children are not usually allowed to visit protective isolation. Dr. Chance stands beside the four-pole, holding up the bag of marrow. I turn Anna so that she can see it. That, I tell her, is what you gave us. Anna makes a face. It's gross. You can have it. Sounds like a plan, Dr. Chance says, and the rich ruby marrow begins to feed into Kate's central line. I place Anna on the bed. There is room for both of her new shoulder to shoulder. Did it hurt? Kate asks. Kind of. Anna points to the blood running through the plastic tubes into the slit in Kate's chest. Does that? Not really. She sits up a little. Hey, Anna. I'm glad it came from you. Kate reaches for Anna's hand and places it just below the central line's catheter, a spot that falls precariously near her heart. 21 days after the bone marrow transplant, Kate's white cell counts begin to rise, proof of engraftment. To celebrate, Brian insists that he is taking me out to dinner. He arranges for a private duty nurse for Kate, makes reservations at XO Cafe, and even brings me a black dress from my closet. He forgets pumps, so I wind up wearing my $SCRT hiking clogs with it. The restaurant is nearly full. Almost immediately after we are seated, the sommelier to ask if we want wine. Brian orders a Cabernet Sauvignon. Do you even know whether that's red or white? I do not think, in all these years, I have seen Brian drink anything but beer. I know it's got alcohol in it, and I know we're celebrating. He lifts his glass after the sommelier pours it. To our family he toasts. We click glasses and take sips. What are you getting? I ask. What do you want to get? The fillet. That way I can taste it if I get the sole. I fold my menu. Did you hear the results of my last CBC? Brian looks down at the table. I was sort of hoping that we could come here to get away from all that. You know. Just talk. I'd like to talk, I admit. But when I look at Brian, the information that leaps to my lips is about Kate, not us. I have no call to ask him about his day. He has taken 3 weeks off from the station. We are connected by and through sickness. We fall back into silence. I look around XO Cafe and notice that chatter happens mostly at tables where the diners are young and hip. The older couples, the ones sporting wedding bands that wink with their silverware, eat without the pepper of conversation. Is it because they are so comfortable, they already know what the other is thinking? Or is it because after a certain point, there is simply nothing left to say? When the waiter arrives to take our order, we both turn eagerly, grateful for someone who keeps us from having to recognize the strangers we have become. We leave the hospital with a child who is different from the one we brought in. Kate moves cautiously, checking the drawers of the nightstand for anything she might have left behind. She has lost so much weight that the jeans I brought do not fit. We have to use 2 bandanas knotted together as a makeshift belt. Brian has gone down ahead of us to bring the car around. I zip the last Tiger Beat and CD into Kate's duffel bag. She pulls a fleece cap on over her smooth, bare scalp and winds a scarf tight around her neck. She puts on a mask and gloves. Now that we are venturing out of the hospital, she is the one who will need protection. We walk out the door to the applause of the nurses we have come to know so well. Whatever you do, don't come back and see us, all right? Willie jokes. One by one, they walk up to say their goodbyes. Mine they have all dispersed. I smile at Kate. Ready? Kate nods, but she doesn't step forward. She stands rigid, allly aware that once she sets foot outside this doorway, everything changes. Mom. I fold her hand into mine. We'll do it together, I promise, and side by side, we take the first step. The mail is full of hospital bills. We have learned that the insurance company will not talk to the hospital billing department, and vice versa, but neither one thinks that the charges are accurate, which leads them to charge us for procedures we shouldn't have to cover, in the hopes that we are stupid enough to pay them. Managing the monetary aspect of Kate's care is an all-time job that neither Brian nor I can do. I leave for a grocery store flyer, and AAA magazine, and a long-distance rate announcement before I open the letter from the mutual field. It's not something I really pay attention to. Brian usually manages finances that require more than basic checkbook balancing. Besides, the 3 ALDs we have are all earmarked for the kids' education. We are not the sort of family that has enough spare change to play the stock market. Dear NLR Fitzgerald, this is to confirm your recent redemption from Hind Extension 323456, Brian D. Fitzgerald Custodian Fol Catherine S. Fitzgerald, in the amount of $8,369.56. This disbursement effectively closes the account. As banking errors go, this is a pretty major one. We've been off by pennies in our checking account, but at least I've never lost $8,000. I walk out of the kitchen and into the yard, where Brian is rolling an extra garden hose. Well, either someone at the mutual fund screwed up, I say, Handing the letter to Hyaru or the second wife you're supporting is no longer a secret. It takes him one moment too long to read it, the same moment that I realize that this is not a mistake after all. Brian wipes his forehead with the back of one wrist. I took that money out, he says. Without telling, I cannot imagine Brian doing such a thing. There have been times, in the past, where we dipped into the children's accounts, but only because we were having a month too tight to swing the cost of groceries and the mortgage, or because we needed the down payment for a new car, or when our old one had finally been put to rest. We'd lie awake in bed feeling guilt pressed down like an extra quilt, promising each other that we would put that money right back where it belonged as soon as humanly possible. The guys at the station, they tried to raise some money, like I told you. They got $10,000. With this added to it, the hospital's willing to work out some kind of payment plan for us. But you said I know what I said, Sarah. I shake my head, stunned. You lied to I didn't. Zan offered I won't let your sister take care of Kate, Brian says. I'm supposed to take care of Kate. Thigh hose falls to the ground, dribbles and spits at our feet. Sarah, she is not going to live long enough to use that money for college. The sun is bright, the sprinkler twitches on the grass, spraying rainbows. It is far too beautiful a day for words like these. I turn and run into the house. I lock myself in the bathroom. A moment later, Brian bangs on the door. Sarah? Sarah, I'm sorry. I pretend I can't hear him. I pretend I haven't heard anything he's said. At home, we all wear masks so that Kate doesn't have to. I find myself checking her fingernails while she brushes her teeth or pours cereal, to see if the dark ridges made by the chemo have disappeared, a sure sign of the bone marrow transplant's success. Twice a day I give Kate growth factor shots in the thigh, a necessity until her neutrophil count tops 1,000. At that point, the marrow will be resetting itself. She can't go back to school yet, so we get her lessons sent home. Once or twice she has come with me to pick Anna up from kindergarten, but refuses to get out of the car. She will troop to the hospital for her routine CBC, but if I suggest a side trip to the video store or Dunkin' Donuts afterward, she begs off. One Saturday morning, the door to the girl's bedroom is ajar. I knock gently. Want to go to the mall? Kate shrugs. Not now. I lean against the door frame. It'll be good to get out of the house. I don't want to. Although I am sure she does not even realize she is doing it, she skims her palm over her head before tucking her hand into her back pocket. Kate, I begin. Don't say it. Don't tell me that nobody's going to stare at me, because they will. Don't tell me it doesn't matter, because it does. And don't tell me I look fine, because that's a lie. Her eyes, lash bare, fill with tears. I'm a freak, Mom, look at I do, and I see the spots where her brows have gone missing, and the slope of her endless brow and the small divots and bumps that are usually hidden under the cover of hair. Well, I say evenly. We can fix this. Without another word, I walk out of her room knowing Kate will follow. I pass Anna, who abandons her culling book to trail behind her sister. In the basement I pull out a pair of ancient electric groom clippers we found when we bought the house, and plug them in. Then I cut a swath right down the middle of my scalp. Mom? Kate gasps. What? A tumble of brow in waves falls onto Anna's shoulder. She picks them up delicately. It's only hair. With another swipe of the razor, Kate starts to smile. She points out a spot that I've missed, where a small thatch stands like a forest. I sit down on an overturned milk crate and let her shave the other side of my head herself. Anna crawls onto my lap. Me next, she begs. An hour later, we walk the mall holding hands, a trio of bald girls. We stay for hours. Everywhere we go, heads turn and voices whisper. We are beautiful, ×3. Though there is no fire without smoke, Jobby Haywood. Proverbs. Jesse, don't deny it you've driven by a bulldozer or front-end loader on the side of a highway after hours, and wondered why the road crews leave the equipment out there where anyone, me, could steal it. My first truck jacking was years ago. I put a cement mixer out of gear on a slope and watched it roll into a construction company's base trailer. Right now there's a dump truck a mile away from my house. I've seen it sleeping like a baby elephant next to a pile of Jersey barriers on 1 to 195. Not my first choice of wheels, but beggars can't be choosers. In the wake of my little run-in with the law, my father's taken my car into custody, and is keeping it at the fire station. Driving a dump truck turns out to be a hell of a lot different than driving my car. First, you fill up the whole freaking road. Second, it handles like a tank, or at least like what I suppose a tank would handle, like if you didn't have to join an army full of uptight, power-crazy assholes to drive one. Third, and least palatable, people see you coming. When I roll up to the underpass where Duracell DAR makes his cardboard home, he cowers behind his line of 33-gallon drums. Hey, I say, swinging out off cab off truck. It still takes Dan a minute to peek between his hands, make sure I'm telling him the truth like Rig. I ask. He gets up gingerly and touches the streaked side of the truck. Then he laughs. Your Jeep been taking steroids, boy. I load up the rear of the cab with the materials I need. How cool would it be if I just backed the truck up to a window, dumped in several bottles of my arsonist's special, and drove away with the place bursting into flames? Dan stands by the driver's side door. Wash me, he writes across the grit. Hey, I say, and for no reason except the fact that I've never done it before, I ask him if he wants to con for real. Yeah, but there's a rule. Whatever you see and whatever we do, you can't tell anyone about it. He pretends to lock up his lips and toss the key. 5 minutes later, we're on our way to an old shed that used to be a boathouse for one-off colleges. Dan fiddles with the controls, raising and lowering the truck bed while we're tooling along. I tell myself that I've invited him along to add to the thrill. One more person who knows only makes it more exciting. But it's really because there are some nights when you just want to know there's someone else besides you in this wide world. When I was 11 years old, I got a skateboard. I never asked for one, it was a guilt gift. Over THK years I got quite a few of these big-ticket items, usually in conjunction with one of Kate's episodes. My parents would shower her with all kinds of cool shit whenever she had to have something done to her, and since Anna was usually involved, she got some presents, too, and then a week later my parents would feel bad about the inequality and would buy me some toy to make sure I didn't feel left out. Anyway, I cannot even begin to tell you how amazing that skateboard was. It had a skull on the bottom that glowed in the dark, and from the teeth dripped green blood. The wheels were neon yellow and the gritty surface, when you stepped on it in your sneakers, made the sound of a rock star clearing his throat. I skimmed it up and down the driveway, around the sidewalks, learning how to pop wheelies and kickflips and ollies. There was only one rule: I wasn't supposed to take it into the street, because cars could come around at any minute, kids could get hit in an instant. Well, I don't need to tell you that 11-year-old budding derelicts and house rules are like oil and water. By the end of my first week with this board, I thought I'd rather slide down a razor blade into alcohol than tool up and down the sidewalk yet one more time with all the toddlers on their big wheels. I begged my father to take me to the Kmart parking lot, or the school basketball court, or anywhere, really, where I could play around a little. He promised me that on Friday, after Kate had a routine bone marrow aspiration, we could all go out to the school. I could bring my skateboard, Anna could bring her bike, and if Kate felt up to it, she could roll a blade. God, was I looking forward to that. I greased the wheels and polished up the bottom of the skateboard and practiced a double helix on the driveway ramp I'd made of old scrap plywood and a fat log. The minute I saw the car my mom and Kate returning from the hematologist, Elle ran out to THK porch so we wouldn't waste any time. My mother, it turned out, was in a huge hurry, too. Because the door to the van slid open and there was Kate, covered with blood. "Get your father," my mother ordered, holding a wad of tissues up to Kate's face. It wasn't like she hadn't had nosebleeds before. And my mom was always telling me, when it freaked me out, that the bleeding looked way worse than it actually was. But I got my father, and the two of them hustled Kate into the bathroom and tried to keep her from crying, because it only made everything harder. "Dad," I said. "When are we going?" But he was busy wadding up toilet paper, bunching it up under Kate's nose. "Dad," I repeated. My father looked right at me, but he didn't answer. And his eyes were dazed and staring through me, like I was made out of smoke. That was the first time I thought that maybe I was. The thing about flame is that it's insidious, it sneaks, it licks, it looks over its shoulder and laughs. And fuck, it's Busha. Like a sunset eating everything in its path for the first time. I have someone to admire my handiwork beside me. Dan makes a small sound at the back of his throat. Respect, no doubt. But when I look at him, proud, I see that he's got his head ducked into the greasy collar of his army surplus coat. He's got tears running down his face. "Dan, man, what's going on?" Granted, the guy is nuts, but still. I put my hand on his shoulder and you'd think, from his reaction, that a scorpion just landed there. "You scared of the fire, Danny?" "You don't have to be. We're far enough away. We're safe." I give him what I hope is an encouraging smile. What if he freaks out and starts screaming, calls down some wandering cop? "That shed," Dan says. "Yeah, no one's gonna miss it. That's where the rat lives." "Not anymore," I answer. "But the rat. Animals make their own way out of a fire. I'm telling you. The rat will be totally cool. Chill." "But what about the newspapers? He has one with President Kennedy's assassination." It occurs to me that the rat is most likely not a rodent, but another homeless guy. One using this shed as a shelter. "Dan, are you saying someone lives in there?" He looks at the crowning flames and his eyes fill. Then he repeats my own words. "No anymore," he says. Like I said, I was 11, so even to this day I can't tell you how I made my way from our house in Upper Darby to the middle of downtown Providence. I suppose it took me a few hours. I suppose believed that with my new superhero's cloak of invisibility, maybe I could just disappear and reappear somewhere else entirely. I tested myself. I walked the business district, and sure enough, people passed right by me, their eyes on the cracks of the pavement or staring straight ahead like corporate zombies. I walked by a long wall of mirrored glass on the side of a building, where I could see myself. But no matter how many faces I made, no matter how long I stood there, none of the people kneeling around me had anything to say. I wound up that day at the middle of an intersection, smack under the trump light, with taxis honking and a car swerving off to the left and a pair of cops running to keep me from getting old. At the police station, when my dad came to get me, he asked what the hell I'd been thinking. I hadn't been thinking, actually. I was just trying to get to a place where I'd be noticed. First I take off my shirt and dunk it into a puddle on the side of the road, then wrap it around my head and face. The smoke is already billowing, angry black clouds. In the hollow of my ear is the sound of sirens. But I have made a promise to Dan. What hits me first is the heat, a wall that's way more solid than it looks. The frame of the shed stands out, an orange X-ray. Inside, I can't see a foot in front of me. "Rat!" I yell out, already regretting the smoke that leaves me raw-throated and hoarse. "Rat!" No answer. But the shed isn't all that big. I get down on my hands and knees and begin to feel my way around. I only have one really bad imment, when I put my hand down by accident on something that was made of metal before it became a searing brand. My skin sticks to it, blisters immediately. By the time I fall over a booted foot I'm sobbing, sure I will never get out. I feel my way up Rat, haul his limble body over my shoulder, stagger back the way I can. Through some little joke of God, we make it outside. By now, the engines are pulling up, charging their lines. Maybe my father is even here. I stay under the screen of smoke, I dump Rat on the ground with my heart racing, I run in the other direction, leaving the rest of this rescue to people who actually want to be heroes. Anna, did you ever wonder how we all got here? On Earth, I mean, forget the song and dance about Adam and Eve, which I know is a load of crap. My father likes the myth of the Pawnee Indians, say that the star deities populated the world, evening star and morning star hooked up and gave birth to the first female. The first boy came from the sun and the moon. Humans rode in on the back of tornado. Mr. Hume, my science teacher, TM@LT us about this primordial soup full of natural gases and muddy slop and carbon matter that somehow solidified into one celled organisms called choanoflagellates, which sound a lot more like a sexually transmitted disease than the start of the evolutionary chain, in my opinion. But even once you get there, it's a huge leap from an amoeba to a monkey to a whole thinking person. The really amazing thing about all this is, no matter what you believe, it took some doing to get from a point where there was nothing, to a point where all the right neurons fire and pop so that we can make decisions. More amazing is how, even though that's become second nature, we all still manage to screw it up. On Saturday morning, I am at the hospital with Kate and my mother, all of us doing our best to pretend that 2 days from now, my trial won't begin. You'd think this is hard, but actually, it's much easier than the alternative. My family is famous for lying to ourselves by omission. If we don't talk about it, then, presto, no more lawsuit, no more kidney failure, no worries at all. I'm watching Happy Days on the TV Land channel. Those Cunninghams, they are not so differ from us. All they ever seem to worry about is whether Rich's band will be hired at a 1S place, or if Fonzie will win the kissing contest, when even I know that in the 50s Joni should have been having air raid drills at school and Marion was probably popping Valium and Howard would have been freaking out about commie attacks. Maybe if I spend your life pretending you're on a movie set, you don't ever have to admit that the walls are made out of paper and the food is plastic and the words in your mouth aren't really yours. Kate is trying to do a crossword puzzle. What's a 4-letter word for vessel? She asks. Today is a good day. By this I mean she feels up to yelling at me for borrowing 2 of her CDs without asking. For God's sake, she was practically comatose. It isn't like she would have been able to give her permission. She feels up to trying this crossword. That I suggest. Earn 4 letters. Ship, my mother offers. In lab they are thinking of that kind. Blood, Dr. Chance says, coming into the room. That's 5 letters, Kate replies, in a tone that's much more pleasant than the one she used with me, I might add. We all like Dr. Chance. By now, he might as well be the 6th member of our family. Give a number. He on the pain scale. 5. 3. Dr. Chance sits down on the edge of her bed. It may be a 5 in an hour, he cautions. It may be a MNE. My mother's face has gone the color of an eggplant. But Kate's feeling great right now, she cheerleads. I know. But the lucid moments, they are going to get briefer and further apart, Dr. Chance explains. This isn't the APL. This is renal failure. But after a transplant, my mother says all the air in the room, I swear, turns into a sponge. You'd be able to hear a hummingbird's wings, that's how quiet it gets. I want to slink out of room like mist. I don't want this to be my fault. Dr. Chance is the only one brave enough to look at, as I understand it, Sarah, the availability of an organ is under debate. But Monu Kate interrupts. She turns to Dr. Chance. How long are we talking about? A week, maybe. Wow, she says softly. Wow. She touches the edge of newspaper, rubs her thumb over the point at its edge. Will it hurt? No, Dr. Chance promises. I will make sure of that. Kate lays the paper in her lap and touches his arm. Thanks. For the truth, I mean. When Dr. Chance looks up, his eyes are red-rimmed. Don't think he gets up so heavily. I think he must be made of stone, and leaves the room without speaking another word. My mother, she folds into herself, that's the only way to explain it. Like paper, when you put it deep into the fireplace, and instead of burning, it simply seems to vanish. Kate looks at me, and then down at all the tubes that anchor her to the bed. So I get up and walk toward my mother. I put a hand on her shoulder. Moru, I say. Stop. She lifts her head and looks at me with haunted eyes. No, Anna. You stop. It takes me a little while, but I break away. Anna, I murmur. My mother turns. What? A four-letter word for vessel, I say, and I walk out of Kate's room. Later that afternoon, I'm tuning in circles on the swivel chair in my dad's office at the fire station, with Julia sitting across from me. On the desk are a half-dozen pictures of my family. There's one with Kate as a baby, wearing a knit hat that looks like a strawberry. Another with Jessie and me, grinning just as wide as the bluefish balanced between our hands. I used to wonder about the fake pictures that came in frames you buy at the store, ladies with smooth brown hair and show-me smiles, grapefruit-headed babies on their siblings' knees, people who in real life probably were strangers brought together by a talent scout to be a phony family. Maybe it's not so different from real photos. After all, I pick up one picture that shows my mother and father looking tanned and younger than I can ever remember them being. Do you have a boyfriend? I ask Julia. No, she says, way too fast. When I glance up, she just sort of shrugs. Do you? There's this one guy, Kyle McPhee, that I thought I liked, but now I'm not sure. I pick up a pen and start to unscrew the whole thing, pull out the skinny little tube of blue ink. It would be so cool to have one of these built inside you, like a squid. You could point your finger and leave your mark on anything you wanted. What happened? I went to a movie with him, like on a date, and when it was over and we stood up I turned bright red. Well, you know. I wave in the general vicinity of me lap. Julia says. He asked me whether I'd ever taken wood shop at school. I mean, God, wood shop, and I to tell him no, and Baru, I'm staring right there. I put the decapitated pen down on my dad's blotter. When I see him now around town, it's all I can think about. I stare up at her, a thought coming at me: am I a pervert? No, you're 13. And for the record, so is Kyle. He couldn't help it happening anymore. Though you can help thinking about it when you see him. My brother Anthony used to say there were only 2 times a guy could get excited, during the day, and during the night. Your brother used to talk to you about stuff like that? She laughs. I guess so. Why wouldn't Jessie? I snort. If I asked Jessie a question about sex, he'd laugh so hard he'd bust a rib, and then he'd give me a stash of Playboys and tell to do research. How about your parents? I shake my head. My dad is out of the question, because he's my dad. My mom's too distracted, and Kate is in the clueless boat I'm in. Did you and your sister ever fight over the same guy? Actually, we don't go for the type. What's your type? She thinks about it. I don't know. Tall. Dark-haired. Breathing. Do you think Campbell's cute? Julia nearly falls out of her chair. What? Well, I mean, for an older guy. I could see where some might find him attractive, she says. He looks like a character on one of the soaps that Kate likes. I run my thumbnail into the groove of wood on the desk. It's weird that I get to grow up and kiss someone and get married. And Kate doesn't. Julia leans forward. What's going to happen if our sister dies, Anna? One of the pictures on the desk is of me and Kate. We are little, maybe 5 and 2. It is before her first relapse, but after her hair grew back. We're standing on the edge of a beach, wearing matching bathing suits, playing patty cake. You could fold this picture in half and think it was a mirror image, Kate small for her age and me tall, Kate's hair a different color but with the same natural part and flip at the bottom, Kate's hands pressed up against mine. Until now, I don't think I've really realized how much alike we are. The phone rings just before 10 o'clock that night, and to my surprise it's my name that's paged throughout the firehouse. I pick up the extension in the kitchen area, which has been cleaned and mopped for the night. Hello. Anna, my mother says. Immediately, I assume she's calling about Kate. There isn't much else for her to say to me, given the way we left things earlier at the hospital. Is everything okay? Kate's asleep. That's good, I reply, and then wonder if it really is. I called for 2 reasons. The first is to say that I'm sorry about this morning. I feel very small. Me too, I admit. In that minute, I remember how she used to tuck me in at night. She'd go to Kate's bed first, and lean down, and announce that she was kissing Anna. And then she'd come to my bed and say she'd come to hug Kate. Every time, it cracked us up. She'd turn off the light, and for long moments after she left, the room still smelled of the lotion she used on her SHN to keep it as soft as the inside of a flannel pillowcase. The second reason I called, my mother says, was just to say good night. That's all. In her voice, I can hear a smile. Isn't that enough? Sure, I tell her, although it isn't. Because I can't fall asleep, I slip out of my bed at the fire station, past my father, who's snoring. I steal the Guinness Book of World Records from the men's room and lie down on the roof of the station to read by moonlight. An 18-month-old baby named Alejandro fell 65 feet 7 inches from the window of his parents' apartment in Murcia, Spain, and became the infant to survive the longest fall. Roy Sullivan, of Virginia, survived 7 lightning strikes, only to commit suicide after being spurned by a lover. A cat was found in rubble 80 days after a Taiwanese earthquake that killed 2,000, and made a full recovery. I find myself reading and rereading the section called Survivors and Lifesavers, adding listings in my head. Longest surviving APL patient, it would read. Mo's ecstatic sister. My father finds me when I have put the book aside and started searching for Vega. Can't see much tonight, huh? He asks, taking a seat beside me. It is wrapped in clouds, even the moon seems covered with cotton. Nope, I say. Everything's frizzy, you try the telescope. I watch him fiddle with the scope for a while, and then decide that it's just not worth it. At LT I suddenly remember being about 7, riding beside him in the car, and asking him how grown-ups found their way to places. After all, I had never seen him pull out a map. I guess we just get used to taking the same turns, he said, but I wasn't satisfied. Then what about the first you go somewhere? Well, he said, we get directions. But what I want to know is who got them the very first time. That if no one's ever been where you're going? Dad. I ask, is it true that you can use stars like a map? Yeah, if you understand celestial navigation. Is it hard? I'm thinking maybe I should learn a backup plan, for all those times I feel like I'll just wandering in circles. It's pretty jazzy math. You have to measure the altitude of a star, figure out its position using a nautical almanac, figure out what you think the altitude should be and what direction the star should be in based on where you think you are, and compare the altitude you measured with the one you calculated. Then you plot this on a chart, as a line of position you get several lines of position to cross, and that's where you go. My father takes one look at my face and smiles. Exactly, he laughs, never leave home without your GPS. But I bet I could figure it out, it isn't really all that confusing. You head toward the place where all those different positions cross, and you hope for the best. If there was a religion of Anaism, and I had to tell you how humans made their way to Earth, it would go like this: in the beginning, there was nothing at all but the moon and the sun, and the moon wanted to come out during the day, but there was something so much brighter that seemed to fill up all those hours. The moon grew hungry, thinner and thinner, until she was just a slice of herself, and her tips were as sharp as a knife. By accident, because that is the way most things happen, she poked a hole in the night and out spilled a million stars, like a fountain of tears. Horrified, the moon tried to swallow them up. And sometimes this worked, because she got fatter and rounder. But mostly it didn't, because there were just so many. The stars kept coming, until they made the sky so bright that the sun got jealous. He invited the stars to his side of the world, where it was always bright. What he didn't tell them, though, was that in the daytime, they'd never be seen. So the stupid ones leaped from the sky to the ground, and they froze under the weight of their own foolishness. The moon did her best. She carved each of these blocks of sorrow into a man or a woman. She spent the rest of her time watching out so that her other stars wouldn't fall. She spent the rest of her time holding on to whatever scraps she had left. Brian, just before 7 a.m. on Sunday, an octopus walks into the station. Well, it is actually a woman dressed like an octopus, but when you see something like that, distinctions hardly matter. She has tears running down her face and holds a Pekingese dog in her multiple arms. "You have to help me," she says, and that's when I remember, this is Mrs. Zegner, whose house was gutted by a kitchen fire a few days ago. She plucks low at her tentacles. "This is the only clothing I have left. A Halloween costume. Ursula, it's been rotting in a used oil tea locker in Taunton with my Peter, Paul and Mary album collection." I gently sit her down in the chair across from my desk. "Mrs. Zegner, I know your house is uninhabitable." "Uninhabitable? It's wrecked. I can put you in touch with a shelter. And if I like, I can speak to your insurance company to expedite things." She lifts one arm to wipe her eyes, and 8 others, drawn by strings, rise in unison. "I don't have home insurance. I don't believe in living my life expecting the worst." I stare at her for a moment. I try to remember what it is like to be taken aback by the very possibility of disaster. When I get to the hospital, Kate is lying on her back, holding tight to a stuffed bear she's had since she was 7. She's hooked up to one of those patient-managed morphine drips, and her thumb pushes down on the button every now and then, although she is fast asleep. One of the chairs in the room folds out into a cot with a mattress thin as a wafer. This is where Sarah is curled. "Hey," she says, pushing her hair out of her eyes. "Where's Anna?" "Still sleeping like only a kid can." "How was Kate's night?" "Not bad. She was in a little pain between 2 and 4. I sit down on the edge of her cot. "It meant a lot to Anna, you calling last night." When I look into Sarah's eyes, I see Jessie. They have the same culling, the same features. I wonder if Sarah looks at me and thinks of Kate. I wonder if that hurts. It is hard to believe that once, this woman and I sat in a car and drove the entire length of Route 66, and never ran out of things to say. Our conversations now are an economy of facts, full of blue-chip details and insider information. "Do you remember that fortune teller?" I ask. When she looks at me blankly, I keep talking. "We were out in the middle of Nevada, and the Chevy ran out of gas, and you wouldn't let me leave you in the car while I looked for a service station. 10 days from now, when you're still walking in circles, they are going to find me with vultures eating out my insides," Sarah had said, and she'd fallen into step beside me. We hiked back 4 miles to the shanty we'd passed, a gas station. It was run by an old guy and his sister, who advertised herself as a psychic. "Let's do it," Sarah begged, but a reading cost $5 and I only had 10. "Though we'll get half the gas, and ask the psychic when we can expect to run out the next time," Sarah said, and like always, she convinced me. Madame Agnes was the kind of blind that scares children, with cataract eyes that looked like an empty blue sky. She put her immobile hands on Sarah's face to read her bones, and said that she saw babies and a long life, but that it wouldn't be good enough. "Mahaff's that supposed to?" Sarah asked, incensed, and Madame Agnes explained that fortunes were like clay, and could be reshaped at any time. But you could only remake your own culture, not anyone else's, and for some people that just wasn't good enough. She put her hands on my face and said only one thing: save yourself. She told us we would run out of gas again just over the Colorado border, and we did. Now, in the hospital room, Sarah looks at me blankly. "When did we go to Nevada?" she asks, then she shakes her head. "We need to talk. If Anna is really going through with this hearing on Monday, then I need to review your testimony actually." I look down at my hands. "I'm going to speak on Anna's behalf." "What?" With a quick glance over my shoulder to make sure Kate is still sleeping, I do my best to explain. "Sarah, believe me, I've thought long and hard about Fluis 1. And if Anna's through being a donor for Kate, we've got to respect that. If you testify for Anna, the judge is going to say that at least one of her parents is capable of supporting this petition, and he's going to rule in her favor. I know that I say. Why else would I do it?" We stare at each other, speechless, unwilling to admit what lies at the end of each of these roads. "Sarah," I ask finally, "what do you want from me?" "I want to look at you and remember what it used to be like," she says thickly. "I want to go back, Brian. I want you to take me back." But she is not the woman I used to know, the woman who traveled a countryside counting prairie dog holes, who read aloud the classifieds of lonely cowboys seeking women and told me, in the darkest crease of night, that she would love me until the moon lost its footing in the sky. To be fair, I am not the same man. The one who listened. The one who believed her. Sarah, Brian and one are sitting on the couch, sharing sections of newspaper, when A walks into the living room. "If I mow the lawn, like, until I get married," she asks, "can I have €614.96 right now?" "Why, P," we say simultaneously. She rubs her sneaker into the carpet. "I need a little cash." Brian folds the national news section. "I didn't think Gap jeans had gotten quite that expensive." "I knew you'd be like this," she says, ready to huff away. "Hang on." I sit up, rest my elbows on my knees. "What is it you want to buy? What difference does it make?" Anna, Brian responds, "We are not forking over $600 without knowing what it's for." She weighs this for a minute. "It's something on eBay." "My 10-year-old surfs eBay?" "Okay," she sighs. "It's goaltender leg pads." I look at Brian, but he doesn't seem to understand, either. "For hockey," he says. "Well, duh, Anna, you don't play hockey," I point out, and when she blushes, I realize this may not be the case at all. Brian presses her into an explanation. "Off months ago, the chain fell off my bike right in front of the hockey rink. A bunch of guys were practicing, but their goalie had mono, and the coach said he'd pay me $5 to stand in net and block shots. I borrowed the sick kid's equipment, and the thing is, I wasn't that bad at it. I liked it. So I kept coming back." Anna smiles shyly. "The coach asked me to join the team for real, before the tournament. I'm the first girl on it, ever. But I have to have my own equipment. Which costs $614.96. That's just the leg pads, though. I still need a chest protector and catcher and a glove and a mask. She stares at us expectantly. We have to talk about it, I tell her. Anna mutters something that sounds like figures, and walks out of room. My sister's keeper, did you know she was playing hockey? Brian asks me, and I shake my head. I wonder what else my daughter has been hiding from us. We are about to leave the house to watch Anna playing hockey for the first time when Kate announces she isn't going. Please Mom, she begs. Not when I look like this. She has an angry red rash all over her cheeks, palms, soles, and chest, and a moon face, courtesy of steroids she takes to treat it. Her skin is rough and thickened. These are the calling cards of graft versus host disease, which Kate developed after her bone marrow transplant. For the past 4 years, it's come and gone, flaring up when we least expect it. Bone marrow is an organ, and like a heart or a liver, a body can reject it. But instead, the transplanted marrow begins to reject the body it's been put in. The good news is that if that happens, all the cancer cells are under siege, too, something Dr. Chance calls graft versus leukemia disease. The bad news is the symptomology, the chronic diarrhea, the jaundice, the loss of range of motion in her joints, the scarring and sclerosis wherever there's connective tissue. I am so accustomed to fluids that it doesn't faze me, but when the graft versus host disease flares up this badly, I let Kate stay home from school. She is 13, and appearance is paramount. I respect her vanity, because there is so little of it. But I cannot leave her alone in the house, and we have promised Anna we'll come watch her play. This is really important to your sister. In response, Kate flops onto the couch and pulls a throw pillow over her face. Without saying another word, I walk to the hall closet and pull a variety of items from drawers. I hand the gloves to Kate, then jam the hat on her head and wind the scarf around her nose and mouth so that only her eyes are visible. It'll be cold in the rink, I say, in a voice that leaves no room for anything but acceptance. I barely recognize Anna, stuffed and trussed and tied into equipment that, eventually, we wound up borrowing from the coach's nephew. You cannot tell, for example, that she is the only girl on the ice. You cannot tell that she is 2 years younger than every other player out there. I wonder if Anna can hear the cheering froth her helmet, or if she's so focused on what's come toward her that she blocks it all out, concentrating instead on the scrape of the puck and the smack of the sticks. Jessie and Brian sit on the edge of their seats. Even Kate, so reluctant to come, is getting into the game. The opposing goalie, compared to Anna, moves in slow motion. The action switches like a current, the play moving from the far goal toward Anna's. The centre passes to the right wing, who skates for broke, his blades slicing the roar of the cheering crowd. Anna steps forward, sure of where the puck is going before it arrives, her knees bent in, her elbows pointed out. Unbelievable, Brian says to me after the second period. She's got natural talent as a goalie. That much, I could have told him. Anna saves. Every time that night Kate wakes up with blood streaming out of her nose, her rectum, and the sockets of her eyes. I have never seen so much blood, and even as I try to stanch the flow I wonder how much of it she can stand to lose. By the time we reach the hospital, she is disoriented and agitated, finally slipping into unconsciousness. The staff pump her full of plasma, blood, and platelets to replace the lost blood, which seems to leak out of her just as quickly. They give her 4 fluids to prevent hypovolemic shock, and intubate her. They take CT scans of her brain and her lungs to see how far the bleeding has spread. In spite of all the times we have run to the ER in the middle of the night, all the times Kate's relapsed with sudden symptoms, Brian and I know it has never been quite this bad. A nosebleed is one thing, system failure is another. Twice now, she's had cardiac arrhythmias. The hemorrhaging keeps her brain, heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys from receiving the flow they need to work. Dr. Chance takes us into the little lounge at the end of pediatric ICU floor. It is painted white with smiley-faced daisies. On one wall is a growth chart, a 4-foot-tall inchworm. How big can I grow? Brian and I sit very still, as if we will be rewarded for good behavior. Arsenic. Brian repeats poison. It's a very new therapy, Dr. Chance explains. You get it intravenously, for 25 to 60 days. To date, we haven't effected a cure with it. That's not to say it might not happen in the future, but at the moment, we don't even have 5-year survival curves. That's how new the drug is. As it is, Kate's exhausted cord blood, allogenic transplant, radiation, CHERM, and etc. She's lived 2 years past what any of us would have expected. I find myself nodding already. Do it, I say, and Brian looks down at his boots. We can fry it. But in all likelihood, the hemorrhaging will still beat out the arsenic, Dr. Chance tells us. I stare at the growth chart on the wall. Did I tell Kate I loved her before I put her to bed last night? I cannot remember. I cannot at all. Shortly after 2 a.m., I lose Brian. He slips out when I am falling asleep beside Kate's bed. ANC doesn't come back for over an hour. I ask for him at the nurse's desk. I search the cafeteria and the men's room, all empty. Finally I locate him at the end of the hallway, in a tiny atrium that was named in some poor dead child's honor, a room of light and air and plastic plants that a neutropenic patient could enjoy. He sits on an ugly brown corduroy couch, writing furiously with a blue crayon on a piece of scrap paper. Hey, I say quietly, remembering how the kids would color together on the floor of the kitchen, crayons spilled like wildflowers between them. Trade you a yellow for your blue? Brian glances up, startled. Kate's fine. Well, she's the same. Steph, the nurse, has already given her the first induction of arsenic. She has also given her 2 blood transfusions, to make up for what she's losing. Maybe we should bring Kate home, Brian says. Well, of course I now. He steeples his hands. I think she'd want to die in her own bed. That word, between us, explodes like a grenade. She isn't going to. Yes, she is. He looks at me, his face carved by pain. She is dying, Sarah. She will die, either tonight or tomorrow or maybe a year from now if we're really lucky. You heard what Dr. Chance said. Arsenic's not a cure. It just postpones what's coming. My eyes fill up with tears. But I love her, I say, because that is reason enough. So do I. Too much to keep doing this. The paper he has been scribbling on falls out of his hands and lands at my feet. Before he can reach it, I pick it up. It is of tear stains, of cross-outs. She loved the way it smelled in spring, I read. She could beat anyone at gin rummy. She could dance even there wasn't music playing. There are notes on the side, too. Favorite color, pink. Favorite time, day. Twilight. Used to read Where the Wild Things Are, over and over, and still knows it by heart. All the hair stands up on the back of my neck. Is this a eulogy? By now, Brian is crying, too. If I don't do it now, I won't be able to when it's really time. I shake my head. It's not tick. I call my sister at 3:30 in the morning. I woke you, I say, realizing the minute Zan gets on the phone that for her, for everyone normal, it is the middle of night. Is it Kate? I nod, even though she cannot hear that. Zan? Yeah. I close my eyes, feel the tears squeeze out. Sarah, what's the matter? Do you want me to come down there? It is hard to speak around the enormous pressure in my throat. Truth expands until it can choke you. As kids, Zan's bedroom and mine shared a hallway, and we used to fight about leaving the light on through the night. I wanted it burning, she didn't. Put a pillow over your head, I used to tell her. You can make it dark, but I can't make it light. Yes, I say, sobbing freely now. Please. Against all odds, Kate survives for 10 days on intense transalcyoins and arsenic therapy. On the 11th day of her hospitalization, she slips into a coma. I decide I will keep a bedside vigil until she wakes up. And I do this for exactly 45 minutes, until I receive a phone call from the principal of Jessie's school. Apparently, the metal sodium is stored in the high school science laboratory in small containers of oil, because of its volatile reaction with air. Apparently, it is water reactive, too, creating hydrogen and heat. Apparently, my 9th grader was bright enough to realize this, which is why he stole the sample, flushed it down the toilet, and exploded the school's septic tank. After he is expelled for 3 weeks by the principal, a man who has the decency to ask after Kate while basically telling me that my eldest is destined for the state penitentiary, Jessie and I drive back to the hospital. Needless to say, you're grounded. Whatever. Until you're 40. Jessie slouches, and if it is possible, his brows knit even more closely together. I wonder when, exactly, I gave up on him. I wonder why, when Jessie's history is not by any stretch as disappointing as his sister's. The principal's a dick, you know what, Jess? The world's full of them. You will always be up against someone. Something. He glares at me. You could take a conversation about the frigging Red Sox and somehow turn it back to Kate. We pull into the hospital parking lot, but I make no move to shut off the car. Rain pelts the windshield. We're all pretty gifted at that. Or were you blowing up the septic tank for some other reason? You don't know what it's like being the kid whose sister is dying of cancer. I have a fairly good idea. Since I'm the mother of the kid who is dying of cancer. You're absolutely right, it does suck, and sometimes I feel like blowing something up, too, just to get rid of that feeling that I'm going to explode any minute. I glance down and notice a bruise the size of a $50, right in the crook of his arm. There's a matching one on the other side. It is telling, I suppose, that my mind immediately races to heroin, instead of leukemia, as it would with his sister's. W's that. He folds his arms. Nothing. What is it? None of your business. It is my business. I pull down his forearm. Is that from a needle? He lifts his head, eyes blazing. Yeah, Ma. I shoot up every 3 days. Except I'm not doing smack, I'm getting blood taken out of me on the 3rd floor here. He stares at me. Didn't you wonder who else was keeping Kate in platelets? He gets out the car before I can stop him, leaving me staring out a windshield where nothing is clear anymore. 2 weeks after Kate is admitted to the hospital, the nurses convince me to take a day off. I come home and shower in my own bathroom, instead of the one used by the medical staff. I pay overdue bills. Zan, who is still with us, makes me a of coffee. It is fresh and ready when I come down with my hair wet and combed. Anyone call? If by anyone you mean the hospital, then no. She flips the page off cookbook she's reading. This is such bullshit, Zan says. There is no joy in cooking. The front door opens and slams shut. Anna comes racing into the kitchen and stops abruptly at the sight of me. What are you doing here? I live here, I say. Zan clears her throat. Contrary to appearances. But Anna doesn't hear her, or doesn't want to. She has a smile as wide as a canyon on her face, and brandishes a note in front of me. It was sent to Coach Earlit. Read it, read it, read it. Dear Anna Fitzgerald, congratulations on being accepted into the Girls in Goal Summer Hockey Camp. This year Camel will be held in Minneapolis, from July 3 to 17. Please fill out the attached paperwork and medical history and return by 4:30:01. See you on the ice. Coach Sarah tenting I finish scanning the letter. You let Kate go to that sleepaway camp when she was my age, the one for kids with leukemia, Anna says. Do you have any idea who Sarah Chitting is? The goalie on Team USA, and I don't just get to meet her, I get to have her tell me what I'm doing wrong. Coach got a frill scholarship for me, so you don't even have to pay a dime. They'll fly me out on a plane and give me a dorm room to stay in and everything, and nobody gets a chance like this, ever, honey. I say, Care, really, you can't do this. She shakes her head, as if she's trying to make my words fit. But it's not now, or anything. It's not till next, and Kate might be dead by then. It is the first time I can remember Anna ever indicating that she sees an end to this timeline, a moment when she might finally be free of obligation to her sister. Until that point, going to Minnesota is not an option, not because I am afraid of what might happen to Anna there, but because I am afraid of what might happen to Kate while her sister is gone. If Kate survives this latest relapse, who knows how long it will be before another crisis happens. And when it does, we will need Anna, her blood, her stem cells, her tissue, right here. The facts hang between us like a filmy curtain. Zan gets up and puts her arm around Anna. You know what, bud? Maybe we should talk about this with your mom some other time. No. Anna refuses to budge. I want to know why I can't go. I run a hand down my face. Anna, don't do this. Do what, Mom? She says hotly. I don't make you do anything. She crumples the letter and runs out of kitchen. Zan smiles weakly at me. Welcome back, she says. Outside, Anna picks up a hockey stick and starts to shoot against the wall of the garage. She keeps this up for nearly an hour, a rhythmic beat, until I forget she is out there and begin to think a home might have its own pulse. 17 days after Kate is admitted to the hospital, she develops an infection. Her body spikes a fever. She is pan-cultured, blood, urine, stool, and sputum sent out to isolate the organism, but is put on a broad-spectrum antibiotic right away in the hopes that whatever is making her sick might respond. Steph, our favorite nurse, stays late some nights just so that I don't have to face this by myself. She brings me People magazines filched from the day surgery waiting rooms, and holds sunny one-sided conversations with my unconscious daughter. She is a model of resolve and optimism on the surface, but I have seen her eyes cloud with tears as she is sponge bathing Kate, in the moments when she doesn't think I can see her. One morning, Dr. Chance comes in to check on Kate. He wraps his stethoscope around his neck and sits down in a chair across from me. I wanted to be invited to her wedding. You will, I insist, but he shakes his head. My heart beats a little faster. A punch bowl, that's what you can buy. A picture frame. You can make a toast. Sarah, Dr. Chance says, you need to say goodbye. Jessie spends 15 minutes in Kate's closed room, and comes out looking for all the world like a bomb about to explode. He runs to froth the halls of the pediatric ICU ward. I'll go, Brian says. H heads down the corridor in Jessie's direction. Anna sits with her back to the wall. She's angry, too. I'm not doing this. I crouch down next to her. There is nothing, believe me, I'd rather make you do less. But if you don't, Anna, then one day, you're going to wish you had. Belligerent, Anna walks into Kate's row or climbs onto a chair. Kate's chest rises and falls, the work of the respirator. All the fight goes out of Anna as she reaches out to touch her sister's cheek. Can she hear? Absolutely, I answer, more for myself than for her. I won't go to Minnesota, Anna whispers. I won't ever go anywhere. She leans close. Wake up, Kate. We both hold our breath, but nothing happens. I have never understood why it is called losing a child. No parent is that careless. We all know exactly where our sons and daughters are, we just don't necessarily want them to be there. Brian and Kate and I are a circuit. We sit on each side of the bed and hold each other's hands, and one of hers. You were right, I tell him. We should have taken her home. Brian shakes his head. If we hadn't tried the arsenic, we'd spend the rest of our lives asking why not. He brushes back the pale hair that surrounds Kate's face. She's such a good girl. She's always done what you ask her to do. I nod, unable to speak. That's why she's hanging on, you know. She wants your permission to leave. He bends down to Kate, crying so hard he cannot catch his breath. I put my hand on his head. We are not the first parents to lose a child. But we are the first parents to lose our child. And that makes all the difference. When Brian falls asleep, draped over the foot of the bed, I take Kate's scarred hand between both of mine. I trace the ovals of her nails and remember the first time I painted them, when Brian could never believe I'd do that to a 1-year-old. Now, 12 years later, I turn over her palm and wish I knew how to read it, or better yet, how to edit that lifeline. I pull my chair closer to the hospital bed. Do you remember the summer we signed you up for camp? And the night before you left, you said you'd changed your mind and wanted to stay home? I told you to get a seat on the left side of the bus, so that when it pulled away, you'd be able to look back and see there, waiting for you. I press her hand against my cheek, hard enough to leave a mark. You get that same seat in heaven. One where you can watch me, watching you. I bury my face in the blankets and tell this daughter of mine how much I love her. I squeeze her hand one last time. Only to feel the slightest pulse, the tiniest grasp, the smallest clutch of Kate's fingers, as she claws her way back to this world. Anna, here's my question, that age are you when you're in heaven? I mean, if it's heaven, why should be at your beauty queen best, and I doubt that all the people who die of old age are wandering around toothless and bald. It opens up a whole additional realm of questions, too. If you hang yourself, do you walk around all gross and blue, with your tongue spitting out of your mouth? If you are killed in a war, do you spend eternity minus the leg that got blown up by a mine? I figure that maybe you get a choice. You fill out the application form that asks you if you want a star view or a cloud view, if you like chicken or fish or manna for dinner, what age you'd like to be seen as by everyone else. Like me, for example, I might pick 17, in the hopes I'd grow boobs then, and even if I'm a pruny centenarian by the time I die, in heaven I'd be young and pretty. Once at a dinner party I heard my father say that even though he was old, in his heart he was 21. So maybe there is a place in your life you wear out like a rut, or even better, like the soft spot on the couch. And no matter what else happens to you, you come back to that. The problem, I suppose, is that everyone's different. What happens in heaven when all Thesk people are trying to find each other after so many years spent apart? Say that you die and start looking around for your husband, who died 5 years ago. What if you're picturing him at 70, but he hit his groove at 16 and is wandering around suave as can be? Or what if you're Kate, and you die at 16, but in heaven you choose to look 35, an age you never got to be here on earth? How would anyone ever be able to find you? Can't Bill calls my father at the station when we're having lunch, and says that opposing counsel wants to talk about the case. Thick is a really stupid way to put it, since we all know he's talking about my mother. He says we have to meet at 3 o'clock in his office, no matter that it's Sunday. I sit on the floor with Judge's head in my lap. Canville is so busy he doesn't even tell me not to do it. My mother arrives right on the dot and, since Carrie the secretary is off today, walks in by herself. She has made a special effort to pull her hair back into a neat bun. She's put on some makeup. But unlike Campbell, who wears this room like an overcoat he can shrug on and off, my mom looks completely out of place in a law firm. It is hard to believe that my mother used to do this for a living. I guess she used to be someone else, once. I suppose we all were. Hello, she says quietly. Ms. Fitzgerald Campbell replies. Ice. My mother's eyes move from my father, at the conference table, to me, on the floor. Hi, she says again. She steps forward, like she is going to hug me, but she stops. You called this meeting, Councillor Campbell prompts. My mother sits down. I know. I'm hoping that we can clear this up. I want us to make a decision, together. Can't Bill wraps his fingers on the table. Are you offering us a deal? He makes it sound businesslike. My mother blinks at him. Yes, I guess I am. She turns her chair toward me, as if only the two of us are in the room. Anna, I know how much you've done for Kate. I also know she doesn't have many chances left. But she might have this one. My client doesn't need coercing, it's okay, Campbell, I say. Lethea talk if cancer comes back, if this kidney transplant doesn't work, if things don't wind up the way we all wish they would for Kate, well, I will never ask you to help your sister again, but Anna, will you do this one last thing? By now, she looks very tiny, smaller even than me, as if I am the parent and she is the child. I wonder how this optical illusion took place, when neither of us has moved. I glance at my father, but he's gone bolder still, and he seems to be doing everything he can to follow the grain of wood in the conference table instead of getting involved. Are you indicating that if my client willingly donates a kidney, then she will be absolved of all other medical procedures that may be necessary in the future to prolong Kate's life? Campbell clarifies. My mother takes a deep breath. Yes. We need, of course, to discuss it. When I was 7, Jesse went out of his way to make sure I wasn't stupid enough to believe I was Santa. It's Mom and Dad, he explained, and I fought him every step of the way. I decided to test THK theory. So that Christmas I wrote to Santa, and asked for a hamster, which is what I wanted most in the world. I mailed the letter myself in the school secretary's mailbox. And I steadfastly did not tell my parents, although I dropped other hints about toys I hoped for that year. On Christmas morning, I got the sled and the computer game and the tie-dyed comforter I had mentioned to my mother, but I did not get that hamster because she didn't know about it. I learned two things that year, that neither Santa, nor my parents, were what I wanted them to be. Maybe Campbell thinks this is about the law, but really, it's about my mother. I get up from the floor and fly into her arms, which are a little like that spot in life I was talking about before, so familiar that you slide right back to the place where you fit. It makes my throat hurt, and all those tears I've been saving come out after hiding place. Oh, Anna, she cries into my hair. Thank God. Thank God. I hug her twice as tight as I would normally, trying to hold on to this moment the same way I like to paint the slanted light of summer on the back wall of my brain, a mural to stare at during the winter. I put my lips right up to her ear, and even as I speak I wish I wasn't. I can't. My mother's body goes stiff. She pulls away from me, stares at my face. Then she pushes a smile onto her lips that is broken in several spots. She touches the crown of my head. That's it. She stands up, straightens her jacket, and walks out of office. Can't Bill gets out of his seat, too. He crouches down in front of me, in the place where my mother was. Eye to eye, he looks more serious than I have ever seen him look. Anna, he says. Is this really what you want? I open my mouth. And find an answer. Do you think one like Campbell because he's an asshole? One ask my sister, or in spite as he shushes me from the couch she is watching The Way We Were, a movie she's seen 20,000 times. It is on her list of movies you cannot click past, which also includes Pretty Woman Ghost, and Dirty Dancing. If you make me miss the end, Julia, I'll kill you. See ya, Katie / I quote for her. See ya, Hubble. She throws a couch pillow at me and wipes her eyes as the theme music swells. Barbra Streisand, Izzy says, is the bomb. I thought that was a gay men's stereotype. I look up over the table of papers I have been studying in preparation for tomorrow's hearing. This is the decision I will render to the judge, based on what is in Anna Fitzgerald's best interests. The problem is, it doesn't matter whether I side in her favor 0-1 against her. Either way I will be ruining her life. I thought we were talking about Campbell. Izzy says no, / was talking about Campbell. You were swooning? I rub my temples. I thought you might be sympathetic. About Can't Bill Alexander? I'm not sympathetic. I'm apathetic. You're right. That is what kind of pathetic you are. Look, Julia. Maybe it's hereditary, Izzy says. She gets up and starts rubbing the muscles of neck. Maybe you have a gene that attracts you to absolute jerks, then you have it, too. Well. She laughs. Case in point. I want to hate him, you know. Just for the record. Reaching over my shoulder, Izzy takes the Coke I'm drinking and finishes it off. What happened to this being strictly professional? It is. There's just a very vocal minority opposition group in my mind wishing otherwise. Izzy sits back down on the couch. The problem you know, is that you never forget your first one. And even if your brain's smart about it, your body's got the IQ of a fruit fly. It's just so easy with him, is. It's like we're picking up where we left off. I already knew everything I need to about him and he already knows everything he needs to about me. I look at her. Can you fall for someone because you're lazy? Why don't you just screw him and get it out of your system? Because I say, as soon as it's over, that's one more piece of the past I won't be able to get rid of. I can fix you up with one of me friends, Izzy suggests. They all have vaginas. See, you're looking at the wrong stuff, Julia. You ought to be attracted to someone for what they've got inside, then you not for the package it's presented him. Campbell Alexander may be gorgeous, but he's like marzipan frosting on a sardine. You think he's gorgeous. Izzy rolls her eyes. You, she says, are doomed. When the doorbell rings, Izzy goes to look through the peephole. Speak of the devil. It's Can't Bill. I whisper. Tell him I'm not here. Izzy opens the door just a few inches. Julia says she's not here. I'm going to kill you, I mutter, and walk up behind her. Pushing her out of way, I undo the chain and let Campbell and his dog inside. The reception here just keeps getting warmer and frizzier, he says. I cross my arms. What do you want? I'm working good. Sarah Fitzgerald just offered us a plea bargain. Come out to dinner with me and I'll tell you all about it. I am not going out to dinner with you, I tell him. Actually, you are. He shrugs. I know you, and eventually you're going to give in because even more than you don't want to be with me, you want to know what Anna's mother said. Can't we just cut to the chase? Izzy starts laughing. He does know you, Julia. If you don't go willingly, Campbell adds, I have no problem using brute force. Although it's going to be considerably difficult for you to cut your filet mignon if your hands are tied together. I turn to my sister. Do something. Please. She waves at me. See ya, Katie. See ya, Hubble, Campbell replies. Great movie. Izzy looks at Hyoru considering. Maybe there's hope, she says. Rule number 1, I tell him we talk about the trial, and nothing but the trial. So help me God, Can't Bill adds. And may I just say you look beautiful. See, you've already broken the rule. He pulls into a parking lot near the water and cuts the engine. Then he gets out of the car and around to my side to help me out. I look around, but I don't see anything resembling a restaurant. We are at a marina filled with sailboats and yachts, their honey-colored decks tanning in the late sun. Take off your sneakers, Campbell says. No. For God's sake, Julia. This isn't the Victorian age. I'm not going to attack you because I see you ankle. Just do it, will you? Because right now you've got an enormous pole up your ass and this is the only G-rated way can think of to make you relax. He pulls off his own deck shoes and sinks his feet into the grass growing along the edge of the parking lot. RW, he says, and he spreads his arms wide. Come on, Jewel. Carpe diem, summer's almost over, better enjoy it while you can. What about the plea bargain? What Sarah said is going to remain the same whether or not you go barefoot. I still do not know if he's taken on this case because he's a glory hound, because he wants the PR, or if he simply wanted to help Anna. I want to believe the latter, idiot that I am. Campbell waits patiently, the dog at his side. Finally I untie my sneakers and peel off my socks. I step out onto the strip of lawn. I think, is a collective unconscious. We all remember the notes that made up the song of the Ice Cream Man. We all know what it feels like to brand our thighs on a playground slide that's heated up like a knife in a fire. We all have lain on our backs with our eyes closed and our hearts beating across the surface of our lids, hoping that this day will stretch just a little longer than the last one, when in fact it's all going in the other direction. Campbell sits down on the grass. What's rule number 2? That I get to make up all the rules I say. When he smiles at me, I'm lost. Last night, 7 the bartender slipped a martini into my waiting hand and asked me what I was hiding from. I took a sip before I answered, and reminded myself why I hate martinis. They are straight bitter alcohol, which of course is the point, but they also taste that way, which is always somehow disappointing. I'm not hiding, I told him. I'm here, aren't I? It was early at the bar, just dinner time. I stopped in on my way back from the fire station, where I'd been with Anna. 2 guys were making out in a booth in the corner, one lone man was sitting at the other end of the bar. Can we change the channel? He gestured toward the TV, which was broadcasting the evening news. Jennings is so much hotter than Brokaw. 7 flicked the remote, then turned back to me. You're not hiding, but you're sitting in a gay bar at dinner time. You're not hiding, but you're wearing that suit like it's armor. Well, I definitely take fashion advice from a guy with a pierced tongue. 7 lifted a brow. One more martini, and I could convince you to go see my man Johnston and get your own done. You can take the pink hair dye out of Burl, but you never lose those roots. I took another sip of martini. You don't know, at the end of bar, the other customer lifted his face to Peter Jennings and smiled. Maybe 7 said, but neither do you. Dinner turns out to be bread and cheese, well, a baguette and gruyere, on board a 30-foot sailboat. Campbell rolls up his pants like a castaway and sets the rigging and hauls line and catches the wind until we are so far away from the shore of Providence that it is only a line of color, a distant, jeweled necklace. After a while, when it becomes clear to me that any information Canville feels like providing me with won't be doled out until after dessert, I give in. I lie on my back with my arm draped over the sleeping dog. I watch the sail, loose now, flap like the great white wing of a pelican. Campbell comes up from below decks, where he's been hunting down a corkscrew, and holds out 2 glasses of red wine. He sits down on the other side of Judge and scratches behind the German shepherd's ears. You ever think about being an animal? Figuratively? Or literally? Rhetorically, he says. If you hadn't drawn that human card. I think about this for a while. Is this a freak question? Like, if I say killer whale, you're going to tell me that means I'm a ruthless, cold-blooded, bottom-feeder fish. They are mammals, Can't-Bill says. And no. It's just a simple, making polite conversation inquiry. I turn my head. What would you be? I asked you first. Well, a bird is out of question, I'm too scared of heights. I don't think I have the right attitude to be a cat. And I am too much of a loner to ambition in a pack, like a wolf or a dog. I think of saying something like tarsier just to show off, but then he'll ask what the hell that is and I can't remember if it is a rodent or a lizard. A goose, I decide. Campbell bursts out laughing. As in mother? Or silly? It is because they mate for life, but I would rather fall overboard than tell him this. That about you. But he doesn't answer me directly. When I asked Anna the same question, she told me she'd be a phoenix. The image of the mythical creature rising from the ashes glitters in my mind. They don't really exist. Can't Bill strokes the dog's head. She said that depends on whether or not there's someone who can see them. Then he looks up at me. How do you see her, Julia? The wine I have been drinking suddenly tastes bitter. Was all this, the Charnu, the picnic, the sunset sail, engineered to tip my hand in his favour at tomorrow's trial? Whatever I recommend as guardian ad litem will weigh heavily in Judge de Salvo's decision, and Campbell knows it. Until this moment, I had not realised that someone could break your heart twice, along the very same fault lines. I'm not going to tell you what my decision is, I say stiffly. You can wait to hear it when you call as a witness. I grab for the anchor and try to reel it in. I'd like to go back now, please. Can't Bill yanks the line out of my hand. You already told me that you don't think it's in Anna's best interests to be a kidney donor for her sister. I also told you she's incapable of making that decision by herself. Her father moved her out of the house. He can be her moral compass. And how long is that going to last? What about the next time? I am hilarious at myself for falling for this. For agreeing to go out to dinner, for letting myself believe that Campbell might want to be with me, rather than use me. Everything, from his compliments on my looks to the wine sitting on the deck between us, has been coldly calculated to help him win his case. Sarah Fitzgerald offered us a deal, Campbell says. She said if Anna donates the kidney, she will never ask her to do anything for her sister again. Anna turned it down. You know, I could have the judge throw you in jail for this. It's completely unethical to try to seduce me into changing my mind. Seduce you? All I did was lay the cards on the table for you. I made your job easier. Oh, right. Forgive me, I say sarcastically. This isn't about you. This isn't about me writing report with a definite slant toward your client's petition. If you were an animal, Campbell, you know what you'd be? A toad. No, actually, you'd be a parasite on the belly of a toad. Something that takes what it needs without giving a single thing back. A vein throbs blue in his temple. Are you finished? Actually, I'm not. Is anything that comes out of your mouth ever honest? I did not lie to you. No? What's the dog for, Campbell? Jesus Christ, will you shut already? Campbell says, and he pulls me into his arms and kisses. His mouth moves like a silent story, he tastes like salt and wine. There is no moment or relearning, of adjusting the patterns of the past 15 years, our bodies remember where to go. He licks my name along the course of my throat. He presses himself so close to me that any hurt left on the surface between us spreads thin, becomes a binding instead of a boundary. When we break away to breathe again, Campbell stares at me. I'm still right, I whisper. It is the most natural thing in the world when Campbell pulls my old sweatshirt up over my head, works at the clasp of my bra. Then he kneels before me with his head over my heart. When I feel the water rocking the hull of the boat, I think that maybe this is the place for us. Maybe there are entire worlds where there are no fences, where feeling bears you like a tide. Monday, how great a matter a little fire kindleth. The New Testament, James Campbell. We sleep in the tiny cabin, moored to its slip. Tight quarters, but that hardly seems matter. All night long, she fits herself around me. She snores, just a little. Her front tooth is crooked. Her eyelashes are as long as the nail of my thumb. These are the minutiae that prove, more than anything else, the difference between us now that 15 years have passed. When you're 17, you don't think about whose apartment you want to sleep in. When you're 17, you don't even see the pearl pink of her bra, the lace that arrows between her legs. When you're 17, it's all about the now, not the after. What I had loved about Julia, I've said it now, was that she didn't need anyone. A wheeler, even when she stood out with her pink hair and quilted army surplus jacket and combat boots, she did this without apology. It was a great irony that the very fact of a relationship with her would diminish her appeal, that the moment she came to love me back and depend on me as much as I depended on her, she would no longer be a truly independent spirit. No way in hell was I going to be the one to take that quality away from her. After Julia, there weren't all that many women. None whose names I took the time to remember, anyway. It was far too complicated to maintain the facade. Instead, I chose the coward's rocky route of one-night stands. Out of necessity, medical and emotional, I have gotten rather skilled at being an escape artist. But there are a half-dozen times this past night when I had the opportunity to leave. While Julie was sleeping, I even considered how to do it: a note pinned to the pillow, a message scrawled on the deck with her cherry lipstick, and yet the urge to do this was nowhere near as strong as the need to wait just one more minute, 1 hour. From the spot where he's curled up on the galley table tight as a cinnamon bun, Judge raises his head. He whines a little, and I completely understand. Detangling myself from Julia's rich forest hair, I slip out of bed. She inches into the warm spot I've left behind. I swear, it makes me hard again. But instead of doing what naturally, that is, calling in sick with some latent strain of smallpox and making the clerk of the court reschedule the hearing so that I can spend the day getting laid, I pull on my pants and go above deck. I want to make sure I'm at the courthouse before Anna. And need to shower and change. I leave Julia the keys to my car. It's a short walk to my place. It's only when Judge and I are on our way home that I realize, unlike every other bloodshot morning that have left a woman, I haven't fashioned some charming symbol of me exit for Julia, something to lessen the blow of abandonment upon waking. I wonder if this was an oversight. Or if I have been waiting all this time for her to come back, see that I can grow up. When Judge and I arrive at the Garrahy building for the hearing, we have to fight our way through the reporters who have lined up for the main event. They thrust microphones in my face, and inadvertently step on Judge's paws. Anna will take one look at walking this gauntlet, and bolt. Inside the front door, I flag down Vern. Get us security out here, will you? I tell him they are going to eat the witnesses alive. Then I see Sarah Fitzgerald, already waiting. Wearing a suit that most likely hasn't seen the outside of the plastic dry cleaner's bag for a decade, and her hair is pulled back severely into a barrette. She doesn't carry a briefcase, but a knapsack instead. Good morning, I say evenly. The door blows open and Brian enters, looking from Sarah to 11K. Where's Anna? Sarah takes a step forward. Didn't she come here with you? She was already gone when I got back from a call at 5 a.m. She left a note and said she'd see me here. He glances at the door, at the jackals on the other side. I bet she took off. Again, there is the sound of a seal being breached, and then Julia surfs into the courthouse on a crest of shouts and questions. She smooths back her hair, gets her bearings, then looks at me and loses them again. I'll find her, I say. Sarah bristles. No, I will. Julia looks at each of us. Find who? Anna is temporarily absent, I explain. Absent? Julia says. As in disappeared. Not at all. This isn't a lie, either. For Anna to have disappeared, she would have had to appear in the first place. I realize that I even know where I am headed, at the same moment that Sarah understands it, too. In that moment she lets me take the lead. Julia grabs my arm as I am walking toward the door. She shoves my car keys into my hand. Now you do understand why this isn't going to work. I turn to her. Julia, listen, I want to talk about what's going on between us, too. But this isn't the right time. I was talking about Anna Campbell. She's waffling. She couldn't even show up for her own call date. What does that say to you? That everyone gets scared, I answer finally, fair warning for all of us. The shades to the hospital room are drawn, but that doesn't keep me from seeing the angel pallor of Kate Fitzgerald's face, the web of blue veins mapping out the last chance path of medication running under her skin. Curled up on the foot of bed is Anna. At my command, Judge waits by the door. I crouch down. Anna, it's time to go. When the door to the hospital room opens, I'm expecting either Sarah Fitzgerald or a doctor with crash cart. Instead, to my shock, Jesse stands on the threshold. Hey, he says, as if we are old friends. How did you get here? I almost ask, but realize I don't want to hear the answer. We're on our way to the courthouse. Need a lift? I ask dryly. No thanks. I thought since everyone was going to be there, I'd stay here. His eyes do not waver from Kate. She looks like shit. What do you expect? Anna answers, awake now. She's dying again. I find myself staring at my client. I should know better than most that motivations are never what they seem to be, but I still cannot figure her out. We need to go in the car. Anna rides shotgun while Judge takes a seat in the back. She starts telling me about some crazy precedent she found on the internet, where a guy in Montana in 1876 was legally prohibited from using the water from a river that originated on his brother's land, even though it meant all his crops would dry up. What are you doing? She asks, when I deliberately miss the turn to the courthouse. Instead I pull over next to a park. A girl with a great ass jogs by, holding onto the leash of one of those frou-frou dogs that looks more like a cat. We're gonna be late, Anna says after a moment. We already are. Look, Anna. What's going on here? She gives me one of those patented teenage looks, as if to say that there's no way she and I descended from the same evolutionary chain. We're going to court. That's not what I'm asking. I want to know why we're going to court. Well, Campbell, I guess you cut the first day of law school, but that's pretty much what happens when someone files a lawsuit. I level my gaze on her, realizing to be bested. Anna, why are we going to court? She doesn't blink. Do you have a service dog? I wrap my fingers on the steering wheel and look out over the park. Her mother pushes a stroller now, across the same spot where the jogger was, oblivious to the kid who's trying his best to crawl out. A titter of birds explodes from a tree. I don't talk about this with anyone, I say. I'm not just anyone. I take a deep breath. A long time ago I got sick and wound up with an ear infection. But for whatever reason, the medicine didn't work and I got nerve damage. I'm totally deaf in my left ear. Which isn't such a big deal, in the long run, but there are certain lifestyle issues I couldn't handle. Like hearing a car approach, but not being able to tell what direction it's coming from. Or having someone behind me at the grocery store who wants to pass by me in the aisle, but I don't hear her ask. I got trained with Judge so that in those circumstances, he could be my ears. I hesitate. Don't like people feeling sorry for me. Hence, the big secret. Anna stares at me carelessly. I came to your office because just for once, I wanted it to be about me instead of Kate. But this selfish confession soars out of her sideways, it just doesn't fit. This lawsuit has never been about Anna wanting her sister to die, but simply that she wants a chance to live. You're lying? Anna crosses her arms. Well, You lied first. You hear perfectly fine and you're a brat. I start to laugh. You remind me of. Is that to be a good thing? Anna says, but she is smiling. The park is starting to get more crowded. An entire school group walks the path, toddlers tethered together like sled dog huskies, pulling two teachers in their wake. Someone zooms past on a racing bike, wearing the colors of US Postal Service. CRMN. I'll treat you to breakfast. But we're late. I shrug. Who's counting? Judge DeSalvo is not a happy man, and his little field trip this morning has cost us an hour and 8.5. He glares at me when Judge and I hurry into his chambers for the pre-trial conference. Your Honor, I apologize. We had a veterinary I feel, rather than see, Sarah's mouth drop open. That's not what opposing counsel indicated, the judge says. I look DeSalvo right in the eye. Well, it's what happened. Anna was kind enough to help me by keeping the dog calm while the sliver of glass was removed from his paw. The judge is dubious. But there are laws against handicap discrimination, and I'm playing them to the hilt. The last thing I want is for him to blame Anna for this delay. Is there any way of resolving this petition without a hearing? He asks. I'm afraid not. Anna may not be willing to share her secrets, which I can only respect, but she knows that she wants to go through with this. The judge accepts my answer. Mrs. Fitzgerald, I take it you're still representing yourself. Yes, Your Honor, she says. All right then. Judge DeSalvo glances at each of us. This is family court, counselors. In family court, and especially in hearings like these, I tend to personally relax the rules of evidence because I don't want a contentious hearing. I'm able to filter out what is admissible and what is not, and if there's something truly objectionable, I'll listen to the objection, but I would prefer that we get through this hearing quickly, without worrying about form. He looks directly at me. I want this to be as painless as possible for everyone involved. We move into the courtroom, one that's smaller than the criminal courts, but intimidating all the same. I swing into the lobby to pick Anna up along the way. As we crossed the doorway, she stops dead. She glances at the vast panelled walls, the rows of chairs, the imposing bench. Can't Bill, she whispers, I won't have to stand up there and talk, right? The fact is, the judge will most likely want to hear what she has to say. Even if Julia comes out in support of her petition, even if Brian says he will help Anna, Judge DeSalvo may want her to take the stand. But telling her this right now is only going to get her all worked up, and that's not any way to start a hearing. I think about the conversation in the car, when Anna called me a liar. There are two reasons to not tell the truth, because lying will get you what you want, and because lying will keep someone from getting hurt. It's for both of these reasons that I give Anna this answer. Well, I say, I doubt it. Judge, I begin, I know it's not traditional practice, but there's something I'd like to say before we start calling witnesses. Judge DeSalvo sighs. Isn't this sort of standing on ceremony exactly what I asked you not to do? Your Honor, I wouldn't ask if I didn't think it was important. Make it quick, the judge says. I stand up and approach the bench. Your Honor, all of Anna Fitzgerald's life she has been medically treated for her sister's good, not her own. No one doubts Sarah Fitzgerald's love for all her children, or the decisions she's made that have prolonged Kate's life. But today we have to doubt the decisions she's made for this child. I turn, and see Julia watching me carefully. And suddenly I remember that old ethics assignment, and know what I have to say. You might remember the recent case of the firefighters in Worcester, Massachusetts, who were killed in a blaze started by a homeless woman. She knew the fire had started and she left the building, but she never called 911 because she thought she might get into trouble. 6 men died that night, and yet the state couldn't hold this woman responsible, because in America, even if the consequences are tragic, you are not responsible for someone else's safety. You aren't obligated to help anyone in distress. Not if you're the one who started the fire, not if you're a passerby to a car wreck, not if you're a perfectly matched donor. I look at Julia again. We're here today because there's a difference in our system of justice between what's legal and what's moral. Sometimes it's easy to tell them apart. But every now and then, especially when they rub up against each other, right sometimes looks wrong, and wrong sometimes looks right. I walk back to my seat, and stand in front of it. We're here today, I finish, so that this court can help us all see a little more clearly. My first witness is opposing counsel. I watch Sarah walk to the stand unsteadily, a sailor getting her sea legs again. She manages to get herself into the seat and be sworn in without ever breaking her gaze away from Anna. Judge, I'd like permission to treat Mrs. Fitzgerald as a hostile witness. The judge frowns. Mr. Alexander, I truly would hope that both you and Mrs. Fitzgerald can stand to be civilized, here. Understood, Your Honor. I walk toward Sarah. Can you state your name? She lifts her chin a fraction. Sarah Crofton Fitzgerald. You are the mother of minor child Anna Fitzgerald. Yes. And also of Kate and Jessie. Isn't it true that your daughter Kate was diagnosed with acute promyelocytic leukemia at age 2? That's right. At that time, did you and your husband decide to conceive a child who would be genetically programmed to be an organ donor for Kate, so that she could be cured? My sister's keeper Sarah's face hardens. Not the words I would choose, but that was the story behind Anna's conception, yes. We were planning to use Anna's umbilical cord blood for a transplant. Why didn't you try to find an unrelated donor? It's much more dangerous. The risk of mortality would have been far higher with someone who wasn't related to Kate. So how old was Anna when she first donated an organ or tissue to her sister? Kate had the transplant RMNTH after Anna was born. I shake my head. I didn't ask when Kate received it, I asked when Anna donated it. The cord blood was taken from Anna after birth, isn't that right? Yes, Sarah says, but Anna wasn't even aware of it. How old was Anna the next time she donated some body part to Kate? Sarah winces, just as I have expected. She was 5 when she gave donor lymphocytes. What does that involve? Drawing blood from the crooks of her arms. Did Anna agree to let you put a needle in her arm? She was 5 years old, Sarah answers. Did you ask her if you could put a needle in her arm? I asked her to help her sister. Isn't it true that someone had to physically hold Anna down to get the needle in her arm? Sarah looks at Anna, closes her eyes. Yes. Do you call that voluntary participation, NLRS? Fitzgerald. From the corner of my eye I can see Judge DeSalvo's brows draw together. The first time you took lymphocytes from Anna, were there any side effects? She had some bruising. Some tenderness. How long was it before you took blood again? A month. Did she have to be held down that time, too? Yes, but what were her side effects then? The same. Sarah shakes her head. You don't understand. It wasn't like I didn't see what was happening to Anna, every time she underwent a procedure. It doesn't matter which of your children you see in that situation, every single time, it breaks you apart. And yet, Neris Fitzgerald, you managed to get past that sentiment, I say, because you took blood from Anna a 3rd time. It took that long to get all the lymphocytes, Sarah says. It's not an exact procedure. How old was Anna the next time she had to undergo medical treatment for her sister's well-being? When Kate was 9 she got a raging infection, and again, that's not what I asked. I want to know what happened to Anna when she was 6. She donated granulocytes to Kate's infection. It's a process a lot like a lymphocyte donation. Another needle stick. That's right. Did you ask her if she was willing to donate the granulocytes? Sarah doesn't answer. NFRS Fitzgerald, the judge prompts. She turns toward her daughter, pleading. Anna, you know we never did any of these things to hurt you. It hurt all of us. If you got the bruises on the outside, then we got them on the inside. Mrs. Fitzgerald, I step between her and Anna. Did you ask her? Please don't do as Sarah says. We all know the history. I'll stipulate to whatever it is you're trying to do in the process of crucifying me. I'd rather just get this part over with. Because it's hard to hear it hashed out again, isn't it? I'm walking a fine line, but behind me there is Anna, and I want her to know that someone here is willing to go the distance for her. Added up like this, it doesn't seem quite so innocuous, does it? Mr. Alexander, what is the point of this? Judge de Sawanvo says. I am well aware of the number of procedures Anna's undergone. Because we have Kate's medical history, Your Honor, not Anna's. Judge de Salvo looks between us. Be brief, Counselor. I turn to Sarah. Bone marrow, she says woodenly, before I can ask the question. She was put under general anesthesia because she was so young, and needles were put into the crests of her hips to draw out the marrow. Was it one needle stick, like the other procedures? No, Sarah says quietly. It was about 15. Into the bone? Yes. What were the side effects for Anna this time around? She had some pain, and was given analgesics. So this Anna had to be hospitalized overnight, and she needed medication herself. Sarah takes a minute to compose herself. I was told that donating marrow isn't considered a particularly invasive procedure for a donor. Maybe I was just waiting to hear those words, maybe I needed to hear them at that time. And maybe I was not thinking as much of Anna as I should have been, because I was so focused on Kate. But I know beyond a doubt that, like everyone else in OU family, Anna wanted nothing more than for her sister to be cured. Well, sure, I reply, so that you'd stop sticking needles in her. Enough, NLR. Alexander. Judge de Salvo interjects. Wait, Sarah interrupts. I have something to say. She turns Tom. You think you can lay it all out in words, black and white, as if it's that easy. But you only represent one of my daughters, near Alexander, and only in this courtroom I represent both of them equally, everywhere, every place. I love both of them equally, everywhere, every place. But you admitted that you've always considered Kate's health, not Anna's, in making these choices I point out. So how can you claim to love both of them equally? How can you say that you haven't been favoring one child in your decisions? Aren't you asking me to do that very thing? Sarah asks. Only this time, to favor the other child. Anna, when you are a KII, you have your own language, and unlike French or Spanish, whatever you start learning in 4th grade, this one you're born with, and eventually lose. Everyone under the age of 7 is fluent in if speak. Go hang around with someone under feet tall and you'll see. If a giant funnel-web spider crawled out of that hole over your head and bit you on the neck? What if the only antidote for venom was locked up in a vault on the top of a mountain? What till you lived through the bite, but could only move your eyelids and blink out an alphabet? It doesn't really matter how far you go, the point is that it's a world of possibility. Kids think with their brains cracked wide open. Becoming an adult, I've decided, is only a slow sewing shut. During the first recess, Can't Bill takes me to a conference room for privacy and buys me a Coke that isn't cold. So he says, "What do you think so far? Being in the courtroom is weird. It's like I've turned into a ghost. I can watch what's going on, but even if I felt like speaking, no one would be able to hear me. Add to that the very bizarre way I have to listen to everyone talk about my life as if they can't see me sitting right there, and you've landed in my surreal little corner of earth." Can't Bill pops open his 7-Up and sits down across from me. He pours a little into a paper cup for Judge, and then takes a good long drink. Comments, he says. Questions. Unadulterated praise for my skill litigation? I shrug. It's not like I expected. What do you mean? I guess I figured when it started, I'd know for sure that I was doing the right thing. But when Mom was up there, and you were asking her all those questions, I glance up at him, that part about it not being simple. She's right. What if I was the one who was sick? What if Kate had been asked to do what I've done? What I one of these days, some marrow or blood or whatever actually worked, and that was the end? That if I could look back on all this one day and feel good about what I did, instead of feeling guilty? That the judge doesn't think I'm right? What if he does? I can't answer a single one of these, which is how I know that whether I'm ready or not, I'll growing up. Anna. Campbell gets up and comes around to my side of the table. Now is not the time to start changing your mind. I'm not changing my mind. I roll the can between my palms. I think I'm just saying that even we win, we don't. When I was 12 I started babysitting for twins who lived on the street. They are only 6, and C they don't like the dark, so I usually wind up sitting between them on a stool that's shaped like the stubby foot of an elephant, toenails and all. It never fails to amaze me how quickly a kid can shut off an energ switch. They'll be climbing the curtains and bam, 5 minutes later, they are conked out. Was I ever like that? I can't remember, and it makes feel ancient. Every now and then one of the twins will fall asleep before the other one. Anna, his brother, will say, "How many years till I can drive?" 10. I tell him, "How many years till you can drive?" 3. Then the talk will split off like the spokes of a spider web. What kind of car will I buy? What will I be when I grow up? Does it suck to get homework every night in middle school? It's totally a ploy to stay up a little bit later. Sometimes I fall for it, mostly I just make him go to sleep. See, I get a round hollow spot in my belly knowing I could tell him what's coming, but also knowing it would come out sounding like a warning. The second witness Campbell calls is Dr. Bergen, the head of the Medical Ethics Committee at Providence Hospital. He has salt and pepper hair and a face dented in like a potato. He is smaller than you'd expect, too, given the fact that it takes him just short of a millennium to recite his credentials. Dr. Bergen can't. Bill starts, "What's an ethics committee?" A diverse group of doctors, RNs, clergy, ethicists, and scientists, who are assigned to review individual cases to protect patients' rights. In Western bioethics, there are 6 principles we try to follow. He ticks them off on his fingers. Autonomy, or the idea that any patient over age 18 has the right to refuse treatment. Veracity, which is basically informed consent. Fidelity, that is, a healthcare provider fulfilling his duties. Beneficence, or doing what's in the best interests of the patient. Non-maleficence, when you can no longer do good, you shouldn't do harm. Like performing major surgery on a terminal patient who's 102 years old. And finally, justice, that no patient should be discriminated against in receiving treatment. What does an ethics committee do? Generally, we are called to convene when there's a discrepancy about patient care. For example, if a physician feels it's in the patient's best interests to go on with extraordinary measures, and the finally doesn't, or vice versa. So you don't see every case that passes through a hospital. No. Only when there are complaints, or if the attending physician asks for a consultation. We review the situation and make recommendations. Not decisions. No, Dr. Bergen says. What if the patient complaining is a minor? Campbell asks. Consent isn't necessary until age 13. We rely on parents to make informed choices for their children until that point. What if they can't? He blinks. You if they're not physically present. No, if there's another gender they are adhering to, that in some way keeps them from making choices in the best interests of that child. My mother stands up. Objection, she says. His speculating sustained. Judge DeSalvo replies. Without missing a beat, Campbell turns back to his witness. Do parents control their children's health care decisions until age 18? Well, I could answer that. Parents control everything, unless you're like Jesse and you do enough to upset them that they'd rather ignore you than pretend you actually exist. Legally, Dr. Bergen says. However, once a child reaches adolescence, although they can't give formal consent, they have to agree to any hospital procedure, even if their parents have already signed off on it. This rule, if you ask me, is like the law against jaywalking. Everyone knows you're not supposed to do it, but that doesn't actually stop you. Dr. Bergen is still talking. In the rare instance where a parent and an adolescent patient disagree, the ethics committee will assess several factors: whether the procedure is in the adolescent's best interests, the risk/benefit scenario, the age and maturity of adolescent, and the argument he or she presents. Has the ethics committee at Providence Hospital ever met regarding the care of Kat Fitzgerald? Campbell asks. On 2 occasions, Dr. Bergen says. The first involved allowing her to enter a trial for peripheral blood stem cell transplant in 2002, when her bone marrow transplant and several other options had failed. The second, more recently, involved whether or not it would be in her best interests to receive a donor kidney. What was the outcome, Dr. Bergen? We recommended that Kate Fitzgerald receive a peripheral blood stem cell transplant. As for the kidney, our group was split on that decision. Can you explain? Several of us felt that, at this point, the patient's health care had deteriorated to a point where major invasive transplant surgery was going to do more harm than good. Others believed that without a transplant, she would still die, and therefore the benefits outweighed the risk. If your team was split, then who gets to decide what will ultimately happen? In Kate's case, because she is still a minor, her parents, during either of the times that your committee met regarding Kate's medical treatment, did you discuss the risks and benefits to the donor? That wasn't the issue at stake. What about the consent of the donor, Anna Fitzgerald? Dr. Bergen looks right at me, sympathetic, which it turns out is worse even than him thinking I'm a horrible person for filing this petition in the first place. He shakes his head. It goes without saying that no hospital in the country is going to take a kidney out of a child who doesn't want to donate it. So, theoretically, if Anna was fighting this decision, the case would most likely land on your desk. Well, has Anna's case landed on your desk, Doctor? No. Campbell advances toward him. Can you tell us why? Because she isn't a patient. Really? He pulls a stack of papers out from his briefcase, and hands them to the judge, and then to Dr. Bergen. These are Anna Fitzgerald's hospital records at Providence Hospital for the past 13 years. Why would there be records for her, if she wasn't a patient? Dr. Bergen flips through them. She's had several invasive procedures, he admits. Go, Campbell. I think I am not one to believe in knights who ride in to rescue damsels in distress, but I bet it feels a little like fleece. Doesn't it strike you as odd that in 13 years, given the thickness of this file and the fact it exists in the first place, the Medical Ethics Committee never once convened to discuss what was being done to Anna? We were under the impression that donation was her wish. Are you telling me that if Anna had previously said she didn't want to give up lymphocytes or granulocytes or cord blood or even a bee sting kit in her back, the Ethics Committee would have acted differently? I know where you're going with this, Mr. Alexander, the psychiatrist says coldly. The problem is that this kind of medical situation hasn't existed before. There is no precedent. We're trying to feel our way as best we can. Isn't your job as an ethics committee to look at situations that haven't existed before? Well, yes. Dr. Bergen, in your avert opinion, is it ethically right for Anna Fitzgerald to have been asked to donate parts of her own body repeatedly for 13 years? Objection, my mother calls out. The judge strokes his chin. I want to hear this. Dr. Berger glances at me again. Quite frankly, even before I knew that Anna didn't want to be a participant, I voted against her donating a kidney to her sister. I don't believe Kate would live the transplant, and therefore Anna would undergo a serious operation for no reason at all. Up until this point, however, I think that the risk of the procedures was small, compared to the benefit the family as a whole received, and I support the choices the Fitzgeralds made for Anna. Can't Bill pretends to consider this. Dr. Bergen, what kind of car do you drive? A Porsche. Bet you like it. I do, he says guardedly. What if I told you that you have to give up your Porsche before you leave this courtroom, because that action will save Judge DeSalvo's life? That's ridiculous. You can't. Bill leans in. What if you had no choice? What if, today, psychiatrists simply have to do whatever lawyers decide is in the best interests of others? He rolls his eyes. In spite of the high drama you're alluding to, Mr. Alexander, there are basic donor rights, safeguards put into place in medicine, so that the greater good doesn't steamroll the pioneers who helped create it. The United States has a long and nasty history of the abuse of informed consent, which is what led to laws relating to human subjects research. It keeps people from being used as experimental lab rats. Then tell us, Campbell says, how the hell did Anna Fitzgerald slip through the cracks? When I was only 7 months old, there was a block party in our neighborhood. It's just as bad as you're thinking, jello molds and towers of cheese cubes and dancing in the street to music piped out of someone's living room stereo. I, of course, have no personal recollection of any of this. I was plopped down in one of those walkers they made for babies before babies started overturning them and cracking their heads open. At any rate, I was in my walker, tooling around between the tables and watching the other kids, so the story goes, when I sort of lost my footing. Our block is canted at an angle, and suddenly the wheels were moving faster than I could make them stop. I whizzed past adults, under the barricade the cops had put up at the end of the road to shut it off to traffic, and I was heading right for a main drag all of cars. But Kate came out of nowhere and ran after me. She somehow managed to grab me by the back of my shirt moments before I got hit by a passing Toyota. Every now and then, someone on the block brings this me. I remember it as the time she saved me, instead of other way around. My mother gets her first chance to play a lawyer. Dr. Bergen, she says, how long have you known of my family? I've been at Providence Hospital for 10 years now. In those 10 years, when some aspect of Kate's treatment was presented to you, what did you up with a plan of action that was recommended, he says? Or an alternate, if possible. When you did, at any point in your report did you mention that Anna shouldn't be a part of it? No. Did you ever say this would hurt Anna considerably? No. Or put her in grave medical danger herself? No. Maybe it's not Campbell, after all, who will turn out to be my white knight. Maybe it's my mother. Dr. Bergen, she asks, do you have kids? The doctor looks up. I have a son. He's 13. Have you ever looked at these cases that come to the medical ethics committee and put yourself in a patient's shoes? Or better yet, a parent's shoes? I have, he admits. If you were me, my mother says, and the medical ethics committee handed you back a piece of paper with a suggested course of action that would save your son's life, would you question them at the, or would you just jump at the chance? He doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. Judge DeSalvo calls a second recess after that. Canville says something about getting up and stretching my legs. So I start to follow him out, walking right past my mother. As I pass by, I feel her hand on my waist, tugging down my t-shirt, which is riding in the back. She hates the spaghetti strap girls, the ones who come to school in halters and lowriders, like they are trying out as dancers in a Britney Spears video instead of going to math class. I can almost hear her voice, "Please tell me." Tha shrank in the wash. She seems to realize mid-tug that maybe she shouldn't have done this. I stop, and Campbell stops, too, and her face goes bright red. "Sorry," she says. I put my hand over hers and tuck my shirt into the back of my jeans where it should be. I look at Campbell. "Meet you outside." He's giving me a look that has "bad idea" written all over it, but he nods and heads down the aisle. Then my mother and I are nearly alone in the courtroom. I lean forward and kiss her on the cheek. "You did really great up there," I tell her, because I don't know how to say what I really want to, that the people you love can surprise you every day. That maybe who we are isn't so much about what we do, but rather what we are capable of when we least expect it. Sarah Kate meets Taylor Ambrose when they are sitting side by side. "Hooked up to what are you here for?" she asks, and I immediately look up from my book, because in all the years that Kate has been receiving outpatient treatment I cannot remember her initiating a conversation. The boy she is talking to is not much older than she is, maybe 16 to her 14. He has brown eyes that dance, and is wearing a Bruins cap over his bald head. "The free cocktails," he answers, and the dimples in his cheeks deepen. "Kate gins." "Happy hour," she says, and she looks up at the bag of platelets being infused into her. "I'm Taylor." He holds out his hand. "AML Kate." "APL." He whistles, and raises his brows. "Ooh," he says. "A rarity." Kate tosses her cropped hair. "Aren't we all?" I watch this, amazed. Who is this flirt, and what has she done with my little girl? "Platelets," he says, scrutinizing the label on her IV bag. "You're in remission. Today, anyway." Kate glances at his pole, the telltale black bag that covers the cytoxan. "Chemo." "Yeah, today, anyway." "So," Kate Taylor says. He has that rangy puppy look of a 16-year-old, one with immobile knees and thick fingers and cheekbones he hasn't yet grown into. When he crosses his arms, the muscles swell. I realize he's doing this on purpose, and I duck my head to hide a smile. "What do you do when you're not at Providence Hospital?" she thinks, and then a slow smile lights her up from the inside out. "Wait for something that makes me come back." This makes Taylor laugh out loud. "Maybe sometime we can wait together," he says, and he passes her a wrapper from a gauze pad. "Can I have your phone number?" Kate scribbles it down as Taylor's phone begins to beep. The nurse comes in and unhooks his line. "You're out of here, Taylor," she says. "Where's your ride?" "Waiting downstairs." "I'm all set." He gets out of padded chair slowly, almost weakly, the first reminder that this is not some casual conversation. He slips the piece of paper with our phone number into his pocket. "Well, I'll call you, Kate." When he leaves, Kate lets all her breath out in a dramatic finish. She rolls her head after him. 01 My God, she gasps. "He's gorgeous." The nurse, checking her flow, gins. "Tell me about it, honey. If only I were 30 years younger." Kate turns to me, blooming. "You think he'll call?" "Maybe," I say. "Where do you think we'll go out?" I think of Brian, who has always said that Kate can date when she's 40. "Let's take one step, I suggest." But inside, I am singing. The arsenic, which ultimately put Kate into remission, worked its magic by wearing her down. Taylor Ambrose, a drug of an entirely different sort, works his magic by building her up. It becomes a habit. When the phone rings at 7 p.m, Kate flies from the dinner table and hides in a closet with the portable receiver. The rest of us clear the dinner plates and spend time in the living room and get ready for bed, hearing little more than giggles and whispers, and then Kate emerges from her cocoon, flushed and glowing, first love beating like a hummingbird at the pulse in her throat. Every time it happens, I can't stop staring. It is not that Kate is so beautiful, although she is, it's that I never let myself believe that I would see her all grown up. I follow her into the bathroom one night, after one of her marathon phone sessions. Kate stares at herself in the mirror, pursing her lips and raising her brows in a come hither pose. Her hand comes up to her cropped hair. After the chemo, it never grew back in waves, just thick straight tufts that she usually cultivates with aromas to look like bedhead. She holds her palm out, as if she still expects to see hair shedding. "What do you think he sees when he looks at me?" Kate asks. I come to stand behind her. She is not the child that mirrors me, that would be Jessie, and yet when you put us side by side, there are definite similarities. It's not in the shape of the mouth but the set of it, the sheer determination that silvers our eyes. I think he sees a girl who knows what he's been through, I tell her honestly. I got on the internet and read up on AML, she says. His leukemia's got a pretty high cure rate. She turns to me. Then you care more if someone else lives than you do about yourself, is that what love's like? It is hard, all of a sudden, to pull an answer through the tunnel of my throat. Exactly. Kate runs the tap and washes her face with a foam of soap. I hand her a towel, and as she rises from the cloud of it, she says, "Something bad's going to happen." On alert, I search her out for clues. What's the matter? Nothing. But that's the way it works. If there's something as good as Taylor in my life, I'm going to pay for it. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, I say out of habit, yet there is a truth to this. Anyone who believes that people have ultimate control of what life hands to them needs only to spend a day in the shoes of a child with leukemia. Or her mother. Maybe you're finally getting a break, I say. 3 days later, during a routine CBC, the hematologist tells us that Kate is once again throwing promyelocytes, the first slide down a steep slope of relapse. I have never eavesdropped, at least not intentionally, until the night that Kate comes back from her first date with Taylor, to see a movie. She tiptoes into her room and sits down on Anna's bed. "You awake?" she asks. Anna rolls over, groans. I am now. Sleep slips away from her, like a shawl falling to the floor. "How was it?" "Wow," Kate says, and she laughs. "Wow, how wow?" "Like, tonsil hockey wow." "You are so disgusting," Kate whispers, although there's a smile behind it. "But he is a really good kisser." She dangles this like a fisherman. "Get out." Anna's voice shines. "So what was it like?" "Flying," Kate answers. "I bet it feels just the same way." "I don't get what that has in common with someone slobbering all over you." "God, Anna, it's not like he spits on you. What does Taylor taste like?" "Popcorn," she laughs. "And Guy? How did you know what to do?" "I didn't. It just kind of happened. Like the way you play hockey." This, finally, makes sense to Anna. "Well," she says, "I do feel pretty good when I'm doing that." "You have no idea," Kate sighs. There is some movement, I imagine her stripping off her clothes. I wonder if Taylor is imagining the same, somewhere. Pillow is punched, cover yanked back, sheets rustle as Kate gets into bed and rolls onto her side. "Anna." "He has scars on his palms, from graft versus host," Kate murmurs. "I could feel them when we were holding hands." "Was it gross?" "No," she says. "It was like we matched." At first, I can't get Kate to agree to undergo the peripheral blood stem cell transplant. She refuses because she doesn't want to be hospitalized for chemo, doesn't want to have to sit in reverse isolation for the next 6 weeks when she could be going out with Taylor Ambrose. "It's your life," I point out to her, and she looks at me as if I'm crazy. "Exactly," she says. In the end, we compromise. The oncology team agrees to let Kate begin her chemo as an outpatient, in preparation for a transplant from Anna. At home, she agrees to wear a mask. At the first indication of her counts dropping, she'll be hospitalized. They aren't happy, they worry it will affect the procedure, but like me they also understand that Kate has reached the age where she can bargain with her will. As it turns out, this separation amity is all for naught, since Taylor shows for Kate's first outpatient chemo appointment. "What are you doing here? I can't seem to stay away," he jokes. "Hey, Mrs. Fitzgerald." He sits down beside Kate in THK empty adjoining chair. "God, it feels good to be in one of these without an 4 hookup," rub it in, Kate mutters. Taylor puts his hand on her arm. "How far into it are you?" "Just started." He gets up and sits on the wide arm of Kate's chair, picks the Mrs. basin up from Kate's lap. $100 says you can't make it till 3 without tossing your cookies. Kate glances at the clock. It is 2:50. "You're on. What did you have for lunch?" He grins, "Wicked. Or should I guess based on the colors?" "You're disgusting," Kate says, but her smile is as wide as the sea. Taylor puts his hand on her shoulder. She leans into the contact. "The first time Brian touched me, he saved my life." There had been cataclysmic downpours via Providence, a nor'easter that swelled the tides and put the parking lot at the courthouse entirely underwater. I was clerking then, when we were evacuated. Brian's department was in charge. I walked onto the stone steps of the building to see cars floating by, and abandoned purses, and even a terrified paddling dog. Meanwhile I had been filing briefs, the world I knew had been submerged. "Need hand?" Brian asked, dressed in his heel turnout gear, and he held out his arms. As he swam me to higher ground, rain struck my face and pelted my back. I wondered how in a deluge, I could feel like I was being burned alive. "What's the longest you've ever gone before throwing up?" Kate asks Taylor. 2 days. Get out. The nurse glances up from her paperwork. "True," she confirms. "I saw it with my own eyes." Taylor grins at her. "I told you, I'm a master at this." He looks at the clock, 2:57. "Don't you have anywhere else you'd rather be?" Kate says, trying to weasel out of bed. "Trying to spare you." Although, before she can finish, she goes green. Both the nurse and I rise from our seats, but Taylor reaches Kate first. He holds the vomit basin beneath her chin, and when she starts retching, he rubs his hand in slow circles on her upper back. "It's okay," he soothes, close to her temple. The nurse and I exchange glances. "Looks like she's in good hands," the nurse says, and she leaves to take care of another patient. When Kate is finished, Taylor puts the basin aside and wipes her mouth with a tissue. She looks up at Hyaru glow-eyed and flushed, her nose still running. "Sorry," she mutters. "For what?" Taylor says. "Tomorrow, it could be. I wonder if all mothers feel like this the moment they realize their daughters are grown up, as if it is impossible to believe that the laundry I once folded for her was doll-sized, as if I can still see her dancing in lazy pirouettes along the lip of the sandbox. Wasn't it yesterday that her hand was only as big as the sand dollar she found on the beach? That same hand, the one that's holding a boy's, wasn't it just holding mine, tugging so that I might stop and see the spider web, the milkweed pod, any of 1,000 moments she wanted me to freeze? Time is an optical illusion, never quite as solid or strong as we think it is. You would assume that, given everything, I saw this coming. But watching Kate watch this boy, I see I have 1,000 things to learn." "I'm date," Kate murmurs. Taylor smiles at her. "Fries," he says. "For lunch." Kate smacks his shoulder. "You are disgusting," he raises one brow. "You lost the bet, You know I seem to have left my trust fund at home. Taylor pretends to study has 0k, I know what you can give instead. Sexual favors. Kate says, forgetting I am here. Gee, I don't know. Taylor laughs. Should we ask your RMM? She goes plum red. Oops. Keep this up, I warn, and your next date will be during a bone marrow aspiration. You know the hospital has this dance, at LT. Suddenly, Taylor is jittery, his ME bobs up and down. It's for kids who are sick. There are doctors and nurses there, in case, and it's held in one of the conference rooms at the hospital, but for the most part it's just like a regular prom, you know, lame band, ugly tuxes, punch spiked with platelets. He swallows. I'm just kidding about that last part. Well, I went last year, stag, and it was pretty dumb, but I figure since you're a patient and I'm a patient, maybe this year we could, go together. Kate, with an aplomb I never would have guessed she possesses, considers the offer. When is Saturday? As it turns out, I don't have plans to kick the bucket that day. She beams at him. I'd love to. Cool, Taylor says, smiling. Very cool. He reaches for a fresh basin, careful of Kate's foreline, which snakes down between them. I wonder if her heart is pumping faster, if it will affect the medication. If she'll be sicker, sooner rather than later. Taylor settles Kate into the crook of his arm. Together, they wait for what comes next. It's too low, I say, as Kate holds a pale yellow dress up below her neck from the spot on the boutique floor where she is sitting. Anna offers up her opinion, too. You'd look like a banana. We have been shopping for a prom dress for hours. Kate has only 2 days to prepare for this dance, and it has become an obsession, what she will wear, how she will do her makeup, if the band is going to play anything remotely decent. Her hair, of course, is not an issue. After chemo she lost it all. She hates wigs, they feel like bugs on her scalp, she says, but she is too self-conscious to go commando. Today, she has wrapped a batik scarf around her head, like a proud, pale African queen. The reality of this outing hasn't matched Kate's dreams. Dresses that normal girls wear to proms bare the midriff or shoulders, where Kate's skin is riddled and thickened with scarring. They cling in all the wrong places. They are cut to showcase a healthy, hale body, not to hide the lack of it. The saleswoman who hovers like a hummingbird takes the dress from Kate. It's actually quite modest, she pushes. It really does cover up a fair amount of cleavage. Will it cover this? Kate snaps, popping open the buttons of her peasant blouse to reveal her recently replaced Hickman catheter, which sprouts from the center of her chest. The saleswoman gasps before she can remember to stop herself. Oh, she says faintly. Kate. I scold. She shakes her head. Let's just get out of here. As soon as we are on the street in front of the boutique I lace into her. Just because you're angry, you don't have to take it out on the rest of world. Well, she's a bitch, Kate retorts. Did you see her looking at my scarf? Maybe she just liked the pattern, I say dryly. Yeah, and maybe I'm going to wake up tomorrow and not be sick. Her words fall like boulders between us, cracking the sidewalk. I'm not going to find a stupid dress. I don't know why I even told Taylor I'd go in the first place. Don't you think every other girl who's going to that dance is in the same boat? Trying to find gowns that cover up tubes and bruises and wires and colostomy bags and God knows what. I don't care about anyone else, Kate says. I wanted to look good. Really good, you know, for one night. Taylor already thinks you're Busha. Well, I don't. Kate cries. I don't, well, and maybe I want to just once. It is a warm day, one where the ground beneath our feet seems to be breathing. The sun beats down on my head, on the back of my neck. That do I say to that? I have never been Kate. I how prayed and begged and wanted to be the one who's sick in lieu of her, some devil's Faustian bargain, but that is not the way it's happened. We'll sew something, I suggest. You can design it. You don't know how to sew, Kate sighs. I'll learn in a day. She shakes her head. You can't fix it every time, Mom. How come I know that, and you don't? She leaves me on the sidewalk and storms off. Anna runs after her, loops her arm through Kate's elbow, and drags her into a storefront a few feet away from the boutique, while I hurry to catch up. It is a salon, filled with gum-cracking hairstylists. Kate is struggling to get away from Anna, but Anna, she can be strong when she wants to be. Hey, Anna says, getting the attention of the receptionist. Do you work here? When I'm forced to. You guys do prom hairstyles? Sure, the stylist says. Like an updo. Yeah, for my sister. Anna looks at Kate, who has stopped fighting. A smile glows slowly across her face, like a firefly caught in a jelly jar. That's right. For me, Kate says mischievously, and she unwinds the scarf from her bald head. Everyone in the salon stops speaking. Kate stands regally straight. We were thinking of French braids, Anna continues. A panu, Kate adds. Anna giggles. Maybe a nice chignon. The stylist swallows, caught between shock and sympathy and political correctness. Well, we might be able to do something for you. She clears her throat. There's always, you know, extensions. Extensions, Anna repeats, and Kate bursts out laughing. The stylist begins to look behind the girls, toward the ceiling. Is this like a candid cameo thing? At that, my daughters collapse into each other's arms, hysterical. They laugh until they cannot catch their breath. They laugh until they cry. As a chaperone at the Providence Hospital prom, I am in charge of the punch. Like every other food item provided for the celebrants, it's neutropenic. The nurses, fairy godmothers for the night, have converted a conference room into a fantasy dance hall, complete with streamers and a disco ball. And mood lighting. Kate is a vine twined around Taylor. They sway to completely different music than the song that is playing. Kate wears her obligatory blue mask. Taylor has given her a corsage made of silk flowers, because real ones can carry diseases that immunocompromised patients can't fight off. In the end, I did not wind up sewing a dress. I found one online at bluefly.com, a gold sheath, cut in AV for Kate's catheter. But over this is a long-sleeved, sheer shirt, one that wraps at the waist and glimmers when she turns this way and that, so when you notice the strange triple tubing coming out by her breastbone, you wonder if it was only a trick of the light. We took 1,000 photos before leaving the house. When Kate and Taylor had escaped and were waiting for me in the car, I went to put the camera away and found Brian in the kitchen with his back to Hey. I said, "You going to wave us off? Throw rice." It was only when he turned around that I realized he'd come in here to cry. "I didn't expect to see this," he said. "I didn't think I'd get to have this." I fitted myself against him, working our bodies so tight it felt as if we'd been carved from the same smooth stone. "Wait up for us," I whispered, and then I left. Now, I hand a cup of punch to a boy whose hair is just starting to fall out in small tufts. It sheds on the black lapel of his tuxedo. "Thanks," he says, and I see he has the most beautiful eyes, dark and still as a panther's. I glance away and realize that Kate and Taylor are gone. What if she's sick? What if he's sick? I have promised myself I wouldn't be overprotective. Boo, there are too many children here for the staff to really keep track of. I ask another parent to take over my punch station and then I search out the ladies' room. I check the supply closet. I walk through empty hallways and dark corridors and even the chapel. Finally I hear Kate's voice through a cracked doorway. She and Taylor stand under a spotlight moon, holding hands. The courtyard they've found is a favorite for the residents during the daytime. Many doctors who wouldn't otherwise see the light off sun take their lunches out here. I am about to ask if Fairy all right when Kate speaks. Are you afraid of dying? Taylor shakes his head. Not really. Sometimes, thou Adele, I think about my Emerald. If people will say good things, you know, about me. If Fanon will cry. He hesitates. If anyone will even come. I will, Kate promises. Taylor dips his head toward Kate's, and she sways closer, and I realize that this is I followed them. I knew this was what I would find, and like Brian, I wanted one more picture of my daughter. One that I might worry between my fingers like a piece of sea glass. Taylor lifts up the edges of her blue hygienic mask, and I know I should stop him, I know I have to, but I don't. This much I want her have. When they kiss, it is Busha, those alabaster heads bent together, smooth as statues, an optical illusion, a mirror image that's folding into itself. When Kate goes into the hospital for her stem cell transplant, she is an emotional wreck. She is far less concerned with the runny fluid being infused into her catheter than she is with the fact that Taylor hasn't called her in days, and has in fact not returned her calls either. Did you have a fight? I ask, and she shakes her head. Did he say he was going somewhere? Maybe it was an I say. Maybe this has nothing to do with you at all. Maybe it does, Kate argues. Then the best revenge is getting healthy enough to give him a piece of your mind, I point out. I'll be right back. In the hallway, I approach Steph, a nurse who has just come on duty and whose in Kate for years. The truth is, I am just as surprised about Taylor's lack of communication as Kate is. He knew she was coming in here. Taylor Ambrose, I ask Steph. Has he been in today? She looks at and blinks. Big kid, sweet. Hung up on me daughter, I joke. Oh, Sarah. I thought for sure would have told you, Steph says. He died this morning. I don't tell Kate, not for RMNTH. Not until the day Dr. Chance says Kate is well enough to leave the hospital, until Kate has already convinced herself she was better off without him. I cannot begin to tell you the words I use, none of them are big enough to bear the weight behind them. I mention how, went to Taylor's house and spoke to his mother, how she broke down in my arms and said she'd wanted to call me, but there was a part of her that was so jealous it swallowed all her speech. She told me that Taylor, who'd come home from the prom walking on air, had walked into her bedroom in the middle of the night, with a 105-degree fever. How maybe it was viral and maybe it was fungal, but he'd gone into respiratory distress and then cardiac arrest, and after 30 minutes of trying the doctors had to let him go. I don't tell Kate something else, Jenna Ambrose said, that afterward, she went inside and stared at her son, who wasn't her son anymore. That she sat for 5 whole hours, sure he was going to wake up. That even now she hears noise overhead and thinks Taylor is moving around his room, and that the half-second she is gifted before she remembers the truth is the only reason she gets up each RMRMNG. Kate, I say, I'm so sorry. Kate's face crumples. But I loved Hikaru, she replies, as if this should be enough. I know, and you didn't tell, and I couldn't. Not when I thought it might make you stop fighting back, yourself. She closes her eyes and turns onto her side on the pillow, crying so hard that the monitor she's still hooked to begin to beep and bring in the nursing staff. I reach for her. Kate, honey, I did what was best for you. She refuses to look in my direction. Don't talk to me, she murmurs. You're good at that. Kate stops speaking to me for 7 days and 11 hours. We come home from the hospital, we go about our business of reverse isolation, we pick through the motions because we have done it before. At night I lie in bed next to Brian and wonder why he can sleep. I stare at the ceiling and think that I have lost my daughter before she's even gone. Then one day I walk by her bedroom and find her sitting on the floor with photographs all around. There are, as I expect, the ones of her and Taylor that we took before the prom, Kate dressed to the nines with that telltale surgical mask covering her mouth. Taylor has drawn a lipstick smile on it, for the sake of photos, or so he said. It had made Kate laugh. It seems impossible that this boy, who was so solid a presence when the flash went off mere weeks ago, simply is not here anymore. A pang goes me, and immediately on its heels a single word: practice. But there are other photos, too, from when Kate was younger. One of Kate and Anna on the beach crouched over a hermit crab. One of Kate dressed up like Mr. Peanut for Halloween. One of Katie with cream cheese all over her face, holding up two halves of a bagel like eyeglasses. In another pile are her baby pictures, all taken when she was 3, or younger. Gap-toothed and grinning, backlit by a slow-eyed sun, unaware of what was to conk. I don't remember being her, Kate says quietly, and these first words make a bridge of glass, one that shifts beneath my feet as I step into the room. I put my hand beside hers, at the edge of one photo. Bent at a corner, it shows Kate as a toddler being tossed into the air by Brian, her hair flying behind her, her arms and legs starfish splayed, certain beyond a doubt that when she fell to earth again, there would be a safe landing, sure that she deserved nothing less. She was beautiful, Kate adds, and with her pinky she strokes the glossy vivid cheek of girl none of us ever got to know. Jessie, the summer I was 14 my parents sent me to boot camp on a farm. It was one those action adventures for troubled kids, you know, get up at 4 a.m. to do the milking, and how much trouble can you really get into? The answer, if you're interested: score pot off the ranch hands. Get stoned. Tip cows. Anyway, one day I was assigned to Moses Patrol, or that's what we called the poor son of a bitch who pulled herding duty with the lambs. I had to follow about 100 sheep around a pasture that didn't have one goddamn tree to provide even a sliver of shade. To say a sheep is the dumbest fucking animal on earth is probably an understatement. They get caught in fences. They get lost in 4-foot square pens. They forget where to find their food, although it's been in the same place for 1,000 days straight. And they are not the little darlings you picture when you go to sleep, either. They stink. They bleat. They are annoying as hell. Anyway, the day I was stuck with the sheep, I had filched a copy of Tropic of Cancer and I was folding down the pages that came closest to good porn, when I heard someone scream. I was perfectly sure, mind you, that it wasn't an animal, because I'd never heard anything like this in my life. I ran toward the sound, sure I was going to find someone from a horse with their leg twisted like a pretzel, or some yo-ho who'd emptied his revolver by accident into his own guts. But lying on the side of creek, with a bevy of ewes in attendance, was a sheep giving birth. I wasn't a vet or anything, but I knew enough to realize that when any living creature makes a racket like that, things aren't going according to plan. Sure enough, this poor sheep had 2 little hooves dangling out of her privates. She lay on her side, panting. She rolled one flat black eye toward me, then just gave up. Well, nothing was dying on my paffroll, if only because I knew that the Nazis who ran the camp would make me bury the damn animal. So I shoved the other sheep out of the way. I got down on my knees and grabbed the immity slick hooves and yanked while the ewe screamed like any mother whose child is ripped away from her. The lamb came out, its limbs folded like the parts of a Swiss Army knife. Over its head was a silver sack that felt like the inside of your cheek when you run your tongue around it. It wasn't breathing. I sure as shit wasn't going to put my mouth over a sheep and do artificial respiration, but I used my fingernails to rip apart the skin sack, to yank it down from the neck of the lamb. And it turned out, that was all it needed. A minute later it unbent its clothespin legs and started wicking for its mother. There were, I think, 20 lambs born during that summer session. Every time I passed the pen could pick mine out from a crowd. He looked like all the others, except that he moved with a little more spring. He always seemed to have the sun shining off the oil in its wool. And if you happened to get him calm enough to look you in the eye, the pupils had gone milky white, a sure sign that he'd walked on the other side long enough to remember what he was missing. I tell you this now because when Kate finally stirs in that hospital bed, and opens her eyes, I know she's got one foot on the other side already, too. Oh my God, Kate says weakly, when she sees me. I wound up in hell after all. I lean forward in my chair and cross my arms. Now, sis, you know I'm not that easy to kill. Getting up, I kiss her on the forehead, letting my lips stay an extra second. How is it that mothers can't read fever that way? I can only read imminent loss. How you doing? She smiles at me, but it's like a cartoon drawing when I've seen the real thing hanging in the louver. Peachy, she says. To what do I owe the honor of your presence? Because you won't be here much longer, I think, but I do not tell her this. I was in the neighborhood. Plus there's a really hot nurse who works this shift. This makes Kate laugh out loud. God, Jess. I'm gonna miss you, she says it so easily that I think it surprises both of us. I sit down on the edge of the bed and trace the little puckers in the thermal blanket. You know I begin a pep talk, but she puts her hand on my don't. Then her eyes come alive, for just a moment. Maybe I'll get reincarnated. Like as Marie Antoinette. No, it's got to be something in the altar. You think that's crazy? No, I admit. I think we probably all just keep running in circles. So what will you come back as, then? Carrion, she winces, and something beeps, and I panic. You want me to get someone? No, you're fine, Kate answers, and I'm sure she doesn't it this way, but it pretty much makes me feel like I've swallowed lightning. I suddenly remember an old game I used to play when I was 9 or 10, and was allowed to ride my bike until it got dark. I used to make little bets with myself as I watched the sun getting lower and lower on the horizon. If I hold my breath to 20 seconds, the night won't come. If I don't blink. If stand so still a fly lands on my cheek now, I find myself doing the same thing, bargaining to keep Kate, even though that isn't the way it works. Are you afraid? I blurt out. Of dying? Kate turns to me, a smile sliding over her mouth. I'll let you know. Then she closes her eyes. I'm just gonna rest a second, she manages, and she is asleep again. It's not fair, but Kate knows that. It doesn't take a whole long life to realize that what we deserve to have, we rarely get. I stand with that lightning bolt branding the lining of my throat, which makes it impossible to swallow, so everything gets backed up like a damned river. I hurry out of Kate's room and far enough down the hall where I won't disturb her, and then I lift my fist and punch a hole in the thick white wall, and still this isn't enough. My sister's keeper Brian, here is the recipe to blow something up, a Pyrex bowl, chloride, FC at health food stores, as a salt substitute. A hydrometer. Bleach. Take the bleach and pour it into the Pyrex, put it onto a stove burner. Meanwhile, weigh out your potassium chloride and add to the bleach. Check it with the hydrometer and boil until you get a reading of 1.3. Cool to room temperature, and filter out the crystals that form. This is what you will save. It's hard to be the one always waiting. I mean, there's something to be said for the hero who charges off to battle, but when you get right down to it, there's a whole story in Who's Left Behind. I'm in what has to be the ugliest courtroom on the East Coast, sitting in chairs until it's my turn, when suddenly my beeper goes off. I look at the number, groan, and fry to figure out what to do. I'm a witness later, but the department needs me right now. It takes a few talking heads, but I get permission from the judge to remove myself from the premises. I leave through the front door, and immediately I'm assailed with questions and cameras and lights. It is everything I can do not to punch these vultures, who want to rip apart the bleached bones of my family. When I couldn't find Anna the morning of the hearing, I headed home. I looked in all her usual haunts, the kitchen, the bedroom, the hammock out back, but she wasn't there. As a last resort, I climbed the garage stairs to the apartment Jesse uses. He wasn't home either, although by now this is hardly a surprise. There was a time when Jesse disappointed me regularly. Eventually, I told myself not to expect anything from Hikaru, and as a result, it has gotten easier for me to take what comes. I knocked on the door and yelled for Anna, for Jesse, but no one answered. Although there was a key to this apartment on my own set, I stopped short of letting myself inside. Turning on the stairs, I looked over the red recycling bin I personally empty every Tuesday, since God forbid Jesse can remember to drag it out to the curb himself. A 10-pin of beer bottles, lucent green, tumbled out. An empty jug of laundry detergent, an olive jar, a gallon container from orange juice. I put everything back in, except for the orange juice container, which I've told Jesse isn't recyclable and which he puts in the bin nonetheless every damn week. The difference between these fires and the other ones was that now the stakes have been ratcheted up a notch. Instead of an abandoned warehouse or a shack at the side of the water, it is an elementary school. This being summer, no one was on the premises when the fire was started. But there's no question in my mind it was due to unnatural causes. When I get there, the engines are just loading up after salvage and overhaul. Paulie comes over to see me right away. "How's Kate?" "She's okay," I tell Hikaru, and I nod toward the "what did you find?" "He pretty much managed to gut the whole north side of the facility," Paulie says. "You doing a walkthrough?" "Yeah, the fire began in the teacher's lounge. The char patterns point like an arrow to the origin. A collection of synthetic stung that hasn't burned clean TLN off is still visible. Whoever set this was smart enough to light his fire in the middle of a pile of couch cushions and stacks of paper. I can still smell the accelerant. This time it was as simple as gasoline. Bits of glass from the exploded Molotov cocktail litter the ashes. I wander to the far side off building, peer through a broken window. The guys must have vented the fire here. "You think we'll catch this little elk, Cap?" asks Caesar, coming into the room still in his turnout gear, with a smudge across his left cheek. He looks down at the debris in the fire line. Then he bends down, and with his heavy glove, picks up a cigarette. But unbelievable. The secretary's desk melted down to a puddle, but a goddamn tobacco stick survives. I take it out of his hands and turn it over in my palm. That's because it wasn't here when the fire started. Someone had a nice smoke while he watched this, and then he walked away. I tip it onto the side, to where the yellow meets the filter, and read the brand. Paulie sticks his head in the shattered window, looking for Caesar. "We're heading back." "Get on the truck then," he turns to Hay. "Just so you know, we didn't break this one." "I wasn't gonna make you pay for it, Paulie." "No, I mean, we vented the roof. This was already broken when we got here." He and Caesar leave, and a few moments later I hear the heavy drag-off engine pulling away. It could have been a stray baseball, or a frisbee. But even in the summertime, janitors monitor public property. A broken window is too much of a hazard to be left alone. It would have been taped up or boarded. Unless the same guy who started the fire knew where to bring in oxygen, so that the flames would race through the wind tunnel created by that vacuum. I look down at the cigarette in my hand, and crush it. "You need 56 grams of these reserved crystals. Mix with distilled water. Heat to a boil and cool again, saving the crystals, pure potassium chlorate. Grind these to the consistency of face powder, and heat gently to dry. Melt 5 parts Vaseline with 5 parts wax. Dissolve in gasoline and pour this liquid onto 90 parts potassium chlorate crystals in a plastic bowl. Knead. Allow the gasoline to evaporate. Mold into a cube and dip in wax to make it waterproof. This explosive requires a blasting cap or at least a Gator 3. When Jesse opens the door to his apartment, I am waiting on the couch. That are you doing here?" he asks. "What are you doing here?" "I live here," Jesse says. "Remember?" "Do you? Or are you using this as a place to hide?" He takes out a cigarette from a pack in his front pocket and lights up. "Merits. I don't know who Alvy you're talking about. Why aren't you in court? How come there's muriatic acid under your sink? I ask. Considering that we don't have 8 pool. Hello? Is this, like, the Inquisition? He scowls. I used it when I was working with those tilley layers last summer. You can clean up grout with it. To tell you the truth, I didn't even know I still had it. Then you probably wouldn't K10W, Jess, that when you put it into a bottle with a piece of aluminum foil with a rag stuffed into the top, it blows up pretty damn well. He goes very still. Are you accusing me of something? Because if you are, just say it, you bastard. I get up from the couch. 01QY I want to know if you scored the bottles before you made the cocktails, so that they'd break easier. I want to know if you realized how close that homeless guy was to dying when you set the warehouse on fire for kicks. Reaching behind me, I lift the empty clown container from his recycle bin. I want to know the hell this is in your trash, when you don't do your own laundry and God knows you don't clean, yet there's an elementary school 6 miles from here that's been gutted with an explosive made of bleach and brake fluid. I have him by the shoulders now, and although Jesse could break away if he really tried, he lets me shake him until his head snaps back. Jesus Christ, Jesse. He stares at me, his face blank. Are you about done? I let him go and he backs away, teeth bared. Then tell I'm wrong, I challenge. I'll tell you more than that, he yells. I mean, I totally understand that you've spent your life believing that everything that's wrong in the universe all traces back to me, but newsflash, Dad, this time you're totally off base. Slowly, I take something out of my pocket and press it into Jesse's hand. The merit cigarette but settles in the hollow of his palm. Then you shouldn't have left your calling card. There is a point when a structure fire is raging out of control that you simply have to give it the distance to burn itself out. So you move back to safety, to a hill out of the wind, and you watch the building eat itself alive. Jesse's hand comes up, trembling, and the cigarette rolls to the floor at our feet. He covers his face, presses his thumbs to the corners of his eyes. I couldn't save her. The words are ripped from his center. He hunches his shoulders, sliding backward into the body of a boy. \Vo. Who did you tell? He is asking, I realize, whether the police will be coming after him. Whether I have spoken to Sarah about this. He is asking to be punished. So I do what I know will destroy him. I pull Jesse into my arms as he sobs. His back is broader than mine. He stands a half head taller than me. I don't remember seeing him go from that 5-year-old, who wasn't a genetic match, to the man he is now, and I guess this is the problem. How does someone go from thinking that if he cannot rescue, he must destroy? And do you blame him, or do you blame the folks who should have told him otherwise? I will make sure that my son's pyromania ends here and now, but I won't tell the cops or the fire chief about this. Maybe it's nepotism, maybe it's stupidity. Maybe it's because Jesse isn't all that different from me, choosing fire as his medium, needing to emo that he could command at least one uncontrollable thing. Jesse's breathing evens against me, like it used to when he was so small, when I used to carry him upstairs after he'd fallen asleep in my lap. He used to hit me over and over with questions. Mahat's a 2-inch hose for a 1-inch. How come you wash the engines? Does the can man ever get to drive? I realize that I cannot remember exactly when he stopped asking. But I do remember feeling as if something had gone missing, as if loss of a kid's hero worship can ache like a phantom limb. Campbell doctors have this thing about being subpoenaed. They let you know, with every syllable of every word, that no moment of this testimony will make up for the fact that while they were sitting on the witness stand under duress, patients were waiting, people were dying. Frankly, it pisses me off. And before I know it, I can't help myself, I am asking for a bathroom break, leaning down to retie my shoe, gathering my thoughts and stuffing sentences with pregnant pauses, whatever it takes to keep them cooling their heels just a few seconds RMR. Dr. Chance is no exception to the rule. From the onset he's anxious to leave. He checks his watch so often you'd think he was about to miss a train. The difference this time around is that Sarah Fitzgerald is just as anxious to get him out of the courtroom. Because the patient who is waiting, the person who is dying, is Kate. But beside me, Anna's body heat. I get up, continue my questioning. Slowly. Dr. Chance. Were any off-treatments that involved donations from Anna's body sure things? Nothing in cancer is a sure thing, Mr. Alexander was that explained to the Fitzgeralds. We can't really explain the risks of every procedure, because once you begin treatments, you compromise other bodily systems. What we wind up doing for one treatment successfully may come back to haunt you the next time around. He smiles at Sarah. That said, Kate's an incredible young woman. She wasn't expected to live past age 5, and here she is at 16. Thanks to her sister, I point out. Dr. Chance nods. Not many patients have both the strength of body and the good fortune to have a perfectly matched donor available to them. I stand up, my hands in my pockets. Can you tell the court how the Fitzgeralds came to consult Providence Hospital's pre-implantation genetic diagnosis team to conceive Anna? After their son was tested and found to be an unsuitable donor for Kate, I told the Fitzgerald about another family I'd worked with. They'd tested all the patient's siblings, and none qualified, but then the mother got pregnant during the course of treatment and that child happened to be a perfect match. Did you tell the Fitzgeralds to conceive a genetically programmed child to serve as a donor for Kate? Absolutely not, Chance says, offended. I just learned that even if none of the existing children was a match, that didn't mean that a future child might not be. Did you explain to the Fitzgeralds that this child, as a perfectly genetically programmed match, would have to be available for all these treatments for Kate throughout her life? We were talking about a single cord blood treatment at the time, Dr. Chance says. Subsequent donations came about because Kate didn't respond to the first one. And because they offered more promising results. So if tomorrow scientists were to up with a procedure that would cure Kate's cancer too, Anna only cut off her head and gave it to her sister, would you recommend that? Obviously not. I would never recommend a treatment that risked another child's life. Isn't that what you've done for the past 13 years? His face tightens. None of treatments have caused significant long-term harm to Anna. I take a piece of paper out of my briefcase and hand it to the judge, and then to Dr. Chance. Can you read the part that's marked? He puts on a pair of glasses and clears his throat. I understand that anesthesia involves potential risks. These risks may include, but are not limited to, adverse drug reactions, sore throat, injury to teeth and dental work, damage to vocal cords, respiratory problems, minor pain and discomfort, loss of sensation, headaches, infection, allergic reaction, awareness during general anesthesia, jaundice, bleeding, nerve injury, blood clot, heart attack, brain damage, and even loss of bodily function or of life. Are you familiar with this form, Doctor? Yes. It's a standard consent form for a surgical procedure. Can you tell us who the patient receiving it was? Anna Fitzgerald. And who signed the consent form? Sarah Fitzgerald. I rock back on my heels. Dr. Chance, anesthesia carries a risk of life impairment or death. Those are pretty strong long-term effects. That's exactly why we have a consent form. It's to protect us from people like you, he says. But realistically, the risk is extremely small. And the procedure of donating marrow is fairly simple. Why was Anna being anesthetized for such a simple procedure? It's less traumatic for a child, and they are less likely to squirm around. And after the procedure, did Anna experience any pain? Maybe a little. Dr. Chance says you don't remember. It's been a long time. I'm sure even Anna's forgotten about it by now. You think? I turn to Anna. Should we ask her? Judge DeSalvo crosses his arms. Speaking of risk, I continue smoothly. Can you tell us about the research that's been done on the long-term effects of growth factor shots she's taken twice now, prior to harvest for transplant? Theoretically, there shouldn't be any long-term sequelae. Theoretically, I repeat. Why theoretically? Because the research has been done on lab animals, Dr. Chance admits. Effects on humans are still being tracked. How comforting. He shrugs. Physicians don't tend to prescribe drugs that have the potential to wreak havoc. Have you ever heard of thalidomide, doctor? I ask, of course. In fact, recently, it's been resurrected for cancer research. And it was a milestone drug once before, I point out. With catastrophic effects. Speaking of which, this kidney donation, are there risks associated with the procedure? No more than for most surgeries, Dr. Chance says. Could Anna die from complications of this surgery? It's highly unlikely, Mr. Alexander. Well, then, let's assume Anna comes the procedure with flying colors. How will having a single kidney affect her for the rest of her life? It won't, really, the doctor says. That's the beauty of it. I hand him a flyer that has come from the nephrology department of his own hospital. Can you read the highlighted section? He slips on his glasses again. Increased chance of hypertension. Possible complications during pregnancy. Dr. Chance glances up. Donors are advised to refrain from contact sports to eliminate the risk of harming their remaining kidney. I clasp my hands behind my back. Did you know that Anna plays hockey in her free time? He turns toward her. No, I didn't. She's a goalie. Has been for years now. I let this sink in, but since this donation is hypothetical, let's concentrate on the ones that have already happened. The growth factor shots, the DLI, the stem cells, the lymphocyte donations, the bone marrow, all of these myriad treatments Anna endured. In your expert opinion, doctor, are you saying that Anna has not undergone any significant medical harm from these procedures? Significant? He hesitates. No, she has not. Has she received any significant benefit from them? Dr. Chance looks at for a long moment. Sure, he says. She's saving her sister. Anna and I are eating lunch upstairs at the courthouse when Julia walks in. Is this a private party? Anna waves her inside, and Julia sits down without so much as a glance toward me. How are you doing? She asks. Okay, Anna replies. I just want it to be over. Julia opens up a packet of salad dressing and pours it over the lunch she's brought. It will be, before you know it. She looks at me when she says this, briefly. That's all it takes for me to remember the smell of her skin, and the spot below her breast where she has a beauty mark in the shape of a crescent Ahriman. Suddenly Anna gets up. I'm going to take Judge for a walk, she announces. Like hell you are. There are reporters out there, still. I'll walk him in the hallway, then. You can't. He has to be walked by me, it's part of his training. Then I'm going to pee, Anna says. That's something I'm still allowed to do by myself, right? She walks out of the conference room, leaving Julia and me and everything that shouldn't have happened but did. She left us alone on purpose, I realize. Julia nods. She's a smart kid. She can read people very well. Then she sets down her plastic fork. Your car is of dog hair, I know. I keep asking Judge to pull it back in a ponytail, but he never listens. Why didn't you just get me up? I grin. Because we were anchored in a no-wake zone. Julia, however, doesn't even crack a smile. Was last night a joke to you, Campbell? That old adage pops into my head, if you want to see God laugh, make a paean. And because I am coward, I grab the dog by his collar. I need to walk him before we are called back into court. Julia's voice follows me to the door. You didn't answer 11K. You don't want me to, I say. I don't turn around. That way I don't have to see her face. When Judge DeSalvo adjourns us for the day at 3 because of a weekly chiropractic appointment, I walk Anna out to the lobby to find her father, but Brian's gone. Sarah looks around. Surprised. Maybe he got a fire call, she says. Anna, but I put my hand on Anna's shoulder. I'll take you to the fire station. In the car, she is quiet. I pull into the station parking lot and leave the engine run. Listen, I tell her, you may not have realized it, but we had a great first day. Whatever. She gets out of my car without another word and Judge hops up into the vacated front seat. Anna walks toward the station, but then veers left. I start to pull back out, and then against my better judgment turn off the engine. Leaving Judge in the car, I follow her around the back of the building. She stands like a statue, her face turned up to the sky. What am I supposed to do, say? I have never been a parent, I can barely take care of myself. As it turns out, Anna starts speaking first. Did you ever do something you knew was wrong, even though it felt right? I think of Julia. Yes, sometimes I hate myself, Anna murmurs. I tell her, I hate myself, too. This surprises her. She looks at me, and then at the sky again. They are up there. The stars. Ever when you can't see them, I put my hands into my pockets. I used to wish on a star every night. For what? Rare baseball cards for my collection. A golden retriever. Young, hot female teachers. My dad told me that a bunch of astronomers found a new place where stars are being born, only it's taken us 2,500 years to see them. She turns to me. Do you get along with your parents? I think about lying to her, but then I shake my head. I used to think I'd be just like them when grew up, but I'm not. And the thing is, somewhere along the way, I stopped wanting to be like them, anyway. The sun washes over her milky skin, lights the line of her throat. I get it, Anna says. You were invisible, too. Tuesday a little fire is quickly trodden out, which, being suffered, rivers cannot quench. William Shakespeare, King Henry Campbell, Brian Fitzgerald is my lock. Once the judge realizes that at least one of Anna's pair agrees with her decision to stop being a donor for her sister, granting her emancipation won't be quite as great a leap. If Brian does what I need him to, namely, tell Judge DeSalvo that he knows Anna has rights, too, and that he's prepared to support her, then whatever Julia says in her report will be a moot point. And better still, Anna's testimony would only be a formality. Brian shows with Anna early the next morning, wearing his captain's uniform. I paste a smile on my face and get up, walking toward them with Judge. Morning, I say. Everyone ready? Brian looks at Anna. Then he looks at me. There is a question right there on the verge of his lips, but he seems to be doing everything he cannot to ask it. Hey, I say to Anna, brainstorming. Want to do me a favor? Judge could use a couple of quick runs up and down the stairs, or he's going to get restless in court. Yesterday you told me I couldn't walk him. Well, today you can. Anna shakes her head. I'm not going anywhere. The minute I leave you're just going to talk about, so I turn to Brian again. Is everything all right? At that moment, Sarah Fitzgerald comes into the building. She hurries toward the courtroom ANC, seeing Brian with me, pauses. Then she turns slowly away from her husband and continues inside. Brian Fitzgerald's eyes follow his wife, even after the doors close behind her. We're fine, he says, an answer not meant for Mr. Fitzgerald. Were there times that you disagreed with your wife about having Anna participate in medical treatments for Kate's benefit? Yes. The doctors said that it was only cord blood we needed for Kate. They'd be taking part or the umbilicus that usually gets out after giving birth. It wasn't anything that the baby was ever going to miss, and it certainly wasn't going to hurt her. He meets Anna's eye, gives her a smile. And it worked for a little while, too. Kate went into remission. But in 1996, she relapsed again. The doctors wanted Anna to donate some lymphocytes. It wasn't going to be a cure, but it would hold Kate over for a while. I tried to draw him along. You and your wife didn't see eye to eye over this. I didn't know if it was such a great idea. This time Anna was going to know what was happening, and she wasn't going to like it. What did your wife say to make you change your mind? That if we didn't draw blood from Anna this time, we'd need marrow soon anyway. How did you feel about that? Brian shakes his head, clearly uncomfortable. You don't know what it's like, he says quietly, until your child is dying. You find yourself saying things and doing things you don't want to do or say. And you think it's something you have a choice about, but then you get up a little closer to it, and you see you had it all wrong. He looks up at Anna, who is so still beside me I think she has forgotten to breathe. I didn't want to do that to Anna. But I couldn't lose Kate. Did you have to use Anna's bone marrow, eventually? Yes. Mr. Fitzgerald, as a certified EMT, would you ever perform a procedure on a patient who didn't present with any physical problems? Of course not. Then why did you, as Anna's father, think this invasive procedure, which carried risk to Anna herself and no personal physical benefit, was in her best interests? Because Brian says, I couldn't let Kate die. Were there other points, Mr. Fitzgerald, when you and your wife disagreed over the use of Anna's body for your other daughters a few years ago? Kate was hospitalized and, losing so much blood nobody thought she'd make it through. I thought maybe it was time to let her go. Sarah didn't. What happened? The doctors gave her arsenic, and it kicked in, putting Kate into remission for a year. Are you saying that there was a treatment which saved Kate, that didn't involve the use of Anna's body? Brian shakes his head. I'm saying I was so sure Kate was going to die. But Sarah, she didn't give up on Kate and she came back fighting. He looks over at his wife. And now, Kate's kidneys are giving out. I don't want to see her suffering. But at the same time, I don't want to make the same mistake twice. I don't want to tell Miss Ilfit's over, when it doesn't have to be. Brian has become an emotional avalanche, headed right for the glass house I have been meticulously crafting. I need to reel him in. Mr. Fitzgerald, did you know your daughter was going to file a lawsuit against you and your wife? No. When she did you speak to Anna about it? Yes. Based on that conversation, Mr. Fitzgerald, what did you do? I moved out of house with Anna. At the time I believed Anna had the right to think this decision out, which wasn't something she'd be able to do living in our house. After having moved out with Anna, after having spoken to her at great lengths about why she's initiated this lawsuit, do you agree with your wife's request to have Anna continue to be a donor for Kate? The answer we have rehearsed is no. This is the crux of my case. Brian leans forward to reply. Yes, I do, he says. NFR? Fitzgerald, in your opinion? I begin, and then I realize what he's just done. Excuse me. I still wish Anna would donate a kidney, Brian admits. Staring at this witness who has just completely fucked me over, I scramble for footing. If Brian won't support Anna's decision to stop being a donor, then the judge will find it far harder to rule in favor of emancipation. At the same time, I'm patently aware of the smallest sound that has escaped from Anna, the quiet break of soul that comes when you realize that what looked like a rainbow was actually only a trick of the light. Mr. Fitzgerald, you're willing to have Anna undergo major surgery and the loss of an organ to benefit Kate. It is a curious thing, watching a strong man fall to pieces. Can you tell me what the right answer is here? Brian asks, his voice raw. Because I don't know where to look for it. I know what's right. Know what's fair. But neither of those apply here. I can sit, and I can think about it, and I can tell you what should be and what ought to be. I can even tell you there's got to be a better solution, but it's been 13 years, Mr. Alexander, and I still haven't found it. He slowly sinks forward, too big in that tiny space, until his forehead rests on the cool bar of wood that borders the witness stand. Judge DeSalvo calls for a 10-minute recess before Sarah Fitzgerald will begin her cross-examination, so that the witness can have a few moments to himself. Anna and I go downstairs to the vending machines, where you can spend $1 on weak tea and weaker soup. She sits with her heels caught on the rungs of a stool, and when I hand her her cup of hot chocolate she sets it down on the table without drinking. I've never seen my dad cry, she says. My mom, she would lose it all the time over Kate. Bold dad, well, if he fell apart, he made sure to do it where we weren't watching. Do you think I did that to him? She asks, turning to me. Do you think I shouldn't have asked him to hear today? The judge would have asked him to test you even if you didn't. I shake my head. Anna, you're going to have to do it yourself. She looks up at me, wary. Do what? Testify. Anna blinks at, are you kidding? I vow at LT that the judge would clearly rule in your favor if he saw that your father was willing to support your choices. But unfortunately, that's not what just happened. And I have no idea what Julia's going to say, but even if she comes down on your side, Judge DeSalvo will still need to be convinced that you're mature enough to make these choices on your own, independent of your parents. I have to get up there? Like a witness. I have always imagined that at some point, Anna would have to take the stand. In a case about emancipation of a minor, it stands to reason that a judge would want to hear from the minor herself. Anna might be acting estish about testifying, but I believe that subconsciously, it's what she really wants to do. Why else go to the trouble of instigating a lawsuit, if not to make sure that you finally get to speak your mind? You told me yesterday I wouldn't have to testify, Anna says, getting agitated. I was wrong. I hired you so that you could tell everyone what I want. It doesn't work that way, I say. You started this lawsuit. You wanted to be someone other than the person your family's made you for the past 13 years. And that means you have to pull back the curtain and show us who she is. Half the grown-ups on this planet have no idea who they are, but they get to make decisions for themselves every day, Anna argues. They aren't 13. Listovi, I say, getting to what I imagine is the crux of the matter. I know, in the past, standing up and speaking your mind hasn't gotten you anywhere. But I promise you, this time, when you talk, everyone will listen. If anything, this has the reverse effect of what I've intended. Anna crosses her arms. There is NC way I'm getting up there, she says. Anna, being a witness isn't really that big a deal. It is a big deal, Campbell. It's the biggest deal. And I'm not doing it. If you don't testify, we lose, I explain. Then find another way to win. You're the lawyer, I'm not going to rise to that bait. I drum my fingers on the table for patience. Do you want to tell me why you're so dead set against this? She glances up. No. No, you're not doing it. Or no, you won't tell. There are just some things I don't like talking about. Her face hardens. I thought you, of all people, would be able to understand that. She knows exactly what buttons to push. Sleep on it, I suggest tightly. I'm not going to change my mind. I stand up and dump my full cup of coffee into the trash. Well then, I tell her. Don't expect me to be able to change your life. Sarah, present day there is a curious thing that happens with the passage of time, a calcification character. See, if light hits Brian's face the right way, I can still see the pale blue hue of his eyes that has always made me think of an island ocean I had yet to swim in. Beneath the fine lines of his smile, there is the cleft of his chin, the first feature I looked for in the faces of my newborn children. There is his resolve, his quiet will, and a steady peace with himself that I have always wished would rub off on me. These are the base elements that made me fall in love with my husband. If there are times I do not recognize him now, maybe this isn't a drawback. Change isn't always for the worst. The shell that forms around a piece of sand looks to some people like an irritation, and to others, like a pearl. Brian's eyes dart from Anna, who is picking at a scab on her thumb, to he watches me like a moose watches a hawk. There is something about this that makes me ache. Is Fluis really what he thinks of? Does everyone? I wish there was not a courtroom between us. I wish I could walk up to him. Listen, I would say, this is not how I thought our lives would go, and maybe we cannot find our way out of this alley. But there is no one I'd rather be lost with. Listen, I'd say, maybe I was wrong. NFRS Fitzgerald. Judge DeSalvo asks, do you have any questions for the witness? It is, I realize, a good term for a spouse. That else does a husband or a wife do, but attest to equal others' errors in judgment? I get up slowly from my seat. Hello, Brian, I say, and my voice is not nearly as steady as would have hoped. Sarah, he answers. Following that exchange, I have no idea what to say. A wash is over me. We had wanted to get away, but couldn't decide where to go. So we got into the car and drove, and every half hour we'd let one of the kids pick an exit, or tell us to turn right or left. We wound up in Seal Cove, Maine, and then stopped, because Jesse's next direction would have landed us in the Atlantic. We rented a cabin with no heat, no electricity, and our 3 kids afraid of the dark. I do not realize I have been speaking out loud until Brian answers. I know, he says. We put so many candles on that floor I thought for sure we'd burn the place down. It rained for 5 days. And on the 6th day, when the weather cleared, the greenheads were so bad we couldn't even stand to be outside. And then Jesse got poison ivy and his eyes swelled shut. Excuse me, can't Bill? Alexander interrupts. Sustained. Judge DeSalvo says. Where is this going, counselor? We hadn't been going anywhere, and the place we wound up was air, and still I wouldn't have traded that week for the world. Then you don't know where you're headed, you find places no one else would ever think to explore. When Kate wasn't sick, Brian says slowly, carefully, we've had some great times. Don't you think Anna would miss those, if Kate were gone? Campbell is out of his seat, just as I'd expect. Objection. The judge holds up his hand, and nods to Brian for his answer. We all will, he says. And in that moment, the strangest thing happens. Brian and I, facing each other and poles apart, flip like magnets sometimes can, and instead of pushing each other away, we suddenly seem to be on the same side. We are young and pulse to pulse for the first time. We are old and wondering how we have walked this enormous distance in so short a period of time. We are watching fireworks on television on a dozen New Year's Eves, sleeping children wedged between us in our bed, pressed so tight that I can feel Brian's pride even though we two are not touching. Suddenly it does not matter that he has moved out with Anna, that he has questioned some of the decisions about Kate. He did what he thought was right, just the same as me, and I can't fault him for it. Life sometimes gets so bogged down in the details, you forget you are living it. There is always another appointment to be met, another bill to pay, another symptom presenting, another uneventful day to be notched onto the wooden wall. We have synchronized our watches, studied our calendars, existed in minutes, and completely forgotten to step back and see what we've accomplished. If we lose Kate today, we will have had her for 16 years, and no one can take that away. And ages from now, when it is hard to bring back the picture of her face when she laughed, or the feel of her hand inside mine, or the perfect pitch of her voice, I will have Brian to say, "Don't you remember? It was like this." The judge's voice breaks into my reverie. "Mrs. Fitzgerald, are you finished?" There has never been a need for me to cross-examine Brian. I have always known his answers what I've forgotten other questions. Almost. I turn to my husband. "Brian," I ask, "when are you coming home?" In the bowels of the court building are a sturdy row of vending machines, none of which have anything you'd want to eat. After Judge DeSalvo calls a recess, I wander down there, and stare at THK Starbursts and the Pringles and the Cheetos trapped in their corkscrew cells. "The Oreos are your best shot," Brian says from behind me. I turn around in time to see him feek the machine 75 cents. Simple. Classic. He pushes 2 buttons and the cookies begin the suicide plunge to the bottom of machine. He leads me to the table, scarred and stained by people who have carved their eternal initials and grafted their inner thoughts across the top. I didn't know what to say to you on the stand, I admit, and then hesitate. "Brian, do you think we've been good parents?" I am thinking of Jessie, who I grew up on so long ago. Of Kate, who I could not fix. Of Anna. "I don't know," Brian says. "Does anyone?" He hands me the package of Oreos. When I open my mouth to tell him I'm not hungry, Brian pushes a cookie inside. It is rich and rough against my tongue. Suddenly I am famished. Brian brushes the crumbs from my lips as if I am made of china. I let him. I think maybe I have never tasted anything this sweet. Brian and Anna move back home that night. We both tuck her in, we both kiss her. Brian goes to take a shower. In a little while, I will go to the hospital, but right now I sit down across from Anna, on Kate's bed. "Are you going to lecture me?" she asks, not the way you think I finger the edge of one of Kate's pillows. "You're not a bad person because you want to be yourself." I hold up a hand. What I mean is that those thoughts, they are human, and just because you turn out differently than everyone's imagined you would doesn't mean that you've failed in some way. A kid who gets teased in one school might move to a different one, and be the most popular girl there, just because no one has any other expectations of her. Or a person who goes to med school because his entire family is full of doctors might find out that what he really wants to be is an artist instead. I take a deep breath, and shake my head. Am I making any sense? Not really. That makes smile. I guess I'm saying that you remind of Song Cone. Anna up on an elbow. Who? Me, I say. When you have been with your partner for so many years, they become the glove compartment map that you've worn dog-eared and white-creased, the trail you recognize so well you could draw it by heart and for this very reason keep it with you on journeys at all times. And yet, when you least expect it, one day you open your eyes and there is an unfamiliar turn-off, a vantage point that wasn't there before, and you have to stop and wonder if maybe this landmark isn't new at all, but rather something you have missed all along. Brian lies beside me on the bed. He doesn't say anything, just puts his hand on the valley made by the curve of my neck, then he kisses me, long and bittersweet. This I expect, but not the next. He bites down on my lips so hard that I taste blood. "Ow," I say, trying to laugh a little, make light of this. But he doesn't laugh, or apologize. He leans forward, licks it off. It makes me jump inside. This is Brian, and this is not Brian, and both of these fluings are remarkable. I run my own tongue over the blood, copper and slick. I open like an orchid, make my body a cradle, and feel his breath travel down my throat, over my breasts. He rests his head for a moment on my belly, and just as much as that bite was unexpected, there is now a pang of the familiar. This is what he would do each night, a ritual, when I was pregnant. Then he moves again. He rises over me, a second sun, and fills me with light and heat. We are a study of contrasts, hard to soft, fair to dark, frantic to smooth, and yet there is something about the fit of us that makes me realize neither of us would be quite right without the other. We are a Mobius strip, two continuous bodies, an impossible tangle. We're going to lose her, I whisper, and even I don't know if I'm talking about Kate or about Brian. Kisses stop, he says. After that we don't talk anymore. That's safest. Yet from those no light, but rather darkness visible. John Milton, Paradise Lost. Izzy is sitting in the living room when one come back morning run. You okay, she asks. Where I unless my sneakers, wipe the sweat off my forehead. Because normal people don't go jogging at 4:30 a.m. Well, I had some energy to burn off. I go into the kitchen, but he brawn coffee maker I've programmed to have my hazelnut ready at this very moment hasn't done its job. I check Eva's plug and press some of her buttons, but the whole LED display is shot. Damn it, I say, yanking the cord out off wall. This isn't old enough to be broken. Izzy comes up beside me and fiddles with the system. Is she under warranty? I don't know. I don't care. All I know is when you pay for something that's supposed to give you a cup of coffee, you deserve to get your fucking cup of coffee. I slam down the empty glass carafe so hard it breaks in the sink, then I slide down against the cabinets and start to cry. Izzy kneels down next to what did he do? The exact thing, I sob. I am so damn stupid. She puts her arms around boiling oil. She suggests botulism? Castration? You pick. That makes me smile a little. You do it, too. Only because you do it right back for Ty. I lean against my sister's shoulder. I thought lightning wasn't supposed to strike in the same place twice. Sure it does, Izzy tells, but only if I are too dumb to RMV. The first person to greet me at court the next morning isn't a person at all, but Judge the dog. He comes slinking around a corner with his ears flattened, no doubt running away from the sound of his owner's raised voice. Hey, I say, soothing, but Judge wants none of it. He latches on to the bottom of my suit jacket, can't Bill's paying the dry cleaning bill, I swear it, and starts to drag me toward the fray. I can hear Campbell before I turn the corner. I wasted time, and manpower, and you know what, that's not the worst of it. I wasted my own good judgment about a client. Yeah, well, you aren't the only one who judged wrong, Anna argues back. I hired you because I thought you had a spine. She pushes past me. Asshole, she mutters under her breath. In that moment, I remember the way I felt when I woke up alone on that boat, disappointed, drifting. Angry at myself, for getting into this situation. Why the hell wasn't I angry at Campbell? Judge leaps up on Campbell, scraping at his chest with his paws. Get down, he orders, and there he turns around and sees you weren't supposed to hear all that. I'll bet. He sits heavily on a bridge chair in the conference room and passes his hand over his face. She refuses to take the stand. Well, for God's sake, Campbell. She can't confront her mother in her own living room, much less in a cross-exam. What did you expect? He looks up at me, piercing. What are you going to tell to say one vo? Are you asking because of Anna, or because you're afraid of losing this trial? Thanks, but I gave my conscience up for Lent. Aren't you going to ask yourself where 13-year-old girls gotten under your skin? He grimaces. Why don't you just butt out, Julia, and ruin my case like you were planning to do in the first place? This isn't your case, it's Anna's. Although I can certainly see why you'd think otherwise. What's that supposed to your cowards? You're both hell-bent on running away from yourself, I say. I know what consequences Anna's afraid of. What about you? I don't know what you're talking about. No? Where's the one-liner? Or is it too hard to joke about something that hits so close to the bone? You back away every time someone gets close to you. It's okay if Anna's just a client, but the minute she becomes someone you care about, you're in trouble. Me, well, a quick fuck's just fine, but making an emotional attachment, that's out of the question. The only relationship you have is with your dog, and even that's some enormous state secret. You're way out of line, Julia. No, actually, I'm probably the only person who's qualified to let you know exactly what a jerk you are. But that's okay, right? Because if everyone thinks you're a jerk, no one will bother getting too close. I stare at him a bit longer. It's disappointing to know that someone can see right through you, isn't it, can't Bill? He gets up, stone-faced. I have a case to try. You do that, I say. Just make sure you separate justice from the client who needs it. Otherwise, God forbid, you may actually find out that you have a working heart. I walk off before I can embarrass myself any further, and hear Canville's voice reach out to me. Julia. It's not true. I close my eyes, and against my better judgment, turn around. He hesitates. The dog. But whatever he is about to admit is interrupted by Vern's appearance in the doorway. Judge DeSalvo's on the warpath, he interrupts. You're late, and the minimart was sold out of coffee milk. I meet Canville's gaze. I wait for him to finish his sentence. You're my next witness, he says evenly, and the moment is gone before I can even remember it existed. Campbell, it's getting harder and harder to be a bastard. By the time I get into the courtroom, my hands are trembling. Part of it, of course, is the same old. But part of it involves the fact that my client is about as responsive as a boulder beside me, and the woman I'm crazy about is the one I am about to put on the witness stand. I glance once at Julie as the judge enters. She makes a point of looking away. My pen rolls off the table. Anna, can you get that, for I don't know. I'd be wasting time and Marvoa, wouldn't I, she says, and the goddamn pen stays on the floor. Are you ready to call your next witness, Mr. Alexander? Judge DeSalvo asks, but before I can even say Julia's name, Sarah Fitzgerald asks to approach the bench. I gear up for yet another complication, and sure enough, opposing counsel doesn't disappoint. The psychiatrist that I've asked to call as a witness has an appointment at the hospital this afternoon. Would it be all right with the court if we took her testimony out of order? NFR. Alexander. I shrug. It's just a stay of execution for me, when you get right down to it. So I sit down beside Anna and watch a small, dark woman with a bun twisted 10 degrees too tight for her face take the stand. Please state your name and address for the record, Sarah begins. Dr. Beatonese, the psychiatrist says. 1250 Auric Way, Woonsocket. Dr. No, I look around the courtroom, but apparently I'm the only James Bond fan. I take out a legal pad and write a note to Anna. If she married Dr. Chance, she'd be Dr. Neo Chance. A smile twitches at the corner of Anna's mouth. She picks up the pen that dropped and writes back. If she got a divorce and then married Mr. Buster, she'd be Dr. Neat's Chance Buster. We both start to laugh, and Judge DeSalvo clears his throat and looks at us. Sorry, Your Honor, I say. Anna passes me another note. I'm still mad at you. Sarah walks toward her witness. Can you tell us, doctor, the nature of your practice? I'm a child psychiatrist. How did you first meet my children? Dr. Neatks glances at Anna. About 7 years ago, you brought in your son, Jesse, because some behavioral problems. Since then I've met with all the children, over various occasions, to talk about different issues that have up. Doctor, I called you last week and asked you to prepare a report giving your expert opinion about psychological harm Anna might suffer if her sister dies. Yes. In fact, I did a little research. There was a similar case in Maryland in which a girl was asked to be a donor for her twin. The psychiatrist who examined the twins found they had such a strong identification with each other that if the expected successful results were achieved, it would be of immense benefit to the donor. She looks at Anna. In my opinion, you're looking at a very similar set of circumstances here. Anna and Kate are very close, and not just genetically. They live together. They hang out together. They have literally spent their entire lives together. If Anna donates a kidney that saves her sister's life, it's a tremendous gift, and not just to Kate. Because Anna herself will continue to be part of the intact family by which she defines herself, rather than a family that's lost one of its members. This is such a load of psychobabble bullshit I can barely see to swim it, but to my shock, the judge seems to be taking this with great sincerity. Julia, too, has her head tilted and a tiny frown line between her brows. Am I the only person in the room with a functioning brain? Moreover, Dr. Nem continues, there are several studies that indicate children who serve as donors have higher self-esteem and feel more important within the family structure. They consider themselves superheroes, because they can do the one thing no one else can. That's the most off-the-mark description of Anna Fitzgerald I have ever heard. Do you think that Anna is capable of making her own medical decisions? Sarah asks. Absolutely not. Big surprise. Whatever decision she makes is going to have overtones for this entire family, Dr. Nem says. She's going to be fluent king of that while making her decision, and therefore, it will never truly be independent. Plus, she's only 13 years old. Developmentally her brain isn't wired yet to look that far ahead, so any decision will be made based on her immediate future, rather than the long-term. Dr. Neo, the judge interrupts, what would you recommend, in this case? Anna needs the guidance of someone with more life experience, someone who has her best interests in mind. I'm happy to work with the family, but the parents need to be the parents, here, because the children can't be. When Sarah turns the witness over to me, I go in for the HLL. You're asking us to believe that donating a kidney will net Anna all these fabulous psychological perks. That's correct, Dr. Neo says. Doesn't it stand to reason, then, that if she donates that same kidney, and her sister dies as a result of the operation, then Anna will suffer significant psychological trauma? I believe her parents will help her reason through that. What about the fact that Anna's saying she doesn't want to be a donor anymore? I point out. Isn't all that important? Absolutely. But like I said, Anna's current state of mind is driven by the short-term consequences. She doesn't understand how this decision is really going to play out. Who does? I ask. NFRS Fitzgerald may not be 13, but she lives each day waiting for the other shoe to drop in terms of Kate's health, don't you think? Grudgingly, the psychiatrist nods. You might say she defines her own ability to be a good mother by keeping Kate healthy. In fact, if her actions keep Kate alive, she herself benefits psychologically. Of course. Mrs. Fitzgerald would be much better off in a family that included Kate. Why, I'd even go as far as to say that the choices she makes in her life are not at all independent, but rather colored by issues concerning Kate's health care. Probably. Then by your own reasoning I finish, isn't it true that Sarah Fitzgerald looks, feels, and acts like a donor for Kate? Well, except she's not offering her own bone marrow and blood. Just Anna's. My sister's keeper. NFR. Alexander, the judge warns. And if Sarah fits the psychological profile of a closely related donor personality who can't make independent decisions, then why is she any more capable of making this choice than Anna? From the corner of my eye, I can see Sarah's stunned face. I can hear the judge banging his gavel. You're right, Dr. Neo. Parents need to be parents, I say. But sometimes that isn't good enough. Judge DeSilvo calls for a 10-minute break. I put down my knapsack, a guatemala weave, and start washing my hands when the door to one of the bathroom stalls opens. Anna comes out, hesitating for just a moment. Then she turns on the tap beside me. "Hey," I say. Anna goes to dry her hands under the blower. The air doesn't feed out, not reading the sensor of her palm for some reason. She waves her fingers beneath the machine again, then stares at them, as if trying to make sure that she's not invisible. She bangs on the metal when I lean over and wave a hand beneath it. Hot air breathes into my palm. We share this small warmth, hobos around a kettle-bellied fire. Campbell tells me you don't want to test IFA. I don't really want to talk about it. Anna says, well, sometimes to get what you want the most, you have to do what you want the least. She leans against the bathroom wall and crosses her arms. Mio died and made you Confucius. Anna turns away, then reaches down to pick up my knapsack for 11K. I like this. All the colors. I take it and slip it over my shoulder. I saw old women weaving them when I was in South America. It takes 20 spools of thread to make this pattern. Truths like that, Anna says, or it's what I think she says, but by then she has left the room. I am watching Campbell's hands. They move around a lot while he is talking. He almost seems to use them to punctuate whatever he's saying. But they are trembling a little, too, and I attribute this to the fact that he doesn't know what I'm going to say. As the Guardian ad light knew, he asks, "What are your recommendations in this case?" I take a deep breath and look at Anna. What I see here is a young woman who has spent her life feeling an enormous responsibility for her sister's well-being. In fact, she knows she was brought into this world to carry that responsibility. I glance at Sarah, sitting at her table. I think that this family, when they conceived Anna, had the best of intentions. They wanted to save their older daughter. They believed Anna would be a welcome addition to the Unily, not just because of what she would provide genetically, but also because they wanted to love her and watch her grow up well. Then I turn to Campbell. I also understand completely how, in this family, it became critical to do anything that was humanly possible to save Kate. When you love someone, you'll do anything you can to keep them with you. As a little girl, I used to wake in the middle of the night remembering my wildest dreams was flying. I was locked in a chocolate factory. I was queen of a Caribbean isle. I would wake while the smell of frangipani in my hair or clouds caught in the hem of my nightgown until I realized that I was somewhere different. And no matter how hard I tried, I might fall asleep again, but I could not will myself back into the fabric of that dream I'd been having. Once, during the night Campbell and I spent together, I woke up in his arms to find him still sleeping. I traced the geography of his face, from the cliff of his cheekbone to the whirlpool of his ear to the laugh lines ravened beside his mouth. Then I closed my eyes and for the first time in my life fell right back into the dream, you in the very spot where I'd left it. Unfortunately, I say to the court, there is also a point when you have to step back and say that it's time to let go. For a month after Campbell dumped me, I did not get out of bed except when forced to go to mass or to sit at the dinner table. I stopped washing my hair. Under my eyes were dark circles. Izzy and I, at very first glance, looked completely different. On the day that I mustered the courage to get out of bed of my own volition, I went to Wheeler ANC, trolled around the boathouse, carefully staying hidden until I found a boy on the sailing team, a summer session student, who was taking out one of the school's skiffs. He had blonde hair, instead of Campbell's black. He was stocky, not tall and lean. I pretended I needed a ride home. Within an hour I had alked him in the back seat of his Honda. I did it because if there was someone else, then I wouldn't smell Campbell on my SHN and taste him on the inside of me lips. I did it because I had been feeling so hollow inside that I feared floating away, like a helium balloon that rose so high you couldn't even see the faintest splash of color. I felt this boy, whose name I couldn't be bothered to remember, grunting and heaving inside me, was that empty and that far away. And suddenly I knew what became of all those lost balloons. They were the loves that slipped out for fists, the blank eyes that rose in every night sky when I first was given this assignment 2 weeks ago. I tell the judge, and I started to look at the dynamics of this family. It seemed to me that medical emancipation was in Anna's best interests. But then I realized I was guilty of making judgments the way everyone else in this family does, based solely on physiological effects, instead of psychological ones. The easy part of this decision is to figure out what's medically right for Anna. Bottom line, it is not in her best interests to donate organs and blood that has no medical benefit for Anna herself but prolongs her sister's life. I see Campbell's eyes spark. This endorsement has surprised him. It's harder to come up with a solution, though, because although it may not be in Anna's best interests to be a donor for her sister, her own family is incapable of making informed decisions about that. If Kate's illness is a runaway train, then everyone reacts from crisis to crisis without figuring out the best way to bring this into the station. And using the same analogy, her parents' pressure is a switch on the track. Anna isn't mentally or physically strong enough to guide her own decisions, knowing what their wishes are. Can't Bill's dog gets up and begins to whine. Distracted, I turn to the noise. Campbell pushes away Judge's snout, never taking his eyes off me. I see no one in the Fitzgerald family who can make unbiased decisions about Anna's health care, I admit. Not her parents, and not Anna herself. Judge DeSalvo frowns down at me. Then Miss Romano, he asks, what's your recommendation 01 to the court? Campbell, she's not going to veto the petition. That's my first incredible thought, that my case isn't going down in flames yet, even after Julia's testimony. My second thought is that Julia is as ripped up about this case and what it's done to Anna as I are, except she's put it out there on display for everyone to see. Judge has chosen this moment to become a colossal pain in the ass. He sinks his teeth into my coat and starts tugging, but I'll be damned if I'm going to break before I hear Julia finish. NLS. Romano DeSalvo asks, what's your recommendation to the court? I don't know, she says softly. I'm sorry. This is the first time I've ever served as a guardian ad litem and been unable to reach a recommendation, and I know that's not acceptable. But on one hand have Brian and Sarah Fitzgerald, who have done nothing but make choices throughout the course of both their daughters' lives out of love. Put that way, they certainly don't seem like the wrong decisions, even if they aren't the right decisions for both of those daughters anymore. She turns to Anna, and beside me I can feel her sit a little straighter, prouder. On the other hand, I have Anna, who after 13 years is standing up for herself, even though it may mean losing the sister she loves. Julia shakes her head. It's a Solomon's choice, Your Honor. But you're not asking to split a baby in half. You're asking me to split a family. When I feel a tug on my other arm, I start to slap the dog away again, but then realize that this time it's Anna. Okay, she whispers. Judge DeSalvo excuses Julia from the stand. Okay, what? I whisper back. Okay, I'll talk, Anna says. I stare at her in disbelief. Judge is whining now, and batting his nose against my thigh, but I can't risk a recess. All it will take for Anna to change her mind is a split second. You sure? But she doesn't answer me. She stands up, drawing all attention in the courtroom to herself. Judge DeSalvo. Anna takes a deep breath. I have something to say. Anna, let me tell you about the first time I had to give an oral report in class. It was ill grade, and I was in charge of talking about the kangaroo. They are pretty interesting, you know. I mean, not only are they found on Australia alone, like some kind of mutant evolutionary strain, they have the eyes of deer and the useless paws of a T-Rex, but the most fascinating thing about them is the pouch, of course. This baby, when it gets born, is like the size of a germ and manages to crawl under the flap and tuck itself inside, all while its clueless mother is bouncing around the outback. And that pouch isn't like they make it out on Saturday morning cartoons. It's pink and wrinkled like inside your lip, and full of important motherish plumbing. I'll bet you didn't know kangaroos don't just carry one joey at a time. Every now and then there will be a miniature sibling, tiny and gelid and stuck in the bottom while her older sister scrapes around with enormous feet and makes herself comfortable. As you can see, I clearly knew my stuff. But when it was nearly my turn, just as Stephen Scarpini was holding up a papier-mâché model of a lemur, I knew that I was going to be sick. I went up to Nereus Cuthbert, and told her if I stayed to do this assignment, no one was going to be happy. Anna, she said, if you tell yourself I feel fine, you will. So when Stephen finished, I got up, I took a deep breath. Kangaroos, I said, are marsupials that live only in Australia. Then I projectile vomited over 4 kids who had the bad luck to be sitting in the front row. For the whole rest of year, I was called Kangaralf. Every now and then some kid would see on a plane on vacation, and I'd go to my cubby to find a bath bag pinned to the front of my fleece pullover, a makeshift marsupial pouch. I was the school's greatest embarrassment until Darren Hong went to capture the flag in gym and accidentally pulled down Oriana Berthiem's skirt. I'm telling you this to explain my general aversion to public speaking. But now, on the witness stand, there's even a remora to be worried about. It's not that I'm nervous, like Campbell thinks. I am not afraid of clamming up, either. I'm afraid of saying too much. I look out at the courtroom and see my mother, sitting at her lawyer table, and at my father, who smiles at me just the tiniest bit. And suddenly I can't believe I ever thought I might be able to thrive with this. I get to the edge of me seat, ready to apologize for wasting everyone's time and bolt, only to realize that Campbell looks positively awful. He's sweating, and his pupils are so big they look like quarters set deep in his face. Anna, Campbell asks, do you want a glass of water? I look at him and think, do you? What I want is to go home. I want to run away to a place where no one knows my name and pretend to be a millionaire's adopted daughter, the heir to a toothpaste manufacturing kingdom, a Japanese pop star. Campbell turns to the judge. May I confer for a moment with my client? Be my guest, Judge DeSalvo says. So Campbell walks up to the witness stand and leans so close that only I can hear him. Then was a kid, I had a friend named Joseph Balls, he whispers. Imagine if Neo had married him. He backs away while I am still smiling, and thinking that maybe, just maybe, I can last for another 2 or 3 minutes up here. Can't Bill's dog is gum crazy, he's the one who needs water or something, from the looks of it. And I'm not the only one to notice. Mr. Alexander, Judge DeSalvo says, please control you animal. No, Judge. Excuse, can't Bill goes tomato red. I was speaking to the dog, Your Honor, like you asked. Then he turns to Anna, why did you want to file this petition? A lie, as you probably know, has a taste all its own, blocky and bitter and never quite right, like when you pop a piece of fancy chocolate into your mouth expecting toffee filling and you get lemon zest instead. She asked, I say, the first 2 words that will become an avalanche. Who asked what? My monu, I say, staring at Campbell's shoes. For a kidney. I look down at my skirt, pick at 8 thread. Just maybe I will unravel the whole thing. About 2 months ago, Kate was diagnosed with kidney failure. She got tired easily, and lost weight, and retained water, and threw up a lot. The blame was pinned to a bunch of different things: genetic abnormalities, granulocyte macrophage colony stimulating factor, growth hormone shots Kate had once taken to boost marrow production, stress from other treatments. She was put on dialysis to get rid of the toxins zipping around her bloodstream, and then, the dialysis stopped working. One night, my mother came into our room when Kate and I were just hanging out. She had father with her, which meant we were in for a more heavy discussion than who left the sink running by accident. I've been doing some reading on the internet, my mother said. Transplants of typical organs aren't nearly as difficult to recover from as bone marrow transplants. Kate looked at me and popped in a new CD. We both knew where this was headed. You can't exactly pick up a kidney at Cunard. I know. It turns out that you only need to match a couple of HLA proteins to be a kidney donor, not all 6. I called Dr. Chance to ask if I'm at LTB a match for you, and he said in normal cases, probably would. Kate, here's the right word. Normal cases. Which you're not. Dr. Chance thinks you'd reject an organ from the general donor pool, just because your body has already been through so much. My mother looked down at the carpet. He won't recommend the procedure unless the kidney comes from Anna. My father shook his head. That's invasive surgery, he said quietly. For both of them I started thinking about this. Would I have to be in the hospital? Would it hurt? Could people live with just one kidney? What if I wound up with kidney failure when I was, 70? Where would I get my spare? Before I could ask any of this, Kate spoke. I'm not doing it again, all right? I'm sick of it. The hospitals and the chemo and the radiation and the whole freaking thing. Just leave me alone, will you? My mother's face went white. Fine, Kate. Go ahead and commit suicide. She put her headphones on again, tuned the music up so loud that I could hear it. It's no suicide, she said, if you're already dying. Did you ever tell anyone that you didn't want to be a donor? Canville asks me, as his dog starts doing helicopters in the front of the courtroom. NFR. Alexander Judge DeSalvo says, I'm going to call a bailiff to remove your pet. It's true, the dog is totally out of control. He's barking and leaping up with his front paws on Campbell and running in those tight circles. Campbell ignores both judges. Anna, did you decide to file this lawsuit all by yourself? I know why he's asking. He wants everyone to know I'm capable of making choices that are hard. And I even have my lie, quivering like the snake it is, caught between my teeth, but what I mean to say isn't quite what slips out. I was kind of convinced by this is, of course, news to my parents, whose eyes hammer on 211K. It's news to Julia, WHC actually makes a small sound. And it's news to Campbell, who runs a hand down his face in defeat. This is exactly why it's better to stay silent. There is less of a chance of screwing up your life and everyone else's. Anna Cantville says, who convinced you? I am small in this seat, in this state, on this lonely planet. I fold my hands together, holding between them the only emotion I've managed to keep from slipping away, regret. Kate. The entire courtroom goes silent. Before I can say anything else, the lightning bolt I have been expecting strikes. I cringe, but it turns out that the crash I've heard isn't the earth opening up to swallow me whole. It is Campbell, who's fallen to the floor, while his dog stands nearby with a very human look on his face that says / told you so. Brian, if you travel in space for years and come back, 400 years will have passed on Earth. I am only an armchair astronomer, but I have the odd sense that I have returned from 8 journey to a world where nothing quite makes sense. I thought I had been listening to Jesse, but it turns out I haven't been listening to him at all. I have listened carefully to Anna, and yet it seems there is a piece missing. I try to work through the few things she has said, tracing them and trying to make sense of them the way the Greeks somehow found 5 points in the sky and decided it looked like a woman's body. Then it hits me, I am looking in the wrong place. The Aboriginal people of Australia, for example, look between the constellations of the Greeks and the Romans into the black wash of sky, and find an emu hiding under the Southern Cross where there are no stars. There are just as many stories to be told in the dark spots as there are in the bright ones. All this is what I'm thinking, anyway, when my daughter's lawyer falls to the floor in the throes of an epileptic seizure. Airway, breathing, circulation. Airway, for someone having a grand mal seizure, is the big E. I jump over the gate of the gallery and have to fight the dog out of the way. He's come to stand over Campbell Alexander's twitching body like a sentry. The attorney enters the tonic phase with a cry, as air is forced out by the contraction of his breathing muscles. He lays rigid on the ground. Then the clonic phase starts, and his muscles fire randomly, repeatedly. I turn him on his side, in case he vomits, and start looking for something to stick between his jaws so that he won't bite off his own tongue, when the most amazing thing happens. That dog knocks over Alexander's briefcase and pulls out something that looks like a rubber bone but is actually a bite block, and drops it into my hand. Distantly I am aware of Judge sealing off the courtroom. I yell to Vern to call for an ambulance. Julia is at my side immediately. Is he all right? He's gonna be fine. It's a seizure. She looks like she's on the verge of tears. Can't you do something? Wait, I say. She reaches for Campbell, but I draw her hand away. I don't understand. It happened. I don't know if Campbell does, himself. I do know that there are some things, though, that occur without a direct line of antecedents. 2,000 years ago the night sky looked completely different, and so when you get right down to it, the Greek conceptions of star signs as related to birth dates are grossly inaccurate for today's day and age. It's called the line of precession. Back then the sun didn't set in Taurus, but in Gemini. The 24th of September birthday didn't mean you were a Libra, but a Virgo. And there was a 13th zodiac constellation, Ophiuchus the serpent bearer, which rose between Sagittarius and Scorpio for only 4 days. The reason it's all off kilter. The Earth's axis wobbles. Life isn't nearly as stable as we want it to be. Can't Bill Alexander vomits on the courtroom rug, then coughs his way to consciousness in the judge's chambers. Take it easy, I say, helping him sit. You had a bad one. He holds his head. What happened? Amnesia, on both sides of the event, is pretty common. Blacked out. Looked like a Gandmal TC. He glances down at the 4-line Caesar and I have placed. I don't need that. Like hell you don't, I say. If you don't take anti-seizure meds, you'll be back on that floor in no time. Relenting, he leans back against the couch and stares at the ceiling. How bad was it? Pretty bad, I admit. He pats Judge on the head. The dog's been inseparable. Good boy. Sorry I didn't listen. Then looks down at his pants, wet and reeking, another common effector for grand mal. Shit. Close enough. I hand him a spare pair from one of my uniforms, something I had the department bring along. You need help. He shakes me off and tries, one-handedly, to take off his trousers. Without a word I reach over and undo the fly, help him change. I do this without thinking, the way I'd lift up the shirt of a woman who needed CPR, but all the I know it's killing him. Thanks, he says, taking great care to zip his own fly. We sit for a second. Does the judge know? When I don't answer, Campbell buries his face in his hands. Christ. Right in front of everyone. How long have you hidden it? Since it started. I was 18. I got into a car crash, and they started up after that. Head trauma. He nods. That's what they said. I clasped my hands together between my knees. Anna was pretty freaked out. Campbell rubs his forehead. She was, testifying. Yeah, I say. Yeah, he looks up at me. I have to get back in there. Not yet. At the sound of Julia's voice, we both turn. She stands in the doorway, staring at Campbell as if she has never seen him before, and I suppose in all fairness she hasn't, not like this. I'll, go see if boys have filed their report yet, I murmur, and I leave them. Things don't always look as they seem. Some stars, for example, look like bright pinholes, but when you get them pegged under a microscope you find you're looking at a globular cluster, a million stars that, to us, presents as a single entity. On a less dramatic note, there are triples, like Alpha Centauri, which up close turns out to be a double star and a red dwarf in close proximity. There's an indigenous tribe in Africa that tells of life coming from the second star in Alpha Centauri, the one no one can see without a high-powered observatory telescope. Come to think of it, the Greeks, the Aboriginals, and the Plains Indians all lived continents apart and all, independently, looked at the same septuplet knot of the Pleiades and believed them to be 7 young girls running away from something that threatened to hurt them. Make of it what you will. Campbell, the only thing comparable to the aftermath of a grand mal seizure is waking up on T-pavement with a hangover from the mother of all frat parties and immediately being run over by a truck. On second thought, maybe a grand mal is worse. I am covered in my own filth, hooked up to medicine and falling apart at the seams, when Julia walks toward me. "If's a seizure, dog," I say. "No kidding." Julia holds out her hand for Judge to sniff. She points to the couch beside me. "Car," I sit down. "It's not catching, if that's what it wasn't." Julia comes close enough that I can feel the heat from her shoulder, inches away from mine. "Why didn't you tell me, Campbell?" "Christ, Julia, I didn't even tell my parents." I fry to look over her shoulder into the hallway. "Where's Anna?" "How long has this been going on?" I fry to get up, and manage to lift myself a half-inch before my strength gives out. I have to get back in there. "Can't, Bill." I sigh. "A while." "A while, as in a week?" Shaking my head, I say, "A while, as in 2 days before we graduated from Wheeler." I look up at her. "The day I took you home, all I wanted was to be with you. When my parents told me I had got that stupid dinner at the country club, I followed them in my own car, so I could make a quick escape. I was planning on driving back to your house that night. But on the way to dinner, I got into a car accident. I came with a few bruises, and that night, I had the first seizure. 30 seconds later, the doctors still couldn't really tell me why, but they made it pretty clear I'd have to live with it forever." I take a deep breath. "Which is what made me realize that no one else should have to." "What? What do you want me to say, Julia?" "I wasn't good enough for you. You deserved better than some freak who might fall down frothing at the mouth any old minute." Julia goes perfectly still. "You might have let me make up my own mind. What difference would it have made? Like you really would have gotten great satisfaction guarding me like Judge does when it happens, wiping up after me, living at the end of my life." I shake my head. "You were so incredibly independent. A free spirit. I didn't want to be the one who took that away from you. Well, if I'd had the choice, maybe I wouldn't have spent the past 15 years thinking there was something the matter with me. You." I start to laugh. "Look at you, you're a knockout. You're smarter than I am, you're on a career track and you're family-centered and you probably even can balance your checkbook." "And I'm lonely," Campbell," Julia adds. "Why do you think I had to learn to act so independent? Also get mad too quickly, and I hog the covers, and my second toe is longer than my big one. My hair has its own zip code. Plus, I get certifiably crazy when I've got PMS. You don't love someone because they are perfect," she says. "You love them in spite of the fact that they are not." I don't know how to respond to that. It's like being told after 35 years that the sky, which I've seen as a brilliant blue, is in fact rather green. "And another thing, this you don't get to leave me. I'm going to leave you. If possible, that only makes me feel worse." I try to pretend it doesn't hurt, but I don't have the energy. "So go." Julia settles next to I will, she says. "In another 50 or 60 years. Anna." I knock on the door of the men's room, and then walk inside. On one wall is a really gross urinal. On the other, washing his hands in a sink, is Campbell. He's wearing a pair of my dad's uniform pants. He looks different now, as if all the straight lines that had been used to draw his face have been smudged. Julia said you wanted me to come in here, I say. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you alone, and all the conference rooms are upstairs. Your dad doesn't think I ought to tackle that just yet. He wipes his hands on a towel. I'm sorry about what happened. Well, I don't even know if there's a decent answer to that. I chew on my lower lip. Is that why? Couldn't pat the dog? Yeah, how does Judge know what to do? Can't. Bill shrugs. It's supposed to have something to do with scent or electrical impulses that an animal can sense before a human can, but I think it's because we know each other so well. He pats Judge on the neck. He gets me somewhere safe before it happens. I usually have about 20 minutes lead time. I am suddenly shy. I've been with Kate when she's really, really sick, but Fluis is different. I hadn't been expecting this from Campbell. Is this why you took my case? So that I could have a seizure in public? Believe me, no. Not that. I look away from him. Because you know what it's like to not have any control over our body. Maybe can't, Bill says thoughtfully. But my doorknobs did sorely need polishing. If he's trying to make me feel better, he's failing miserably. I told you having me testify wasn't the greatest idea. He puts his hands on my shoulders. Anna, on. If I can go back in there after THA performance, you sure as hell can climb into the hot seat for a few RMRA questions. How am I supposed to fight that logic? So I follow Campbell back into the courtroom. Nothing is the way it was just an hour ago. With everyone watching him like he's a ticking bomb, Campbell walks up to the bench and turns to the court in general. I'm very sorry about that, Judge, he says. Anything for a 10-minute break, right? How can he make jokes about something like Fluis? And then I realize, it's what Kate does, too. Maybe if God gives you a handicap, he makes sure you've got a few extra doses of humor to take the edge off. Why don't you take the rest off day, Counselor Judge DeSalvo offers. No, I'm all at LT now. And I think it's important that we get to the bottom of this. He turns to the court reporter. Could you, lol, refresh my memory? She reads back the transcript, and Campbell nods, but he acts like he's hearing my words, regurgitated, for the very first time. All right, Anna, you were saying Kate asked you to file this lawsuit for medical emancipation. Again, I squirm. Not quite. Can you explain? She didn't ask me to file the lawsuit. Then what did she ask you? I steal a glance at my mother. She knows, she has to know. Don't make me say it out loud. Anna can't. Bill presses, what did she ask you? I shake my head, tight-lipped, and Judge DeSalvo leans over. Anna, you're going to have to give us an answer to this question. Fine. The truth bursts out of a raging river, now that the dam's washed away. She asked me to kill her. The first thing that was wrong was that Kate had locked the door to our bedroom, when there wasn't really a lock, which meant she'd either pushed up furniture or pennied it shut. Kate, I yelled, banging, because I was sweaty and gross from hockey practice and I wanted to take a shower and change. Kate, this isn't fair. I guess I made enough noise, because she opened up. And that was the second thing. There was something just wrong about the room. I glanced around, but everything seemed to be in place. Most importantly, none of my stuff had been messed with, and yet Kate still looked like she'd swilled a mystery. What's your problem? I asked, and then I went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and smelled it, sweet and almost angry, the same boozy scent I associated with Jessie's apartment. I started opening up cabinets and rummaging towels and trying to find the proof, no pun intended, and sure enough there was a half-empty bottle of whiskey hidden behind the boxes of tampons. Looky here. I said, brandishing it and walking back into the bedroom, thinking I had a real little wedge of blackmail to use to my advantage for a while, and then I saw Kate holding the pills. "What are you doing?" Kate rolled over. "Leave alone, Anna. Are you crazy?" "No," Kate said. "I'm just sick of waiting for something that's going to happen anyway. I think I've alked up everyone's life long enough, don't you? But everyone's worked so hard just to keep you alive. You can't kill yourself." All of a sudden Kate started to cry. "I know. I can't." It took a few moments to realize this meant she'd already tried before. My mother gets up slowly. "It's not true," she says, her voice stretched thin as glass. "Anna, don't know why you'd say that." My eyes fill up. "Why would I make it up?" She walks closer. "Maybe you misunderstood. Maybe she was just having a bad day, or being dramatic." She smiles in the pained way of people who really want to cry. "Because if she was that upset, she would have told N. She couldn't tell you," I reply. "She was too afraid if she killed herself she'd be killing you, too." I cannot catch my breath. I am sinking in a tar pit, I am run and the ground's gone beneath my feet. Campbell asks the judge for a few minutes so that I can pull myself together, but even if Judge DeSalvo answers, I am crying so hard I don't hear it. I don't want her to die, but I know she doesn't want to live like this, and I'm the one who can give her what she wants. I keep my eyes on my Remtha, even as she swims away from me. I've always been the one who can give her what she wants. The next time it came up was after my mother came into our room to talk about donating a kidney. "Don't do it," Kate said, when they were gone. I glanced at her. "What are you talking about?" "Of course I'm going to do it." We were getting undressed, and I noticed that we had picked the same pajamas, shiny satin ones printed with cherries. As we slid into bed I thought we looked like we did as little kids, when our parents would dress us similarly because they thought it was cute. "Do you think it would work?" I asked. "A kidney transplant?" Kate looked at me. "It might." She leaned over, her hand on the light switch. "Don't do it," she repeated, and it wasn't until I heard her second time that I understood what she was really saying. My mother is a breath away from me, and in her eyes are all the mistakes she's ever made. My father comes up and puts his arm around her shoulders. "Come sit down," he whispers into her hair. "Your Honor," Campbell says, getting to his feet. "May I?" He walks toward me, Judge right beside him. I am just as shaky as he is. I think about that dog an hour ago. How did he know for sure what Campbell really needed, and when? "Anna, do you love your sister?" "Of course." "But you were willing to take an action that might kill her." Something flashes inside me. It was so she wouldn't have to go through this anymore. I thought ill was what she wanted. He goes silent, and I realize at that moment, he knows. Inside me, something breaks. It was what I wanted, too. We were in the kitchen, washing and drying the dishes. "You hate going to the hospital," said. "Well, I put the forks and spoons, clean, back into their drawer. I know you'd do anything to not have to go there anymore." "Kate," I glanced at her. "Sure. Because you'd be healthy. Or dead." Kate plunged her hands into the soapy water, careful not to look at me. "Think about it, Anna. You could go to your hockey camps. You could choose a college in a whole different country. You could do anything you want and never have to worry about me." She pulled these examples right out of my head, and I could feel myself blushing, ashamed that they were even up there to be drawn out into the open. If Kate was feeling guilty about being a burden, then I was feeling twice as guilty for knowing she felt that way. For knowing I felt that way. We didn't talk after that. I dried whatever she handed me, and we both tried to pretend we didn't know the truth, that in addition to the piece of me that's always wanted Kate to live, there's another, horrible piece of me that wishes I were free. There, they understand, I am a monster. I started this lawsuit for some reasons I'm proud of and many I'm not. And now Campbell will see why I couldn't be a witness, not because I was scared to talk in front of everyone, but because of all these terrible feelings, some of which are too awful to speak out loud. That I want Kate alive, but also want to be myself, not part of her. That I want THK chance to grow up, even if Kate can't. That Kate's death would be the worst thing that's ever happened to and also the best. That when I think about all this, I hate myself and just want to crawl back to where was, to the person they want to be. Now the whole courtroom is looking at me, and I'm sure that the witness stand or my skin or maybe both is about to implode. Under this magnifying glass, you can see right down to the rotten core at the heart of me. Maybe if they keep staring at me, I will go up in blue, bitter smoke. Maybe I will disappear without a trace. Anna Campbell says quietly, "What made you think that Kate wanted to die?" She said she was ready. He walks up until he is standing right in front of me. Isn't it possible that's the same reason she asked you to help her? I look slowly, and unwrap this gift Campbell's just handed me. What if Kate wanted to die, see that I could live? What if after all these years of saving Kate, she was only trying to do the same for me? Did you tell Kate you were going to stop being a donor? Yes, I whisper. When? The night before I hired you, Anna. What did Kate say? Until now, I hadn't really thought about it, but Campbell has triggered the memory. My sister had gotten very quiet, so quiet that I wondered if she'd fallen asleep. And then she turned to me with all the world in her eyes, and a smile that crumbled like a fault line. I glance up at Campbell. She said thanks. Sarah, it is Judge DeSilvo's idea to take a field trip of sorts, so that he can talk to Kate. When all reach the hospital, she is sitting up in bed, absently staring at the TV set that Jessie flicks through with the remote. She is thin, her skin cast yellow, but she is conscious. The Tin More, Jessie says, or the Scarecrow. Scarecrow would get the stuffing knocked out of Hikaru, Kate says. China from the WWF, or THK Crocodile Hunter. Jessie snorts. The Crack Dude. Everyone knows the WWF is fake. He glances at her. Gandhi or Martin Luther King, Jr. They wouldn't sign the waiver. We're talking celebrity boxing on Fox, babe, Jessie says. What makes you think they bothle with a waiver? Kate grins. One of them would sit down in the ring, and the other wouldn't put his mouthguard in. This is the moment I walk inside. Hey, Moru, she asks, who'd win on hypothetical celebrity boxing, Masha or Jan Brady? She notices then that I am not alone. As the whole crowd dribbles into the room, her eyes widen, and she pulls the covers up higher. She looks right at Anna, but her sister rises to meet her eye. What's going on? The judge steps forward, takes my arm. I know you want to talk to her, Sarah, but I need to talk to her. He walks forward, extending his hand. Hi, Kate. I'm Judge DeSalvo. I was wondering if could maybe speak to you for a few minutes. Alone, he adds, and one by one, everyone else leaves the room. I am the last to go. I watch Kate lean back against the pillows, suddenly exhausted again. I had feeling you'd come, she tells the judge. Because Kate says, it always comes back to about 5 years ago. A new family bought the house across the street and knocked it down, wanting to rebuild something different. A single bulldozer and a half-dozen waste bins were all it took. In less than a month, this structure, which we'd seen every time we walked outside, was reduced to a pile of rubble. You'd think a house would last forever, but the truth is a strong wind or a wrecking ball can devastate it. The family inside is not so different. Nowadays I can hardly remember what that old house looked like. I walk out the front door and never recall the stretch of months that the gaping lot stood out, conspicuous in its absence, like a lost tooth. It took some time, you know, but the new owners, they did rebuild. When Judge DeSalvo comes outside, grim and troubled, Canville, Brian, and I get to our feet tomorrow, he says. Closing's at 9:00. With a nod to Vern to follow, he walks down the hallway. Julia tells Campbell, "You're at the mercy of my chaperonage." That's not a real word. But instead of following her, he walks toward me. "Sarah," he says simply, "I'm sorry." He gives me one more gift, "You'll take Anna honk." The minute they leave, Anna turns to, "I really need to see Kate." I slide an arm around her. "Of course you can." We go inside, just our family, and Anna sits down on the edge of Kate's bed. "Hey," Kate murmurs, her eyes opening. Anna shakes her head. It takes a moment for her to find the right words. "I tried," she says finally, her voice catching like cotton on thorns, as Kate squeezes her hand. Jessie sits down on the other side. The of them in one spot, it makes me think of the Christmas card photo we would take each October, balancing them in height order in the wings of a maple tree or on a stone wall, one frozen moment for everyone to remember them by. Alpha NLR. Ed, Jessie says. The corners of Kate's mouth turn up. Horse. 8th round. "You're on finally." Brian leans down, says Kate's forehead. "Baby, you get a good night's sleep." As Anna and Jessie slip into the hall, he kisses me goodbye, too. "Call me," he whispers. And then, when they are all gone, I sit down beside my daughter. Her arms are so thin I can see the bones shifting as she moves. Her eyes seem older than mine. "I guess you have questions," Kate says. "Maybe later," I answer, surprising myself. I climb up onto the bed and fold her into my embrace. I realize then that we never have children, we receive them, and sometimes it's not for quite as long as we would have expected or hoped. But it is still far better than never having had those children at all. "Kate," I confess, "I'm so sorry." She pushes back from me, until she can look me in the eye. "Don't be," she says fiercely. "Because I'm not." She tries to smile, fries so damn hard. "It was a good one, Mom, wasn't it?" I bite my lip, feel the heaviness of tears. "It was the best," I answer. Thursday, one fire burns out another's burning, one pain is lessened by another's anguish. William Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, Campbell. It's Ranibig. When I come out to the living room, Judge has his nose pressed against the plate glass wall that makes up one whole side of the apartment. He whines at the drops that zigzag past him. "You can't get then, you," I say, patting him on the head. "You can't get to the other side." I sit down on the rug beside him, knowing I need to get up and get dressed and go to court, knowing that I ought to be reviewing my closing argument again and not sitting here idle. But there is something mesmerizing about this weather. I used to sit in the front seat of my father's Jag, watching the raindrops run their kamikaze suicide missions from one edge of the windshield to the wiper blade. He liked to leave the wipers on intermittent, so that the world went runny on my side of the glass for whole blocks of time. It made me crazy. Then you drive," my father used to say when I complained, "you can do what you want. You want the shower first." Julia stands in the open doorway of the bedroom wearing one of my t-shirts. It hits her at mid-thigh. She curls her toes into the carpet. "You go ahead," I tell her. I could always just step out on the balcony instead. She notices the weather. "Air out, isn't it?" "Good day to be stuck in court," I answer, but without any great conviction. I don't want to face Judge DeSalvo's decision today, and for once it has nothing to do with fear of losing this case. I've done the best I could, given what Anna admitted on the stand. And I hope like hell that I've made her feel a little better about what she's done, too. She doesn't look like an indecisive kid anymore, that much is true. She doesn't look selfish. She just looks like the rest of us, trying to figure out exactly who she is, and what to make of it. The truth is, as Anna once told me, nobody's going to win. We are going to give our closing arguments and hear the judge's opinion, and even then, it won't be over. Instead of heading back to the bathroom, Julia approaches. She sits down cross-legged beside me and touches her fingers to the plate of glass. "Canville," she says, "I don't know how to tell you this." Everything inside me goes still. "Fast," I suggest. "I hate you." I follow her eyes from the grey carpet to the black couch, to the mirrored wall and the lacquered bookshelves. It is full of sharp edges and expensive art. It has the most advanced electronic gadgets and bells and whistles. It is a dream residence, but it is nobody's home. "You know," I say. "I hate it, too. Jessie, it's Rannybig." I go outside, and start walking. I head down the street and past the elementary school and through 2 intersections. I am soaked to the bone in about 5 minutes flat. That's when I start to run. I run so fast that my lungs start to ache and my legs burn, and finally when I cannot move another step I fling myself down on my back in the middle of high school soccer field. Once, I took acid here during a thunderstorm like this one. I lay down and watched the sky fall, imagined the raindrops melting away my skin. I waited for the one stroke of lightning that would arrow TLN off my heart, and make me feel 100% alive for the first time in my whole sorry existence. The lightning, it had its chance, and it didn't come that day. It doesn't come this morning, either. So I get up, wipe my hair out of my eyes, and try to come up with a better plan. "Anna, it's Rannybig." The HND of rain that comes down so heavy it sounds like the shower's running, even when you've turned it off. The kind of rain that makes you think of dams and flash floods, arcs. The kind of rain that tells you to crawl back into bed, where the sheets haven't lost your body heat, to pretend that the clock is 5 minutes earlier than it really is. Ask any kid who's made it past 4th grade and they can tell you, water never stops moving. Rain falls, and runs down a mountain into a river. The river finds its way to the ocean, it evaporates, like a soul, into the clouds. And then, like everything else, it starts all over again. Brian, it's Rannybig. Like the day Anna was born, New Year's Eve, and way too warm for that time of year. What should have been snow become a torrential downpour. Ski slopes had to close for Christmas, because all their runs got washed out. Driving to the hospital, with Sarah in labor beside me, I could barely see through the windshield. There were no stars that night, what with all the rain clouds. And maybe because of that, when Anna arrived I said to Sarah, "Let's name her Andromeda." "Anna, for short." "Andromeda," she said. "Like the sci-fi book." "Like the princess," I corrected. I cat-lt her eye over the tiny horizon of our daughter's head. "Eye of the sky," I explained, "she is between her mother and her father." "Sarah, it's Rannybig." Not an auspicious beginning, I think. I shuffle my index cards on the table, trying to look more skilled than I actually am. Was I kidding? I am no lawyer, no professional. I have been nothing more than a mother, and I have not even done a very square job of that. "Mrs. Fitzgerald," the judge prompts. I take a deep breath, stare down at the gibberish in front of me, and grab the whole sheaf of index cards. Standing up, I clear my throat, and start to read aloud. In this country we have a long legal history of allowing parents to make decisions for their children. It's part of what the courts have always found to be the constitutional right to privacy. And given all the evidence this court has heard, suddenly, there is a crash of lightning, and I drop all my notes onto the floor. Kneeling, I scramble to pick them up, but of course now they are out of order. I try to rearrange what I have in front of me, but nothing makes sense. Oh, hell. It's not what I need to say, anyway. Your Honor, I ask, can I start over? Mine, he nods. I turn my back on him, and walk toward my daughter, who is sitting beside Campbell. Anna, I tell her, I love you. I loved you before I ever saw you, and I will love you long after I'm not here to say it. And I know that because I'm a parent, I'm supposed to have all the answers, but I don't. I wonder every single day if I'm doing the right thing. I wonder if I know my children the way I think I do. I wonder if I lose my perspective in being your mother, because I'm so busy being Kate's. I take a few steps forward. I know I jump at every sliver of possibility that might cure Kate, boo, it's all I know how to do. And even if you don't agree with me, even if Kate doesn't agree with me, want to be the one who says I told you so. 10 years from now, I want to see your children on your lap and in your arms, because that's when you'll understand. I have a sister, so I know, that relationship, it's all about fairness. You want your sibling to have exactly what you have, the same amount of toys, the same number of meatballs on your spaghetti, the same share of love. But being a mother is completely different. You want your child to have more than you ever did. You want to build a fire underneath her and watch her soar. It's bigger than words. I touch my chest. And it still all manages to fit very neatly inside here. I turn to Judge DeSalvo. I didn't want to come to court, but I had to. The way the law works, if the petitioner takes action, even if that's your own child, you must have a reaction, and so I was forced to explain, eloquently, why I believe that I know better than Anna what is best for her. When you get down to it, though, explaining what you believe isn't all that easy. If you say that you believe something to be true, you might mean one of two things, that you're still weighing the alternatives, or that you accept it as a fact. I don't logically see how one single word can have contradictory definitions, but emotionally, I completely understand. Because there are times I think what I am doing is right, and there are other times I second-guess myself every step of way. Even if the court found in my favor today, I couldn't force Anna to donate a kidney. No one could. But would I beg her? Would I want to, even if I restrained myself? I don't know, not even after speaking to Kate, and after hearing from Anna. I am not sure what to believe, I never was. I know, indisputably, only two things, that this lawsuit was never really about donating a kidney, but about having choices. And that nobody ever really makes decisions entirely by themselves, not even if a judge gives them the right to do so. Finally, I face Canville. A long time ago I used to be a lawyer. But I'm not one anymore. I am mother, and what I've done for the past 18 years in that capacity is harder than anything I ever had to do in a courtroom. At the beginning of this hearing, Mr. Alexander, you said that none of us is obligated to go into a fire and save someone else from a burning building. But that all changes if I are a parent and the person in that burning building is your child. If that's the case, not only would everyone understand if you ran in to get your child, they'd practically expect it of you. I take a deep breath. In my life, though, that building was on fire, one of my children was in it, and the only opportunity to save her was to send in my other child, because she was the only one who knew the way. Did I know I was taking a risk? Of course. Did I realize it meant maybe losing both of them? Yes. Did I understand that maybe it wasn't fair to ask her to do it? Absolutely. But I also knew that it was the only chance I had to keep both of them. Was it legal? Was it moral? Was it crazy or foolish or cruel? I don't know. But I do know it was right. Finished, I sit down at my table. The rain beats against the windows to my lt. I wonder if I will ever let up. Campbell, I get to my feet, look at my note cards, and, like Sarah, toss them into the trash. Like Fitzgerald just said, this case isn't about Anna donating a kidney. It isn't about her donating a SHN cell, a single blood cell, a rope of DNA. It's about a girl who is on the cusp of becoming someone. A girl who is 13, which is hard, and painful, and beautiful, and difficult, and exhilarating. A girl who may not know what she wants right now, and she may not know who she is at LT now, but who deserves the chance to find out. And 10 years from now, in my opinion, I think she's going to be pretty immense. My sister's keeper. I walk toward the bench. We know that the Fitzgeralds were asked to do the impossible, make informed healthcare decisions for two of their children, who had opposing medical interests. And if we, like the Fitzgeralds, don't know what the right decision is, then the person who has to have the final say is the person whose body it is, even if that's a 13-year-old. And ultimately, that too is what this case is about, the when perhaps a child knows better than her parents. I know that when Anna made the choice to file this lawsuit, she did not do it for all the self-centered reasons you might expect of a 14-year-old. She didn't make this decision because she wanted to be like other kids her age. She didn't make this decision because she was tired of being poked and prodded. She didn't make this decision because she was afraid of the pain. I turn around and smile at her. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Anna gives her sister that kidney after all. But what I think doesn't matter. Judge DeSalvo, with all due respect, what think doesn't matter? What Sarah and Brian and Kate Fitzgerald think doesn't matter. What Anna thinks does. I walk back toward my chair. And that's the only voice we ought to be listening to. Judge DeSalvo calls for a 15-minute recess to render his decision, and I use it to walk THK dog. We circle the little square of green behind to the Garrahy building, with Vern keeping an eye on the reporters who are waiting for a verdict. On already, I say, as Judge makes his fourth loop around, in search of ultimate spot. No one's watching, but this turns out to not be entirely true. A kid, no older than 3 or 4, breaks away from his mother and crashing toward us. "Puppy," he yells. He stretches out his hands in hot pursuit, and Judge steps closer to his mother, catches up a moment later. "Sorry. My son's going to for a canine stage. Can we pet him?" "No," I say automatically. "He's a service dog." Oh, the woman straightens, pulls her son away. "But you aren't blind." "I'm epileptic, and this is my seizure dog." I think about coming clean, for once, for the first time. But then again, you have to be able to laugh at yourself, don't you? "I'm a lawyer," I say, and I grin at her. He chases ambulances for Ty as Judge and I walk off, I'm whistling. When Judge DeSalvo comes back to the bench, he brings a framed picture of his dead daughter. Which is how I know that I've lost Flui's case. One thing that has struck me through the presentation the evidence, he begins, is that all of us in this courtroom have entered into a debate about the quality of life versus the sanctity of life. Certainly the Fitzgeralds have always believed that having Kate alive and part of the family was crucial, but at this point the sanctity of Kate's existence has become completely intertwined with the quality of Anna's life, and it's my job to see whether those two can be separated. He shakes his head. I'm not sure that any of us is qualified to decide which of those two is the most important, least of all myself. I'm a father. My daughter Dina was killed when she was 12 years old by a drunk driver, and when I rushed to the hospital that night, I would have given anything for another day with her. The Fitzgeralds have had 14 years of being in that position, of being asked to give anything to keep their daughter alive a little bit longer. I respect their decisions. I admire their courage. I envy the fact that they even had these opportunities. But as both attorneys have pointed out, this case is no longer about Anna and a kidney, it's about how these decisions get made and how we decide who should make them. He clears his throat. The answer is that there is no good answer. So as parents, as doctors, as judges, and as a society, we fumble to fluff and make decisions that allow us to sleep at night because morals are more important than ethics, and love is more important than law. Judge DeSalvo turns his attention to Anna, who shifts uncomfortably. Kate doesn't want to die, he says gently, but she doesn't want to live like this, either. And in mowing that, and in mowing the law, there's really only one decision I can make. The sole person who should be allowed to make that choice is the very one who lies at the heart of issue. I exhale heavily. And by that, I don't mean Kate, but Anna. Besides, she sucks in her breath. One of the issues brought up during these past few days has involved whether or not a 13-year-old is capable of making choices as weighty as these. I'd argue, though, that age is the least likely variable here for basic understanding. In fact, of the adults here seem to have forgotten the simplest childhood rule: you don't take something away from someone without asking permission. Anna, he asks, will you please stand up? She looks at me, and I nod, standing up with her. At this time Judge DeSalvo says, I'm going to declare you medically emancipated from your parents. What that means is that even though you will continue to live with them, and even though they can tell you when to go to bed and what TV shows you can't watch and whether you have to finish your broccoli, with regards to any medical treatment, you have the last word. He turns toward Sarah. NFRS Fitzgerald, Mr. Fitzgerald, I'm going to order you to meet with Anna and her pediatrician and discuss the terms of this verdict so that the doctor understands he needs to deal directly with Anna. And just so that she has additional guidance, should she need it, I'm going to ask Mr. Alexander to assume medical power of attorney for her until age 18, so that he may assist her in making some of the more difficult decisions. I'm not in any way suggesting that these decisions should not be made in conjunction with her parents, but I am finding that the final decision will rest with Anna alone. The judge pins his gaze on 11K. Mr. Alexander, will you accept this responsibility? With the exception of Judge, I have never had to take care of anyone or anything before. And now I will have Julia, and I will have Anna. I'd be honored, I say, and I smile at her. I want those forms signed before you leave the courthouse today, the judge orders. Good luck, Anna. Stop by every now and then, and let me know how you are. He bangs his gavel, and we rise as he leaves the courtroom. Anna, I say, when she remains still and shocked beside me. You did it. Julia reaches us first and leans over the gallery railing to hug Anna. You were very brave. Over Anna's shoulder she grins at, and so were you. But then Anna steps away, and finds herself facing her parents. There is a foot between them, and a universe of time and comfort. It isn't until that moment that I realize I have begun already to think, oh, Anna is older than her biological age, yet here she is unsure and unable to make eye contact. Hey, Brian says, bridging the gap, pulling his daughter into a rough embrace. It's okay. And then Sarah slips into this huddle, her arms coming around both of them, all their shoulders forming the wide wall of a team that has to reinvent the very game they play. Anna, visibility sucks. The rain, if possible, is coming down even harder. I have this brief VISI of it pummeling the car so hard it crunches like an empty Coke can, and just like that it's harder for me to breathe. It takes a second for me to realize that this has nothing to do with the shitty weather or latent claustrophobia, but with the fact that my throat is only half as wide as usual / tears hardening it like an artery, so that everything I do and say involves twice as much work. I have been medically emancipated for a whole half hour now. Campbell says the rain is a blessing, it's kept the reporters away. Maybe they will find me at the hospital and maybe they won't, but by then I will be with my family and it won't really matter. My parents left before us, we had to fill out the stupid paperwork. Campbell offered to drop me off when we were, which is nice considering I know he wants nothing more than to hook up with Julia, which they seem to think is some tremendous mystery, but so isn't. I wonder what Judge does, when it's the two of them. I wonder if he feels left out. Can't Bill? I ask, out of nowhere. What do you think I should do? He doesn't pretend to not know what I'm talking about. I just fought very hard at a trial for your right to choose, so I'm not going to tell you what I think. Great, I say, settling deep into my seat. I don't even know who I really am, I know who you are. You're the premier doorknob caddy in all of Providence Plantations. You've got a wise mouth, and you pick the crackers out of the Chex Mix, and you hate math, and it's kind of cool, watching Campbell try to fill in all the blanks. You like boys, he finishes, but that one's a question. Of them are okay, I admit, but they probably all grow up to be like you. He smiles. God forbid. What are you going to do next? Campbell shrugs. I may actually have to take on a paying case. So you can continue to support Julia in the style to which she's accustomed? Yeah, he laughs. Something like that. It gets quiet for a moment, so all I can hear is the squelch of the windshield wipers. I slip my hands under my thighs, sit on them. What you said at the trial, do you really think I'll be amazing in 10 years? Why, Anna Fitzgerald, are you fishing for compliments? Forget I said anything. He glances at yes, I do. I imagine you'll be breaking guys' hearts, or painting in Montmartre, or flying fighter jets, or hiking through undiscovered countries. He pauses. Maybe all of the above. There was a time when, like Kate, I'd wanted to be a ballerina. But since then I've gone through 1,000 different stages. I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to be a paleontologist. I wanted to be a backup singer for Aretha Franklin, a member of the cabinet, a Yellowstone National Park ranger. Now, based on the day, I sometimes want to be a microsurgeon, a poet, a ghost hunter. Only one thing's a constant. 10 years from now, I say, I'd like to be Kate's sister. Brian, my beeper goes off just as Kate starts another course of dialysis. An MVA, 2 cars, WIPA motor vehicle accident with injuries. They need me, I tell Sarah. You'll be okay. The ambulance is headed to the corner of Eddy and Fountain, a bad intersection to begin with, rendered worse by this weather. By the time I arrive, the cops have blocked off the area. It's a T-bone, the two vehicles rammed together by sheer force into a conglomerate of twisted steel. The truck made out better, the smaller BMW is literally bent like a smile around its front end. I get out of the car. And into the pouring rain, find the first policeman I can. 3 injured, he says. One's already en route. I find Red working the jaws of life, trying to cut off the driver's side of the second car to GE to the victims. What have you got? I shout over the sirens. First driver went through the windshield, he yells back. Caesar took her in the ambulance. The second ambulance is on its way. There are 2 people in here, from what I can see, but both doors are accordions. Let me see if I can crawl over the top of the truck. I start to work my way up the slick metal and shattered glass. My foot goes a hole I couldn't see in the flatbed, and I curse and fry to gel myself untangled. With careful movements I pull myself into the pleated cab of the truck, maneuver myself forward. The driver must have flown out the windshield over the height of the little BMW. The entire front end of the Ford 150 has ploughed the sports car's passenger side, as if it were made of paper. I have to crawl out what was the window of the truck, because the engine is between me and whoever's inside the BMW. But if I twist myself a certain way, there is a tiny space where I can nearly fit myself, one that puts me up against the tempered glass, spiderweb shattered, stained red with blood. And just as Red forces the driver's side door free with the jaws and a dog comes whimpering out, I realize that the face pressed against the other side of the broken window is Anna's. Get them out, I yell, get them out now. I do not know how I force myself back out of this snarled skeleton to emock Red out of the way, how I unhook Campbell Alexander from his seat belt and drag him to lay in the street with the rain pelting around him, How I reach inside to where my daughter is still and wide-eyed, strapped into her belt the way she is supposed to be, and Jesus God Paulie comes out of nowhere and lays his hands on her, and before I know what I'm doing I decal Hyaru, sending him sprawling. "Fuck, Brian," he says, holding his jaw. "It's Anna." "Paulie, it's Anna." When they understand, they try to hold me back and do this work for me, but it is my baby, and I am having none of it. I get her onto a backboard and strap her down, let them load her onto the ambulance. I tip back the bottom of her chin, ready to intubate, but see the little scar she got from falling on Jessie's ice skate, and fall apart. Red rems me aside and does it instead, then takes her pulse. "It's weak, Cap," he says, "but it's there." He puts in an 4-line while I pick up the radio and call in our ETA. 13-year-old female MVA, severe closed head injury. Then the cardiac monitor blanks out, I drop the receiver and start CPR. Get the paddles I order, and I pull open Anna's shirt, cut the lace of the bra SHK wanted so badly but doesn't need. Red shocks her, and gets the pulse back, bradycardia with ventricular escape beats. We bag her and put in an 4. Paulie screams into the loading zone for ambulances and throws open the back doors. On the trailer, Anna is immobile. Red grabs my arm, hard. "Don't think about it," he says, and he takes the head of Anna's stretcher and rushes her into the ER. They will not let me into the trauma room. A flock of firefighters dribble in for support. One of them goes up to get Sarah, who arrives frantic. "Where is she? What happened?" "A car accident," I manage. I didn't know who it was until I got there. My eyes fill up. Do I tell her that she is not breathing independently? Do I tell her that the EKG flatlined? Do I tell her that I've spent the past few minutes questioning every single thing I did on that call, from the way he crawled over the truck to the moment I pulled her from the wreckage, certain that my emotion compromised what should have been done, what could have been done? At that moment I hear "Can't Bill Alexander," and the sound of something being against a wall. "Goddamn it," he says. "Just tell me whether or not she was brought here." He bursts out off doorway of another trauma room, his arm in a cast, his clothes blooded. The dog, limping, is at his side. Campbell's eyes home in on mine. "Where's Anna?" he asks. I don't answer, because what the hell can I say? And that's all it takes for him to understand. "Oh, Jesus," he whispers. "Oh God, no." The doctor comes out of Anna's room. He knows me, I am here 4 nights a week. Brian says soberly, "She is not responding to noxious stimuli." The sound that comes out of me is primal, inhuman, all-knowing. What does that mean? Sarah's words peck at what is he saying, Brian? Anna's head hit the window with great force, Mrs. Fitzgerald. It caused a fatal head injury. A respirator is keeping her breathing right now, but she is not showing any indications of neurological activity. She's brain dead. "I'm sorry," the doctor says. "I really am." He hesitates, looks from me to Sarah. "I know it's not something you even want to think about right now, but there's a very small window. Is organ donation you'd like to consider? There are stars in the night sky that look brighter than the others, and when you look at them through a telescope you realize you are looking at twins. The 2 stars rotate around each other, sometimes taking nearly 100 years to do it. They create so much gravitational pull there's no room around for anything else. You might see a blue star, for example, and realize only later that it has a white dwarf as a companion. That first one shines so bright, by the time you notice the second one, it's really too late." Can't Bill is the one who actually answers the doctor. "I have power of attorney for Anna," he explains, "not her parents." He looks from me to Sarah. "And there is a girl upstairs who needs the kidney." Sarah, in the English language there are orphans and widows, but there is no word for T-parent who loses a child. They bring her back down to us after the donated organs are removed. I am the last to go in the hallway. Already are Jessie and Zan and Campbell and some of the nurses we've grown close to, and even Julia Romano, the people who needed to say goodbye. Brian and I walk inside, where Anna lies tiny and still on the hospital bed. A tube feeds down her throat, a machine breathes for her. It is up to us to turn it off. I sit down on the edge of the bed and pick up Anna's hand, still warm to the touch, still soft inside mine. It turns out that after all these years I have spent anticipating a moment like this, I am completely at a loss. Like culling the sky in with 8 crayon, there is no language for grief. His big. I can't do this, I whisper. Brian comes up behind me. Sweetheart, she is not here. It's the machine keeping her body alive. What makes Anna? Anna is already gone. I bury my face against his chest. But she wasn't supposed to, I sob. We hold each other, then, and when I feel brave enough I look back down at the husk that once held my youngest. He's right, after all. This is nothing but a shell. There is no energy to the lines of her face, there is a slack absence to her muscles. Under this skin they have stripped her of organs that will go to Kate and to other, second-chance people. Okay. I take a deep breath. I put my hand on Anna's chest as Brian, trembling, flips off the respirator. I rub her skin in small circles, as if this might make it easier. The monitor's flatline. I wait to see some change in her. And then I feel it, as her heart stops beating beneath my palm, that tiny loss of rhythm, that hollow calm, that utter loss. When along the pavement, palpitating flants of life, people flicker around me, I forget my bereavement, the gap in the great constellation, the place where a star used to be. D. H. Lawrence, Submergence Kate 2010. There should be a statute of limitation on grief. A rule book that says it is all right, wake up crying, but only for a month. That after 40-2 days you will no longer turn with your heart racing, certain you have heard her call out your name. That there will be no fine imposed if you feel the need to clean out her desk, take down her artwork from the refrigerator, turn over a school portrait as you pass, if only because it cuts you fresh again to see it. That it is okay to measure the time she has been gone, the way we once measured her birthdays for a long time. Afterward, my father claimed to see Anna in the night sky. Sometimes it was the wink of her eye, sometimes the shape of her profile. He insisted that stars were people who were so well loved they were traced in constellations, to live forever. My mother believed, for a long time, that Anna would come back to her. She began to look for signs, plants that bloomed too early, eggs with double yolks, salt spilled in the shape of letters. And me, well, I began to hate myself. It was, of course, all my fault. If Anna had never filed a lawsuit, if she hadn't been at the courthouse signing papers with her attorney, she never would have been at that particular intersection at that particular moment. She would be here, and I would be the one coming back to haunt her. For a long time, I was sick. The transplant nearly failed, and inexplicably, I began the long steep climb upward. It has been 8 years since my last relapse, something not even Dr. Chance can understand. He thinks it is a combination of the ATRA and the arsenic therapy, some contributing delayed effect, but I know better. It is that had to go, and Anna took my place. Grief is a curious thing, when it happens unexpectedly. It is a band-aid being ripped away, taking the top layer off a family. And the underbelly of a household is never pretty, ours no exception. There were times I stayed in my room for days on end with headphones on, if only so that I would not have to listen to my mother cry. There were the weeks that my father worked round-the-clock shifts, so that he wouldn't have to come home to a house that felt too big for us. Then one morning, my mother realized that we had eaten everything in the house, down to the last shrunken raisin and graham cracker crumb, and she went to the grocery store. My father paid a bill or two. I sat down to watch TV and watched an old I Love Lucy and started to laugh. Immediately, I felt like I had defiled a shrine. I clapped my hand over my mouth, embarrassed. I was Jessie, sitting beside me on the couch, who said, she would have thought it was funny, too. See, as much as you want to hold on to the bitter sore memory that someone has left this world, you are still in it. And the very act of living is a tide. At first it seems to make no difference at all, and then one day you look down and see how much pain has eroded. I wonder how much she keeps tabs on us. If she knows that for a long time, we were close to Campbell and Julia, even went to their wedding. If she understands that the reason we don't see then, anymore is because it just plain hurt too much, because even when we didn't talk about Anna, she lingered in the spaces between the words, like the smell of something burning. I wonder if she was at Jessie's graduation from the police academy, if she knows that he won a citation from the mayor last year for his role in a drug bust. I wonder if she knew that Daddy fell deep into a bottle after she left, and had to claw his way out. I wonder if she knows that, now, I teach children how to dance. That every time I see two little girls at the bar, sinking into plies, I think, oh, she still takes by surprise. Like nearly a year after her death, when my mother came home with a roll of film she'd just developed of my high school graduation. We sat down at the kitchen table together, shoulder to shoulder, trying not to mention as we looked at all our double-wide grins that there was someone missing from the photo, and then, as if we'd conjured her, the last picture was of Anna. It had been that long since we'd used the cancra, plain and simple. She was on a beach towel, holding out one hand toward the photographer, trying to get whoever it was to stop taking her picture. My mother and I sat at the kitchen table staring at Anna until the sun set, until we had memoized everything from the color of her ponytail holder to the pattern of fringe on her bikini. Until we couldn't be sure we were seeing her clearly anymore. My mother let me have that picture of Anna. But I didn't frame it. I put it into an envelope and sealed it and stuffed it far back into a corner drawer of a filing cabinet. It's there, just in case one of these days I start to lose her. There might be a morning when I wake up and her face isn't the first thing I see. Or a lazy August afternoon when I can't quite recall anymore where the freckles were on her right shoulder. Maybe one of these days, I will not be able to listen to the sound of snow falling and hear her footsteps. When I start to feel this way, I go into the bathroom and I lift up my shirt and touch the white lines of my scar. I remember how, at first, I thought the stitches seemed to spell out her name. I think about her kidney working inside me and her blood running through my veins. I take her with me, wherever I go.